Before we start this video, do like and subscribe to our channel and not miss on any updates.
So friends, we are done with the discussion about the concept of input tax credit in the previous session. And of course, in the previous session, we spoke a lot about input tax credit. Especially, we discussed a lot of special cases in input tax credit. And we also spoke about Rule 86A and Rule 86B. I'm sure we got a full clarity on that. Rule 86A was talking about the interesting point of commissioner having power imposing restrictions on utilization of input tax credit in case where officer is of the opinion that input tax credit is fraudulently availed. And then in that cases, I also told about 86B, which is applicable only to those whose taxable supplies in a month are greater than 50 lakhs, where at least 1% of output tax liability they have to pay using electronic cash ledger. Remember that point, my dear friends? At least 1% of output tax liability they have to pay using electronic cash ledger. I strongly believe that we are clear with all these points. And in input tax credit, we spoke about section 16, eligibility and conditions to claim input tax credit. After that, we spoke about section 17, availability of credit and block credits. Then we spoke about section 18. What is section 18, my dear friends? Some issue, man. Something or the other will come. Anyways, leave it. Come on. So section 16 is eligibility and conditions to claim input tax credit. Section 17 is availability. Section 17 is apportionment of credit and block credits. Block credits we spoke under section 17(5). Then 18 it was talking about availability of credit in special cases where we spoke about 18, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And I'm pretty sure we are clear with that points, my dear friends. Excellent. So friends, now without any delay, let's start next discussion. Let me share the screen. 1 second. Let me start the discussion. So friends, now today, first let us talk about some interesting concept known as composition scheme. Now, my dear friends, we all know that there's an interesting scheme called composition scheme, which is of course given by section 10 of CGST Act. Now, first of all, one fundamental point student will ask me is, sir, in which chapter this concept is there? Friends, let me tell you, composition scheme is there as a part of charge of GST topic. Which topic, my dear friends? As a part of charge of GST topic, this composition scheme is there in our syllabus. Clear, my dear friends? Now, since this is not a regular batch, we are talking about power packed revision. Most of you already have some little bit of knowledge on different points. Let me ask you one straight question, guys. Do you think composition scheme is good or bad, according to you? According to you, composition scheme is good or bad? One student gave a brilliant answer. Good for customer and bad for government. Oh my God. But the answer is technically, my dear friends, it depends what kind of person you are and with whom you are dealing. That is basically the point. Now, student replied, good for small traders. Exactly. That is basically one fundamental point, that is good for only small traders. Now, who is that small trader is a big question we have to understand. Clear, friends? Now listen. First of all, first and foremost important point. This is only an optional scheme, but this is not a mandatory scheme. This composition scheme is not mandatory. It is purely optional, my dear friends. This composition scheme is not at all mandatory. It is optional. Somebody is telling composition scheme is good if ITC is allowed. Wonderful. What else you want, my dear friend? You pay small percentage of 1% and just 0.5, and you want input tax credit also. Wow. What else you want? Tell me. Sir, everybody cannot marry Deepika Padukone, sir. And everybody cannot marry Alia Bhatt. Correct, my dear friends? Everyone has their own set of choices. And everything has got a different set of principles. Somebody is telling Aishwarya Rai. Wonderful. In these activities, we are extremely fast. Get back. Get back, guys. Come on. Back to work. So first of all, composition scheme is not mandatory scheme. It is purely an optional scheme, my dear friends. Are we getting clarity, everybody? Now, first of all, this scheme is available. This scheme is available only to those whose aggregate turnover. Come on, my dear friends, what did I write? This scheme is available only to those whose aggregate turnover during preceding financial year does not exceed 1.5 crores. Come on, my dear friends, this scheme is available This scheme is available only to whom, sir? Only to such category of persons whose aggregate turnover during preceding financial year does not exceed 1.5 crores. And what is aggregate turnover? Already we know, my dear friends, aggregate turnover covers all taxable supplies, exempt supplies, interstate supplies, exports on all India basis under same PAN. We know that, no friends? Exactly. So now listen. One interesting point, let me tell you. This scheme is available only to those whose aggregate turnover during preceding financial year does not exceed 1.5 crores. But in 8 states, my dear friends, what is that word? In 8 states, my dear friends, limit is reduced to 75 lakhs. What is that limit? Aggregate turnover. And the 8 states are 4 states already we know. That is Manipur, Mizoram, Nagaland, Tripura. These 4 already we know. Correct, my dear friends? Registration also we learn this concept. Manipur, Mizoram, Nagaland, Tripura. Correct, my dear friends? Everybody speak out. And next states are Sikkim, Uttarakhand. What are the states I wrote, my dear friends? Sikkim, Uttarakhand, Meghalaya, Sikkim, Uttarakhand, Meghalaya, and finally, my dear friends, there is one state known as Arunachal Pradesh. Getting clarity, everybody? So the 4 states what we have got are Manipur, Mizoram, Nagaland, The 4 states what we have got are Manipur, Mizoram, Nagaland, Sikkim, Manipur, Mizoram, Nagaland, Tripura, Sikkim, Uttarakhand, Meghalaya, and Arunachal Pradesh. For these 8 states, my dear friends, the limit is, for these 8 states, the limit is 75 lakhs. In fact, my dear friends, as per constitution, we have got 11 special category states actually. Strictly speaking, as per constitution, there are 11 special category states. And the 11 special category states are Manipur, Mizoram, Nagaland, Tripura, Sikkim, Uttarakhand, Meghalaya, Arunachal Pradesh, Jammu and Kashmir. Come on, my dear friends, what is that word? Jammu and Kashmir, Himachal Pradesh, and last one is Assam. Somebody is in Telangana. What is that nonsense, man? Telangana is never a special category state. But what they told in the law is, for these 3 states, which 3 states? Jammu and Kashmir, Himachal Pradesh, and Assam. For these 3 states, my dear friends, the limit is not 75 lakhs. The limit is still 1.5 crores only. Getting my point, everybody? So out of the 11 special category states, for Jammu and Kashmir, for Himachal Pradesh, and for Assam, the limit is 1.5 crores only. But for a balance 8 states, the limit is reduced to 75 lakhs. I strongly believe that we are getting clarity, everybody. Exactly, my dear friends. Now, under composition scheme, my dear friends, we have got 2 interesting sections. Section 10.1, Section 10.2a. 10.1 is a story of 1.5 crores or 75 lakhs, what we just discussed, my dear friends. Now, 1.5 crores or 75 lakhs, we see in which financial year? During preceding financial year. If turnover during preceding financial year does not exceed 1.5 crores or 75 lakhs, current year, if you want, you can take composition scheme. It is not mandatory, it is purely optional. And if you opt, what will happen? Listen, benefits are there, drawbacks are there. Both will talk. Come on, my dear friends. 10.1 is applicable only to 3 categories of persons. Number 1, manufacturer. Number 2, restaurant and catering service provider. Number 3, traders. Number 3 is what, my dear friends? Traders. And what they told in the law is that in case of manufacturer, the rate of GST is 0.5% plus 0.5% of turnover. In case of what, my dear friends? 0.5% plus turnover in case of manufacturer. And in case of restaurant, it is 2.5% plus 2.5% of turnover. 2.5% plus 2.5% of turnover. I have a question here for you. That is, when I'm writing the word 2.5%, 2.5% of turnover, 2.5%, 2.5% means what? 2.5% is CGST. 2.5% is what? CGST. And 2.5% is what, my dear friends? SGST. 2.5% is CGST. 2.5% is SGST. But what if it is IGST? What if it is IGST? Somebody is telling 5%. That is nonsense, ridiculous, atrocious answer. The reason because IGST cannot come into picture. The reason being, any person engaged in interstate outward supply cannot take composition scheme. Any person, if he is engaged in interstate outward supply, he cannot do composition scheme. But what is our feelings and emotions? 0.5 plus 0.5 total is 1, sir. 2.5 plus 2.5 total is 5, sir. That is your feelings and emotions. Okay? Keep with you. Next. Traders, my dear friends, it is 0.5% plus 0.5% of taxable turnover. In case of trader, what they told is, you please pay 0.5% plus 0.5%, not on total turnover, but only on taxable turnover. But only on what turnover, my dear friends? Taxable turnover. In case of what? Traders. Please observe very, very clearly, my dear friends, that in case of manufacturer, in case of restaurant, the language used is 0.5% plus 0.5% of turnover. 2.5% plus 2.5% of turnover. That means total turnover. But in case of trader, it is 0.5% plus 0.5% of taxable turnover. Getting my point, everybody? Now, some persons cannot take composition scheme. Student asking, so turnover means aggregate turnover. Basically, turnover means turnover in that state. Turnover in that state. Student is asking, so what if interstate is done? If interstate is done, they can't take composition scheme. You got the logic, right? Exactly. So some persons cannot take composition scheme. Who is that? Number 1, CTP. Number 2, NRTP. Number 3, person supplying. Persons engaged in interstate outward supplies. Interstate, what, my dear friends? Outward supplies of goods or services. Interstate outward supply of goods or services. Then also they can't take composition scheme, my dear friends. Interstate inward is allowed, but interstate outward is not allowed. Interstate inward is allowed, but interstate outward is not allowed. Clear, my dear friends? Everybody, sir? Somebody say inward supply under RCM. Of course, RCM normal register you have to take. No doubt in that. Next part. Person supplying goods or services through e-commerce operator. Then also they can't take composition scheme. Next. Person dealing in, listen, my dear friends, very clearly listen. Person dealing in non-taxable supplies. When I say non-taxable supplies, I'm talking about those kind of supplies which are not covered in GST. Getting my point, everybody? Person dealing in what, sir? Non-taxable supplies means those supplies which are not covered in GST. Getting my point, everyone? That is nothing but your 5 petroleum products or alcohol, liquor for human consumption. Are we getting clarity, everybody? Exactly. So now listen. Next point. Manufacturer of certain notified goods. Now, what is that notified goods? Actually, most of us already know that, my dear friends. That is pan masala, tobacco and tobacco substitutes. What is that word, sir? Pan masala, tobacco and tobacco substitutes, ice cream and other edible ice. Edible ice means eatable ice. Other edible ice cream and other edible ice, whether or not containing cocoa. Next one, aerated waters. This word never came before, my dear friends. This word is coming for the first time. Aerated waters. Aerated water is nothing but your cool drinks, but not every cool drink. Maaza and all will not come in aerated water. We are talking about those kind of aerated water which contains gaseous substance, like soda and all. For example, when we drink Maaza, we normally drink. But when we drink Thumbs Up or Sprite or Coke, at the end of the drinking, what happens is basically we start giving reactions because it contains gas. Exactly. Done. Just joking. Go on. Yeah, next. Fly ash bricks or fly ash aggregates or fly ash blocks. Next one. Bricks of fossil meals or similar siliceous earths. Correct, my dear friends? Getting clarity, everybody? Guys, all of us, we discussed this point before also. Remember that, no? Everyone. Next. Building bricks, earthen or roofing tiles. So where we discuss this concept is that these all products, 40 lakh limit was not allowed. But there in the 40 lakh limit was not allowed, aerated waters was not there. But the aerated waters point is there in composition scheme. Aerated waters point was not there in that 40 lakhs limit concept as such. In 40 lakh limit, I told you that 40 lakh limit will not apply to the following goods. But there I never told the word aerated water, but that word aerated water is coming in the story of composition scheme. So manufacture of these goods cannot take composition scheme. But I'll highlight one important word called manufacturer. In exam, last attempt, one question has come, can a trader of ice cream opt for composition scheme? In last attempt, one question has come, can a trader of ice cream opt for composition scheme? Guys, what is your answer? Come on, my dear friends. They asked in the exam, can a trader of ice cream opt for composition scheme, my dear friends? 101% answer is yes. Because trader of ice cream can definitely opt for composition scheme. They only told in the law, manufacturer of ice cream. In exam, they asked the word trader. So these are small points they try to test in the exam. Getting my point, everybody? Exactly. Now coming back, my dear friends. Sir, 10-1 is only for which category persons? 10-1 is only for 3 categories of persons. Who are the 3 categories? Manufacturer. Second, restaurant and catering service. Third, traders. Correct, my dear friends? Manufacturers, restaurant and catering service. Second, next one is traders. Only these 3 categories of persons are there. Everybody, yes or no, my dear friends? Now, Shiva Teja, a chartered accountant. Shiva Teja, a chartered accountant. Can I go for composition scheme under section 10.1? Answer is no. That is the reason why they brought one brilliant section called 10.2a, which is applicable for service providers. Other words, those who cannot take composition scheme under section 10.1. Those who cannot take under section 10.1, my dear friends, they can take under 10.2a. But the point to be noted is that somebody asking, sir, 10.2a is new amendment. Earlier this was covered by notification, but now they brought in 10.2a. Last time only, not new. It is there before also. 10.2a is applicable only if aggregate turnover during preceding financial year does not exceed 50 lakhs. Then current year, you can take composition scheme under section 10.2a. Getting clarity, everybody? And the rate of tax under composition scheme is 3% plus 3% of turnover. 3% and 3% of what, my dear friends? Turnover. That means effectively you have to end up paying 6%. Somebody asking 3% CGST, 3% SGST. Correct, sir? If it's IGST, 6%. Nonsense. Don't tell that statement. IGST 6%. If it's interest rate outward, not allowed. Sir, you have to observe that interstate inward supply is allowed. But what is not allowed is interstate outward supplies. But one interesting point I will tell. Other points of section 10.1 will also apply to section 10(2)(a). Other points of section 10(1) will also apply to section 10(2)(a). That point meaning is very clearly, my dear friends, when I wrote that word CTP, NRTP, persons engaged in interest-rate outward supply, person supplying to e-commerce operator, person dealing in non-taxable supplies, manufacturer of notified goods, all the points I wrote, no. All the points, whatever I wrote there, all the points, whatever I wrote there is applicable even for 10(2)(a) also. Is applicable even for 10(2)(a) also. Clear, everybody? Good. Somebody asked me one question. Sir, under manufacturer, what and all not eligible? Those are eligible under traders to trade, yes or no, sir? Yes. All this pan masala, tobacco, ice cream and all, manufacturers are not eligible. If they are traders, it is definitely eligible. Exactly. So I think we got clarity till here. I told you a lot of interesting points in composition scheme till now. Everybody? Next. Come on, yes. Tell the answer. Can the following persons take composition scheme? Number 1. Person dealing in interstate inward supplies. Tell me, guys. Definitely answer is yes. Number 2. NRTP. NRTP without any second thought, answer is no. Correct, my dear friends? Everyone, please reply. Come on. Now, let's say one hotel Sambar, supplying through Swiggy. Can they take composition scheme? Hotel Sambar supplying through Swiggy, my dear friends. Students are replying yes, 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 yes. Nonsense answer. Answer is no. What's wrong with you guys? I clearly wrote the word here. Person supplying goods or services through e-commerce operator. Why some are telling yes, yes, yes? This what is the problem? We think half and give half answer. And in the exam we write whatever we want and come out and tell we wrote everything, still they did not give marks. Happily blame other person. What, man? So getting clarity on what I'm talking? Everybody. Now somebody asking one question. Sir, 9.5, sir. Yes, 9.5 will come. But I'm not talking about 9.5 here. I'm talking only about composition scheme. No. So don't talk about 9.5 here. Yeah. 4th one. Can I ask some questions? Yeah. Thank you so much. Listen very clearly. Trader of chocolates. One, two students are telling no. What's wrong with you, man? Trader of chocolates. Answer is definitely yes. Clear, my dear friends? Next one. Trader of pens and pencils, wherein pen is taxable and pencil is exempted and turnover is within the limits and pen turnover is 80 lakh. Pencil turnover is 30 lakhs. First of all, my question is, can he take composition scheme? Somebody is telling no. Why no, man? Why no? Why no? You tell the answer. 100% answer is yes. What is the problem? Why did you tell no? Why do you tell no? Somebody is telling all entry, all exit. What is it? All entry, all exit. All entry, all exit is different same PAN, different GST number. All of them should either be under composition scheme or be under normal. When did I say if you're dealing only in taxable, take composition? If you're dealing in exempted, you can't take composition. I understood. Now some students' reaction. Sir, power pact revision is helping us, sir. Very good, sir. Very good. But I want your answers. You think properly and give me answer, please. Speed is important, but along with accuracy. One more person is telling he cannot Because exempt supply is included in turnover. Yeah, exempt supply is in turnover, but it is within the limit. I told no. Then what is the problem? When is taxable? Okay, but exempt supply is included in turnover. Will that not impact? But I wrote here the answer no. It is within the limit, my dear friends. Within the limit, I wrote here no 1.5 crores. When I wrote within the limit, what does that mean? Sir, are you understanding why I am talking? Speak out, reply once. Everybody. Or should I directly proceed and close the answer? You tell me. If you want me to do that way, I'll do it. I don't have any problem. But if I do that way, you're only at loss. Somebody is telling. Lot of small points to remember. Yes, of course. That is why I'm discussing. If not, why will I just spend so much of time on this? Sir, today's date, you don't have so much of time to spend with me. I also don't have so much of time to spend with you. We are sitting for a reason. It has to be fulfilled. That is why we're discussing so much. So many small points are there. Come on, tell me now. Can you take composition scheme? Definitely answer is yes. What is the rate of tax? Come on, reply. 0.5%. 0.5% plus 0.5% off on what? 0.5% plus 0.5% on what? On 80 lakhs. And if he is a manufacturer, then tax will be 0.5% plus 0.5% on 110 lakhs. Because if it's a manufacturer, we'll calculate 0.5% plus 0.5% on total turnover. But if it's a trader, we'll calculate 0.5% plus 0.5% on taxable turnover. I strongly believe that we are getting clarity on these points. Understood why I am discussing all these points, beta? Good. Clear, sir. Clear, sir. Clear, sir. Good. Thank you so very much. Small point, but very powerful points. Now listen. Other points you listen. Composition registered person cannot claim input tax credit. Do you agree to that? First of all, you are paying small percentage. Where is the question of claiming input tax credit? Composition registered person cannot pass on input tax credit. Next point. Composition registered person cannot issue tax invoice. Instead, issues a document known as bill of supply. And the interesting point is that on the top of bill of supply, he must mention that he is a composition registered person not eligible to collect tax on supplies. On the top of bill of supply, he must mention that he is a composition registered person and not eligible to collect tax on supply. And also, my dear friends, he must mention the words composition taxable person on the signboard displayed at every place of business. When I say every place of business, what does that mean? Principal place of business, additional place of business. Getting clarity, everybody? I think these points are very clear. Small, simple points to understand. Not a big deal. Clear, everyone? Good. Now an interesting question very clearly here. Listen, sir. One person, Mr. A. He is in Maharashtra. Where is he, my dear friends? Maharashtra. Listen very, very clearly. He is a trader. Now, turnover during financial year 22-23 is 1.2 crores. Correct, my dear friends? Now, 23-24, he wishes to take composition scheme. Question is, can he take? My first question to you, can he take? Definitely answer is yes, because turnover during preceding financial year does not exceed 1.5 crores. Very good. But what is happening is, in financial year 23-24, turnover is 90 lakhs. How much, my dear friends? 90 lakhs. But apart from that, he is also providing some interior designing service. What is he providing, sir? Interior designing service of, let us say, 10 lakhs. So basically speaking, we are talking about composition scheme under section 10.1 or 10.2a. Come on, my dear friends. Are we talking about section 10.1 or 10.2a? Please reply, everyone. Are we talking about 10.1 or 10.2a? Definitely we are talking about 10.1. Somebody is talking about both. What both, my dear friends? What both? Nonsense. I clearly wrote the word turnover 1.2 crores and trader. Then where is the question of both? 10.2a is only for other than those who can't take 10.1, right? And there the limit is 50 lakhs. Then what is this answer called both? Please don't give such crazy answers, please. Come on, my dear friends. So what is that we are talking about? We are talking only about what, my dear friends? 10.1. Because 10.2a, the limit is 50 lakhs. And 10.2a is applicable only for those who can't take composition scheme under section 10.1. Correct or not? Reply. Yes, sir. Thank you so much. Good. Now listen. So interior designing service is how much, my dear friends? Come on. How much, my dear friends? 10x. Very good. Now question is, listen very, very clearly. Sir, section 10.1 is applicable for which category of persons? 10.1 is applicable only for 3 categories of persons. 10.1 is applicable. Sir, am I audible? Reply, everyone, please. Okay, my dear friends. Thank you so much. Sir, 10.1 is applicable only for 3 categories of persons. Number 1, manufacturer. Number 2, restaurant and catering service. Number 3, traders. Only for these 3 categories of persons, 10.1 is applicable. But in this case, if you observe, Mr. A, apart from trading activity, so these are the ask question in the examination. Listen carefully. Apart from trading activity, he is also doing interior designing service of 10 lakhs. Now, question is, can he continue under composition scheme under section 10.1? Somebody is telling, sir, 10.2a. How can I go to 10.2a, boss? 10.2a limit is 50 lakhs, right? 10.2a limit is 50 lakhs, no? Good. Come on, guys. Can you continue composition scheme under section 10.1? A lot of people are telling no, no, no. Some are telling yes, yes, yes. But now I'll tell the concept, my dear friends. The answer is yes. Because they gave a small benefit. Small benefit, what they told is that trader or manufacturer or restaurant and catering persons can provide some other services, and will still continue. Come on, guys, what is right? Can provide some other services and can still continue under composition scheme. Come on, friends. What did I write? Trader, manufacturer, restaurant and catering service provider. Trader, manufacturer, restaurant and catering services provider. What's wrong, man? Trader, manufacturer. I repeat once again, my dear friends, please listen. Trader, manufacturer, restaurant and catering services can provide some other service and can still continue under a composition scheme. If the value of consider composition scheme under section 10.1, if the value of other services does not exceed 10% of turnover in state. during preceding financial year or 5 lakh, whichever is higher. Come on, friends, what is the line used? Come on, my dear friends, what is the line used? Provided it does not exceed what, my dear friends? Provided it does not exceed 10% of turnover in state, 10% of turnover in state, 10% of turnover in state during preceding financial year or 5 lakh rupees, whichever is higher. Now, if you get back very clearly here, in my example, what is the turnover during preceding financial year? Turnover during preceding financial year is 1.2 crores. And 10% of 1.2 crores is 12 lakh rupees. 12 lakhs or 5 lakh, whichever is higher, that much extent he can provide some other service. And in my example, interior designing service is up to how much, my dear friends? 10 lakh, which is within the limit. Which is within the limits. That is the reason why he can still continue under composition scheme. That is the reason why he can still continue under composition scheme, my dear friends. Looks like a small points, but they're very, very interesting small points. Because high probability question will come in the exam. Somebody asking one question. Sir, if it exceeds 12 lakh, he cannot. Yes, my dear friend. If it exceeds 12 lakh, then he can't continue in composition scheme. He has to move out of composition scheme. Get out of composition. One student asking, is monthly mess covered under restaurant catering activity? Yes, my dear friend. It's like restaurant activity only. Food activity, you know. Yeah. Thank you, sir. Yes, thank you. Sir, last attempt there was an MCQ relating to this. I know, my dear friend. Every small point makes a difference. That is the reason why I told you that we have to be very, very cautious. Clear, friends? I'm sure this power packed revision is making sense for you. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Very much. Thank you, guys. Thank you so much. Come on, get back, guys. Story is not over. Somebody asking, sir, this question. Which question? If it exceeds 12 lakh, he cannot. I already answered, no? If it exceeds 12 lakhs, he can't be in the composition under 10-1. Not possible. 101%. What is the 101%? Oh, for clarity. Okay, fine. Thank you so much. Value of other service means turnover. Yeah, obviously. Some other services turnover. That means you can provide some other service up to value of 10% of turnover in state or 5 lakh, whichever is higher. That much you can provide and you can still continue under a composition scheme. No doubt about it. Thank you. Sir, 10% of 90 lakhs is 9 lakh. Sir, 10% of turnover in state during preceding financial year, sir. Please understand that word very clearly. What did I write there? 10% of turnover in state in preceding financial year. When we are in 23-24, but 22-23, what is the turnover? 1.2 crores. So please see 10% of 1.2. Why you are seeing 10% of 90 lakhs? Thank you. Better. Clear, friends? Next. Special point. Listen. Once turnover during the current year exceeds 1.5 crores or 75 lakhs or 50 lakhs, then the person must move out of composition scheme. And of course, my dear friends, we all know that, and he can claim ITC on stock. Already I told this point, converting from composition to normal. Input tax credit chapter, I already told you that he can take rate on stock. Friends, correct? No, friends? Everyone? Come on. Now one special point I'll tell you, listen here. Composition to normal. Second one, normal to composition. In which case government is happy? Come on, tell me. Which case government is happy? Of course, first case composition to normal. What they told in the law is that in case of composition to normal, you can convert any time during the financial year. Any time during financial year, you can come out of composition scheme and take normal. But if you want to convert from normal to composition scheme, you have to convert before start of the financial year. In the middle of the year, you can't convert into composition scheme. Before start of the financial year, you have to convert into composition scheme if you want to move from normal to composition scheme. This point came in exam on time for 2 marks. Small point, but very powerful points. Clear, everybody? Good, fair enough. Next point. Listen. Very clear, listen. One person, Mr. Shiva Teja, a chartered accountant. Now, turnover during financial year 22-23 is 40 lakh rupees. Okay, my dear friends? Tell me, can I take composition scheme for 23-24? If yes, under which section? 10.1? Can I take under 10.1? No, but I'll take under section 10.2a. I already told you that 10.1 is only for 3 categories of persons, my dear friends. Again, I'm repeating, 10.1 is only for 3 categories of persons: manufacturer, trader, restaurant, and catering service provider. Correct, my dear friends? Speak out. Very good. Next question. Mr. Ravi Teja, newly qualified chartered accountant, he has set up his practice. Clear, my dear friends? Now, in financial year 23-24, I should ask him one question. Sir, are you under composition scheme or normal scheme? Practically. Normal, sir. Why the hell will I take composition scheme and pay 6% from my pocket? Achha, I didn't tell you that point, no? This 0.5%, 0.5% or 2.5%, 2.5%, 3%, 3%, they cannot collect from customer. Of course, we would have understood that. Because we are not giving tax invoice, we'll give a bill of supply. We can't take the tax from customer. That means we have to pay from my pocket. Why will I pay from my pocket? I'm dealing with somebody who are registered. I will collect tax from them. That is why Makaran, what happens practically is, who will take composition scheme is the last persons in the chain who are selling to final consumer. Generally, they take composition scheme. Because I'll give a small example, sir. People who are coming to me generally are all registered persons. I give tax invoice and charge GST. They will get input tax credit. If I take composition scheme, it's loss for me only. But imagine for a second, I've got one small grocery shop. And I'm under composition scheme. There is one more grocery shop which is not in composition scheme. And you are end consumer. Now you tell me whether you will come to my shop or go to the other shop. Obviously, you will come to my shop because you will think only about where the price is less. Correct? No, because you're end consumer. Next. Should I ask him? Of course, you will cross turnover limit, sir. Hurry, stop it, man. 40 crores turnover. Good morning, sir. Definitely, sir, can't take composition scheme. We will see. You forget about my turnover. Focus on what is required now. Come on. In financial year 23-24, what has happened is turnover exceeded 20 lakh limit on 10th October 2023. Now, Ravi Teja, should he apply for registration? Everybody, yes or no, sir? Come on, speak out. Should he apply for registration? 100% answer is yes. He applied for registration. But what he has done is, at the time of applying for registration itself, I repeat once again, at the time of applying for registration itself, directly he applied for composition scheme under section 10(2)(a). That is possible. Getting clarity, everybody? Speak out, my dear friends. At the time of applying for registration, he directly applied for composition scheme under section 10(2)(a). Are we getting clarity, everybody, sir? All of us. Clear, my dear friends? Now, from 11th October to 31st December, he made turnover of another 30 lakhs. Clear, my dear friends? Every 1 cent. And from 1st Jan to 31st March, he made turnover of another 10 lakhs. Now, question is, compute tax liability. Like this question will come in the exam. How will you compute tax liability, my dear friends? Listen very clearly. I will tell the answer. You please concentrate. On first 20 lakhs, no GST. Because that time he was not registered. Getting clarity, everybody? And next 30 lakhs, he will pay tax at the rate of 3% plus 3% under a composition scheme as per section 10(2)(a). You're getting my point, everybody? Now, on balance 10 lakh, he will pay normal rate of tax. You might ask, sir, why normal rate of tax? Because already 50 lakh is crossed. 20 plus 30 is 50. And once 50 is crossed, you have to convert into normal. You can't stay in composition scheme. Clear, my dear friends? And my last question I will ask. In financial year 24-25, can Mr. Ravi Teja for financial year 24-25, can Mr. Ravi Teja take composition scheme? Think properly and tell me, friends. Definitely answer is no. The reason being very clear. Good that majority of them told answer is no. The reason is very clear because last year turnover is 60 lakhs. That is, it is more than 50 lakhs. When it is more than 50 lakh, then where is the question of taking composition scheme under section 10(2)(a)? Are we getting clarity, friends? Sir, small points, but so very powerful points. And I'm pretty sure that we are understanding these points. Every small point, but makes a huge difference in the examination. Are we all clear so far? Good. Very small points will be confused if concept is not clear, sir. Of course, my dear friend, of course, no doubt. 59 is different, 60 is different. Yes, my dear friend, yes. Good. Apart from concept, students are remembering the dialogues also. Nice. Can I proceed, my dear friends? Everyone, please reply. Good. Thank you so very much. Chalo. One last special point. For computation of tax payable and also for computation of eligibility under a composition scheme, aggregate turnover does not include what beta? Does not include value of exempt supply of services. Value of exempt supply of services by way of issuance of loans or accepting deposits where the consideration is interest or discount. So this interest or discount shall not be included for the purpose of calculation of aggregate turnover and also for the purpose of calculation of tax payable. So for that purpose, this interest or discount is not considered in the aggregate turnover. That's it. Done, my dear friends. Now, let me go ahead and proceed and share the screen for composition scheme presentation, my dear friends. Yesterday, some good effort was taken to get that PPT done. Let me show you that. See the first point, come on. Turnover, my dear friends, criteria. I already told you about 1.5 crores, 75 lakhs in case of these 8 states list. I already told: Manipur, Mizoram, Nagaland, Tripura, Meghalaya, Uttarakhand, Arunachal Pradesh, and also what, my dear friends? Sikkim. Correct? But these 3 states, the limit is 1.5 crores only. That is your Assam, Himachal Pradesh, and Jammu and Kashmir. Next. Aggregate turnover is as per section 2.6 only. I already told. But see this line, no? However, aggregate turnover for the purpose of composition scheme shall not include value of exempt supply of services provided by way of extending deposits or loans or advances, insofar as a consideration is by way of interest or discount. This is a very, very interesting point. Good. Clear? Good. Supplies from 1st April of financial year till the date. Extending loans or deposits means what? Giving loans. I'm giving you loans for which you are giving me interest. But that interest is not considered in aggregate turnover for composition scheme purpose. Got it, Venkat? So, for example, I'll give a small situation here. Let us say I'm a trader. My turnover is 1.4 crores. And I also have 20 lakh rupees interest income because I gave loan to somebody on which I got 20 lakhs interest income. Strictly speaking, total is 1.4 plus 20 lakhs, 1.6. But I can still take composition scheme because the 20 lakhs is not considered for calculating aggregate turnover for the purpose of composition scheme. I'm sure the example is very clear, Venkat. Good. Thank you so much. Supplies from 1st April of financial year till the date the person is liable to be registered shall be included in aggregate turnover. Of course, an aggregate turnover of preceding financial year. I told this point to you, friends. Aggregate turnover of preceding financial year is considered for determining the eligibility for composition scheme. Next. Manufacturer, 0.5 plus 0.5. Restaurant, 2.5 plus 2.5. Trader, 0.5% plus 0.5% of taxable turnover. In case of trader only, you have this word called taxable turnover. Next, this point remember. Apart from manufacturing or trading or restaurant, then one only, you can provide some other service and you can still continue under composition scheme, provided that value of some other service is not more than 10% of turnover in state in the preceding financial year or 5 lakh rupees, whichever is higher. To that extent, you can provide some other service and can still continue under composition scheme. Friends, I gave example also. Next. See this point, who can't take composition scheme, who is engaged in goods services which are not leviable to tax under GST, interstate outward supplies, supplying through e-commerce operator, and is not manufacturer of such goods. What is that goods? Already we know. Somebody asking, sir, what if the trader provides interest-free loans in cash to customer? If it's interest-free loans, then there is a question of aggregate turnover and income. Interest-free loan, no, there is no consideration. No consideration, not a supply. If it's not a supply, GST will not apply. Because day one I told you that GST will apply only if it is a supply. If it is supply, then only GST will apply. Done. Next. Scheme applies to all registered persons with same PAN. What does that mean? So, for example, if Shiva Teja is registered in Telangana state and I'm also registered in Maharashtra state, there cannot be a case where in Telangana I'm under normal scheme, in Maharashtra I'm under a composition scheme. That's not allowed. Even though my GST numbers are different, PAN is same, right? So, law told either all GST numbers should be under normal or should be under composition scheme. There cannot be two sailing boats, one under normal, one under composition, if the PAN is same. Next. Option will lapse if turnover crosses limit. Already we know this. Composition tax not to be collected. That 0.5, 0.5, 2.5, 2.5, we should pay from pocket, but we can't collect from customer. Next. No input tax credit, we know that. And penalty for wrong use of the scheme. If proper officer has reasons to believe that person has paid the tax under composition, even though he is not eligible, then he will be liable for a penalty, my dear friends. No doubt in that. If he is doing interest rate outward, still taking composition scheme. He is a manufacturer of ice cream, still taking composition scheme. Ice cream or any of that products. And supplier who opted for composition scheme cannot give tax invoice, but they'll issue bill of supply. And payment of tax shall be on quarterly basis, my dear friends. And let me also tell you, quarterly basis, by 18th of quarter ending, they are supposed to pay. There is a form called GST CMP 08. Using that form, they pay. For April, May, June, it is 18th of July. Clear? Quarterly payment of tax, not even monthly. 3 months, they can relax. And after 3 months, just to see output turnover and not calculate tax. This is special points. Manufacturer of following goods cannot take composition scheme. Manufacturer, not a trader. Clear? Good. Next. Interest income is to be excluded for calculation of turnover for payment of composition tax. Already I told this. And for computation of tax payable, supplies from 1st April till he becomes liable is excluded. I already told some examples some time back. First to 20 lakhs, no tax. Next 30 lakhs, 6%. Balance, normal rate. CTP and RTP cannot take, that we know. On bill of supply, we must mention that is a composition person. And we must mention composition person on every signboard. Very good. Composition to normal anytime during financial year. Normal to composition only before start of financial year. I told these points, right? Friends? Good. Next slide. Quarterly payment of tax in form GST CMP 08. Further, return to be filed for every year in GSTR 4. Sir, GST CMP 08, GST CMP 08 is only for the purpose of quarterly payment of tax. I repeat once again. GST CMP 08 is only for the purpose of quarterly payment of tax. But apart from that, we'll also file return in GSTR 4 by 30th of April, following the end of financial year. Services, 3%, and all other points which we learnt in 10.1 will apply for 10.2a also. I already wrote this point in Excel also. Every provision discussed in 10.1 will apply for 10.2a also. Today asking quarterly return form, sir. I already told no quarterly return. Quarterly only we make payment of tax in CMP 08. Return will file GSTR 4 on annual basis. Annual basis will file GSTR 4 by 30th April, following the end of financial year. GST CMP 08 is for quarterly payment of tax. That's it. Sir, what is visible for you on the screen? Is the Excel visible? Yeah, thank you so much. Come on, friends, now listen. Sir, we were talking about previous session about something called Section 9, which deals very clearly about the concept of charge of GST. Section 9 deals with charge of GST. Charge of GST, where I clearly told a lot of interesting points already, my dear friends, where I told you that as per Section 9.1, CGST is levied on supply of all goods or services or both, except alcohol liquor for human consumption at a rate not exceeding 20%. And 9.2, for 5 petroleum products, GST will apply from a date to be notified. 9.3, my dear friends, notified RCM. And in our syllabus, we don't have list of goods covered under RCM, but we definitely have list of services covered under RCM. 9.4, if supplier is unregistered, receiver is registered, that is also covered under RCM. But that is not yet notified completely. But in your syllabus, in ICA material, they gave little bit about residential property construction, that too only for knowledge. 9.5, already I taught you about services through e-commerce operator. So the only thing left out to talk is all about some discussion related to Section 9.3, that is list of notified services covered under RCM. So first of all, what is RCM? Generally, supplier is liable to pay GST. But he will collect from customer and then pay the same to the government. Obviously, for a simple reason, because he has got a right to shift the tax burden. But in some special cases, my dear friends, covered under RCM, covered under what, my dear friends? RCM, recipient is liable to pay GST. So what will happen is, supplier will not collect tax from recipient. Instead, recipient will directly pay the tax to the government. Recipient will directly pay the tax to the government. Getting clarity, everybody? Now my question to you. Now I'll tell one point, then we'll write. Then we can ask. I'll ask one question. Sir, listen here. Tax payable under RCM should be paid using electronic cash ledger only. Should be paid using what's that? Electronic cash ledger only. Tax payable under RCM. Tax payable under RCM cannot be paid using electronic credit ledger. That means very clearly what I'm trying to tell you is that any tax payable under RCM, last time I'm telling, any tax payable under RCM should be paid using electronic cash ledger only. Now, can tax paid under RCM be claimed as input tax credit? Think properly. Don't bluntly tell the answer. Think properly and tell the answer. Whatever tax we are paying under RCM, can we take under input tax credits? 101% answer is yes. 2-3 friends are telling no. I don't know why. You have to understand that if it's a normal transaction, it's a simple logic. Shiva Teja took some service. Which is covered under normal transaction. What will happen? Supplier will charge me GST. I will pay the GST to supplier. Supplier will pay the GST to the government. Can I take input tax credit? Yes. Correct? No. If it is RCM transaction, what will happen? Supplier will not charge GST from me. I will directly pay the GST to the government. When I only directly pay the GST to the government, why I can't take input tax credit? So tax paid under RCM, first you have to pay using cash ledger. First you have to pay using cash ledger. And after paying, that tax can be claimed as input tax credit. I'll give a small example, which you all know. GTA is giving service, let us say, to Shiva Teja, a registered person. I'm sure you know what is GTA, Goods Transport Agency, to registered person. Listen very clearly. Who is liable to pay tax? Come on, tell the answer. I'm sure you know this answer. Who is liable to pay taxes? Shiva Teja, because this transaction is covered under RCM. Friends, correct or not? Who is liable to pay taxes? Shiva Teja, because transaction is covered under RCM. Now, what Shiva Teja will do is, Shiva Teja has to pay tax at the rate of 5%. Actually, it is 5% tax in case of GTA service. Correct, my dear friends? At 5% tax. This amount has to be paid using cash ledger only. That means if Shiva Teja has balance of input tax credit, I can't use that input tax credit to pay this 5% tax. I can't use my input tax credit. Come on, my dear friend, what I'm saying? I can't use that input tax credit to pay this 5% tax. Are you understanding what I'm talking? I have to pay using cash ledger only. And after paying that amount can again be that amount. Which amount? That 5% what I paid using cash ledger. That 5% what I paid using cash ledger. That amount can again be claimed as input tax credit. that amount can again be claimed as what credit, my dear friends? Input tax credits. I strongly believe that you understood, my dear friend Makarand. And Lakshmi Pati, you also replied answer as no. I think now you got answer, my dear friends. It's a very brilliant concept, guys. Sir, points will not take much time. In 5 minutes, I'll complete. Insurance agent to insurance company, recovery agent to bank, director to company. All those things will not take much time. But the point taking is all about this clarity. No, that is why I'm spending time. RCM points, what is there? In 10-15 minutes, I'll complete what are the points. That is not a big deal. Big deal is to understand what is RCM. Yeah. What Aditya is telling? Extremely clear, sir. Thank you. Yeah, good. Thank you so much. Then, what if ST is not registered? That I will talk. If GTA is giving service to unregistered individual, it is exempt in GST, sir. That I'll talk. Don't worry, Vasil. I'll tell that point. Clear, no? Now, I hope you know one point, sir. If director, okay, let us say insurance agent is giving service to insurance company. Tell me, my dear friends, who is liable to pay GST? I'm sure everybody knows this. Who's liable to pay GST is insurance company. Obviously, because it is covered under RCM. Correct, no friends? Now I have a question. Wasim, tell the answer, come on. What if insurance company is unregistered? What if insurance company is unregistered? You got my question? If insurance company is unregistered, they must take registration and pay under RCM. I already told you this point in section 24, compulsory registration. That is, person required to pay tax under reverse charge mechanism, where I clearly told you that if any person is required to pay tax under RCM, that is, if any person is required to pay tax under reverse charge mechanism, registration is mandatory for such kind of person. See how interlinking is happening between registration and RCM. I can actually, you are CA interest students, that's why I'm not troubling you much. But if this would have been CA final class, my dear friends, let me tell you, I would have combined the concept of registration along with RCM, along with the concept of time of supply and value of supply also. That much level I can interlink. And I will add one special point about place of supply also, if it is CA final class. That level I will take. Don't worry, you'll definitely come to CA final very soon. No? There we'll talk. Very soon we'll talk. You'll come now to CA final. Guys, I wholeheartedly wish that you should pass. CA final will talk. Next level we'll talk. Few months only. Few months only you'll become CA final student. But don't take tax class now. Take after 1.5 years. Because amendments will come. No, a lot of things will change. You should not take tax in the starting. Just about 1 year before the exam, you have to take tax class. Yeah. Thank you so much. Come on. So can I proceed, my dear friends? Everybody, please reply. Somebody asking, is live class available for spy? Yes, definitely. So very much. Let's proceed. Can I proceed, my dear friends? Please reply. I think now it's very clear. Insurance agent, insurance company. Guys, am I audible? Please reply. So again, I will repeat what I am telling. Sir, what I am telling is, I am sure that lot of small under RCM, you already know that, my dear friends. I am sure you already know small points, my dear friends. That small points, let's complete first. Then we'll go to the crazy points in RCM. Are we ready? Come on, friends. What is that we know? GTA service is covered under RCM. We know that, my dear friends. But if it is GTA service to unregistered individual, then my dear friends, it is exempt. But one interesting note, GTA may opt to pay tax under forward charge. That means they can opt to pay forward charge, telling that there is no need for RCM, we'll only pay tax. We'll collect from customer. Getting clarity, everybody? Agent to insurance company and all recovery agent services also. One second. Recovery agent service is also covered under RCM, my dear friends. Just a second. Is it audible now? Now is it clear? Please reply. Yes, sir. Yes, my dear friends, come on. Thank you so very much. Thank you. Yeah, get back, guys. Sir, what I'm telling is, my dear friends, from starting, I'll repeat once again. Please listen. Sir, I'm talking about some interesting services which are covered under RCM. First point is GTA service. What is GTA? Goods Transport Agency. Like transport companies giving service, sir. GTA service, GTA giving service to any other person, it is covered under RCM. But if GTA is giving service to unregistered individual, that service is exempt. But one interesting note, what did I give? GTA may opt to pay tax under forward charge. That means GTA can tell no need of RCM, we will only collect tax, we will only pay to the government. That option is given to GTA. Clear? Exactly. Yes, Lakshmipati, my dear friend, clear? Next point. Insurance agent is giving service to insurance company. That is also covered under RCM. Next point, my dear friends. Recovery agent is giving service to bank or NBFC. That is also covered in RCM. Clear, everybody? Next point, crazy point. Services by director to the company. This covered in RCM. But one interesting point. If director is an employee, then straight answer, no GST. Clear? No? A classic example, my dear friends, service by employee to employer in the course of employment is neither a supply of goods nor a supply of service. That's why no GST. Clear, friends? Other words, if director is not an employee, then GST will come, that too under RCM. That's why what we tell always is, my dear friends, if TDS is under section 192 of income tax, then answer is no GST. Because 192 deals with TDS in case of salaries. But if TDS is under section 194J, professional, technical, all these points, that is director's remuneration other than salary. Classic example, sitting fees. Then, my dear friends, definitely GST will apply, and that too tax is payable under RCM. I strongly believe that we are clear with this point, my dear friends. Very interesting point and crazy point, which makes a lot of sense actually. Done. Thank you so very much. Come on. That is about director to the company, my dear friends. Everyone. Next. Very important point I'll discuss. Listen very clearly. Think properly and tell me. Sir, how to find director as an employee or not? That company only will tell, director only will tell. That how will we know? In exam, question will tell whether TDS is done under 182 of income tax or not. If it is done under 182 of income tax, then it is an employee. Got it, my dear friend? Yes. Listen. Services by, other words, in simple terms, my dear friends, legal services. Legal services, including senior advocate to a business entity. I repeat once again, to a business entity. Now I have a question. Business, what did they say, sir? Business entity. Now my question to you. Shiva Teja, I went to a lawyer. Shiva Teja, a registered person under GST. I went to a lawyer to take some professional services. And lawyer charged 1 lakh rupees. Now tell me, will RCM apply? That's my question. This question came in exam. Good. Some are telling no RCM, some are telling yes RCM, some are telling no RCM. Oh my God. Ranjit is telling no. So let me tell you, 101% answer is yes. The problem, why some students are telling no, because they are thinking about that word business entity. But let me tell you, business entity means any person carrying on business or profession. And let me tell you, any person also covers individual. But the problem is what? We always keep thinking that business entity, it should be a company, organization, but not individual. That's the feelings what we carry. Control. Business entity could be any person, including individual, who is carrying on business or a profession. You're getting my point, everybody? This question came in exam. Legal services. If recipient is a business entity, then definitely RCM will apply. But one point here. If recipient is not a business entity, then straight answer, it is exempt. And if recipient turnover, what my dear friends? Turnover is less than threshold limit for registration. That means what? Less than 40 lakh, 20 lakh or 10 lakhs. Again, the answer is exempt. And if recipient turnover, what my dear friends? Turnover, come on my dear friends. I repeat once again, please listen very clearly. If recipient turnover is more than threshold limit for registration, then the answer is it is taxable. That too, it is taxable under RCM. See how much clarity is there in this concept. Very, very interesting point. I linked this concept with the provisions of exemptions. I hope we are getting clarity. Somebody asking, sir, please give an example. Small example, my dear friend. One person, Mr. X, is married to Mrs. X. They both want to take divorce and they went to advocate for legal services. Advocate charged 5 lakh rupees. On that 5 lakh, no GST because it is exempt. Clear, no friends? Exactly. So in simple terms, if you see this advocate, the legal services person is never liable to pay GST. Either it is exempt or it is RCM. His responsibility is never there. But for chartered accountants like us, we don't have an option of RCM. We are only liable to pay GST. One time what has happened, a lot of chartered accountants made an issue telling that for lawyer you told RCM, why not RCM for chartered accountants? And one person in the political team, he replied one statement. After that, we all kept quiet. What he told is, chartered accountants are the people who will make others comply with the law. And we don't think that for chartered accountants, it is difficult to comply with the law. If you tell yes, value is lost. What he told, okay, my dear friend, no RCM. We'll only collect and pay. Somebody is telling recipient not registered exempt, recipient registered taxable. Don't tell the word not registered. You have to use the word not liable to be registered. If recipient is not liable to be registered, then exempt. If recipient is liable to be registered, then taxable. That too taxable under RCM. Got it, Santosh? Yeah, somebody is telling double games. Yeah, of course. That's how it is. Next point. Services by members of overseeing committee of RBI to RBI. Sir, RBI, what they have done is just a couple of years back, they formed one committee called Overseeing Committee. And they brought people from top-notch business people, they brought it, and also people from banking sector to give recommendations to RBI. So basically, that members of the committee are giving service to RBI. And they told this transaction is covered under RCM. That means RBI is liable to pay GST. Getting my point, everybody? Good, fair enough. Next, service by music composer to music company. Service by artist to the producer. Artist to the producer. Services by author to the publisher. Author to publisher. Example, Chetan Bhagat is writing one book. Publisher is the person who's printing that book. But one special point, my dear friends, one note is that author may choose to pay tax under a forward charge. Author can choose to pay tax under a forward charge that is optional and cannot withdraw that option within 1 year. That means if he wants to pay tax under forward charge, he can pay tax under forward charge, but he cannot withdraw that for a period of 1 year. That is the story of author to publisher. Getting clarity, everybody? Good. Now, one latest amendment. Very, 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 very important point. Services by way of renting of residential property to a registered person. Service by way of what, sir? Renting of residential property to a registered person. This is definitely taxable under RCM. Clear, my dear friends? But of course, let me tell you one very interesting point. If residential property, if what, my dear friends? Residential property is given on rent for residential purpose, then it is exempt under GST. Correct, my dear friends? But when RCM will come into picture, if renting of residential property is given to a registered person, then definitely, my dear friends, it is taxable under RCM. Getting my point, everybody? But only to a registered person. If it is given to a registered person, then only it is taxable under RCM. Are we clear, everyone? Exactly, my dear friends. Now, let me talk about one very, very interesting point. Came in exams so many times. Sir, Tata IPL. Now, my question to you, who is sponsor? Definitely Tata. Correct, my dear friends? Everybody? Now, my question to you, who is the supplier? Who is the supplier of service? Students are telling nonsense answer Tata, but that's ridiculous answer. Let me tell you, the answer is IPL. You have to understand that, sir, common sense point. Who is giving money to whom? Tata is giving money to IPL. Why? During the match, 100 times they are telling Tata IPL, Tata IPL, Tata IPL. That means what? Tata is getting service of advertisement service. So who is giving service is IPL. And recipient of service is Tata. I hope you are getting clarity, my dear friends. Reply, come on. So what they told in the law is sponsorship service Sponsorship service to body, corporate, or firm. Very, very important point. Sponsorship service to body, corporate, or firm is covered under RCM. But if Shiva Teja is sponsoring IPL, straight answer is RCM will not apply. The reason being very clear that RCM will apply because RCM will apply only and only when receiver is a body, corporate, or firm. If receiver is not a body, corporate, or firm, RCM will not apply. Because in case of sponsorship service, RCM will apply only when a recipient is a body, corporate, or firm. Are we getting clarity, everybody? Next point. Renting of motor vehicle for transport of persons where cost of fuel is included. RCM will apply when supplier is any person other than company. Supplier is any person other than company. And recipient is a company. Getting my point, everybody? RCM will apply only when supplier is any person other than company and recipient is a company. Then definitely RCM will apply. In case of what, my dear friends? Transportation of persons. Renting of motor vehicle. That case, RCM will apply. Are we getting clarity, everybody? Supplier of service is what? Supplier of service is what? Any person other than company, and recipient is a company. And this is the latest amendment. Yes. And one more point to add, who does not charge CGST at the rate of 6%. If he is charging CGST at 6%, my dear friends, that means CGST 6%, is 6%, 12%, then RCM will not apply. Are we getting clarity, everybody? Somebody asking, sir, please repeat. So, simple point, my dear friends. Listen very clearly. In case of service of renting of motor vehicle, service of what, my dear friends? Renting of motor vehicle for transportation of persons. In that case, RCM provisions will come into picture when supplier is any person other than company. Supplier is what? Any person other than company. And that too, recipient is company. And one line to add, supplier does not charge CGST at 6%. If supplier is charging 6%, then RCM will not apply. If RCM applies, the GST rate is only 5%. Rates of GST, I am telling only for knowledge. For your exam, rates of GST will not apply, don't worry. Got it, my dear friend Jack? Please reply. Next. Are we clear, everybody? Next point. Service provided by business facilitator to a bank. Next line. Service provided by agent of business correspondent to a business correspondent. In the same way, my dear friends, service provided by individual direct selling agent. I repeat again, direct selling agent to bank or NBFC. Practically, we call them as DSA. Sir, DSA are practically some people, lot of times you would have heard, people will call and tell, sir, do you want to take a bank loan? I will get the bank loan done. We will get the bank loan done for you. Credit card. They are all people who are acting. They are not bank employees actually. They are not bank employees. They are all private people who are giving service to the bank. And when they get a customer to the bank will pay them commission. When they get customer to a bank will pay them what, my dear friends? Commission. Getting clarity, everybody? Guys, come on, please reply. Next point. Business correspondent is that person who is getting the business to the bank, my dear friends. Like credit cards, loans and all. Next. Security service. So DSA means direct selling agent. People call direct selling agent. People will call and tell, no, you want loan, you want credit card, we'll get it done. They are all not employees of bank. They are all private persons. Direct selling agent. Next. Security service is covered under RCM if supplier is any person other than company. Come on, my dear friends. When is security service covered in RCM? Security service is covered in RCM if supplier is any person other than body corporate and recipient is a registered person. Bracket. Other than composition scheme. If recipient is registered under a composition scheme, then RCM will not apply. In this case, if recipient is registered under a composition scheme, then RCM will not apply in this case, my dear friends. Are we getting clarity, everybody? So security service, when RCM will come, sir? Security service. I repeat once again, security service, RCM will come into picture if supplier is any person other than company and recipient is a registered person. But that too other than composition scheme. If registered in composition scheme, then RCM will not apply. Clear, everybody? Good. Fair enough. Come on, guys. Now the balance interesting points. Let's open the presentation and look at the balance points and close this concept of composition scheme. Small interesting discussion, but makes sense. Let me open the presentation. Sir, is the presentation visible? Please confirm. Come on, see now. RCM is a mechanism where recipient is liable to pay GST. Under normal tax, supplier will collect tax from buyer and deposit the same after adjusting output tax liability. But under RCM, liability to pay tax shifts from supplier to recipient. Correct, my dear friends? Exactly. Next line. See this table. Look at this. I'll wait for 1 minute. Understood or not, please tell. Please reply whether you understood this or not. Simple discussion so as to give full clarity on what is RCM. See the arrow marks very clearly. Understood? Brilliant, my dear friends. Good. Next. Applicability of RCM. 9.4 is there. 9.3 is most important for us. And last point, finally, e-commerce operator 9.5. Already we have done a lot about 9.5. Next. List of services notified in RCM given by section 9.3. Given by which section, my dear friends? 9.3. Come on, see that. GTA service. Come on. GTA is giving service to whom? Any factory, society, cooperative society, registered person, body corporate, partnership firm, CTP located in taxable territory. Next one, legal service, individual advocate, including senior advocate or firm of advocates to a business entity. I already told you this point. Next one, services by arbitral tribunal. Arbitral tribunal are the private people who will settle the disputes. They are not government. They are private tribunals. Arbitral tribunal business entity. Next point, sponsorship point. Very, 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 very important. Came in exam so many times. Sponsorship service is covered in RCM if recipient is a body, corporate or firm. But if recipient is an individual, then RCM will not apply. Example, Shiva Teja IPL. No RCM. Tata IPL. There is RCM. Next one. Services by central government, state government, union territory or local authority. Services by whom? central government, state government, union territory, local authority to a business entity, except renting of property and services given below. That is Department of Post. Service in relation to aircraft or vessel inside or outside the precincts of a port or airport. Finally, transportation of goods or passenger. So for these 3 points of Department of Post, aircraft or vessel, transport of goods and passenger, RCM will not apply. RCM will not apply. When I say RCM will not apply, that means what? They are covered in forward charge. But in exemptions, there are some very interesting exemptions related to post, related to transport of passenger. If we go in an auto, if we go in a local metro, we never pay GST because there is some exemptions. We'll talk. Next. See one interesting point here. In case of renting of immovable property to a registered person, RCM will apply. In case of renting of immovable property to a registered person. Very important point. In case of renting of immovable property to a registered person, RCM will apply. Come on. What is Sanjay asking? Previous page once again. What is previous page once again? What is there in this previous page? What, Sanjay? What is the doubt? Yeah, next. Under GTA, option to pay forward charge can be withdrawn. That point, law is silent, my dear friends. When you can withdraw, we can withdraw. Law is silent. That 1 year, whatever I told, is only for author to publisher. Next point. Director of a company to the company. Insurance agent to insurance company. Recovery agent to the bank. Author or composer or photographer to producer and music company. But you see here one point. Author can choose to pay tax under forward charge and cannot withdraw within a period of 1 year. Cannot withdraw within a period of 1 year from the date of exercise of option. And he makes declaration on the invoice given to publisher. I hope you are clear, Manoj, about forward charge. Good. Next. What is Ashwin asking? What if it is Apple IPL? Provided Apple doesn't conduct business in India. So what? Still pay tax under RCM. It doesn't matter. Sponsorship service to body, corporate or firm, RCM will apply. But one point to be noted is that here you have to see an interesting line. In sponsorship service to body, corporate or firm. Where is that line? Body, corporate or firm. Ashwin, listen here. Body, corporate or firm located in taxable territory. So if recipient is not located in taxable territory at all, we will not trouble him. But if recipient is located in taxable territory, then we will trouble him telling you pay tax under RCM, take registration and pay. But if recipient is not located in taxable territory, then RCM will not apply. If Apple is not located in taxable territory at all, then RCM will not apply. Next. Sir, SPON service on XPAL, recipient and supplier. What does that mean? Santosh, I didn't get your question. Sponsorship you're talking about. Oh, okay. If sponsorship service on EXPAL means what? I didn't get your question right, my dear friend. Repeat once again. Renting of property to business entity. Yes, my dear friend, renting of property to business entity is covered in RCM. If the person who gave the rent, is central government, state government, union territory, local authority. If central government, state government, union territory, local authority is giving a property on rent to a registered person, it is covered in RCM. To a registered person, not business entity. If registered person, then only covered in RCM. Somebody is asking, sponsorship to Apple. Clear, but is it covered under normal, right? Yes, it will be covered under normal service. Order service, I don't think we should talk now. That is more there in CA final. At CA enter there, it's not there. There is some RCM service story related to order. We'll talk in CA final. Next. Renting of property to business entity. If recipient is registered, then RCM. Not registered, no RCM. You can see the point. Renting of immovable property to registered person, that is only covered in RCM. Yes, Ranjit, clear, right? Good, thank you. Next point. Author point we have done. Next point you see, members of overseeing committee of RBI to RBI. I told this point, simple point. Next line. Individual direct selling agent. That means person is individual direct selling agent and recipient is a bank or NBFC. Then business facilitator to a bank, agent or business correspondent to a business correspondent. That is also covered under RCM. Next point, important point, came in exam 2-3 times. Star mark, very important. Security service. Security service is covered in RCM if supplier is any person. If supplier is any person other than body corporate and if recipient is a registered person. But one point to be noted, RCM will not apply if recipient is a department of central government, state government, or local authority or government agency who have taken registration only for the purpose of TDS under GST. That's not there in syllabus for November 23 exam. So don't worry. Who have taken registration only for the purpose of TDS and not for making a taxable supply. Or a registered person paying tax under Section 10. What is Section 10? Composition scheme. So if security service, sir, simple. I'll give an example. Listen, important. Sir, you are providing security service to me. You are individual. You are providing security service to me. I'm a registered person, not under composition scheme. Who is liable to pay GST? Shiva Teja is liable to pay GST because RCM will apply. But next situation, you are providing individual, you are providing security service to Shiva Teja. Shiva Teja is a registered person, but registered under a composition scheme. Shiva Teja is a registered person. I am registered under a composition scheme. Tell me guys, will RCM apply? Answer is no. Because security service RCM will apply only when recipient is a registered person, but not under a composition scheme. But not under composition scheme. I strongly believe that we are getting full clarity on this point. Please reply everyone. Wonderful. Thank you so very much. Next line. Renting of motor vehicle. I told this point to you. Supplier is any person other than body corporate who supplies service to a body corporate and does not issue invoice charging central tax GST at 6%. I told this no. Renting of motor vehicle. Exactly. Next. Lender, any person who deposits securities, lending of securities, my dear friend. Simple logic, sir. Sir, I've got some securities with me, but I'll put with, for example, I gave it on loan and there is somebody who borrowed that securities. Then that transaction is covered under RCM. And this is not a private scheme. This is a scheme done by SEBI only. This is not a private scheme. This is a scheme done by SEBI only, my dear friends. See that? Come on. Lender, any person who deposits the securities registered in his name or in the name of any other person duly authorized on his behalf with approved intermediary. So I have securities with me and I'm putting that securities with intermediary for the purpose of lending. And who is taking that securities? There is a borrower, a person who is borrowing that securities under a scheme approved through intermediary or SEBI. And who is liable to pay GST is borrower. Never came in exam, but anytime it may come as MCQ. Small point. Why should we take a chance? And finally, last point, very important, very, very important, latest amendment. Service by way of renting of a residential dwelling by any person to a registered person. That is also covered under RCM. Extremely important point, friends. Are we clear, everyone? Excellent. Next point. Somebody is talking about, sir, long-term lease of land. That is coming. Don't worry. It will come, my dear friend. Don't worry. Next. In case of GTA, RCM will not apply if recipient is department of central government, state government, or local authority or government agency who have taken registration under GST only for the purpose of TDS. Next line. In case of GTA, supplier may take registration and opt to pay tax under forward charge and issues invoice to recipient charging applicable rate of GST and has made declaration on invoice. I already told this to you. Next point, provisions of RCM as they apply to central government, state government, they'll also apply to parliament, legislature, courts and tribunals. Important point, latest amendment only actually. So you have to make note of this. Next, service by way of transfer of development rights. So simple logic. I've got one open land with me. What do I have? Open land. One of our friend Makarand came to me and told, sir, on this open land, we will construct one residential apartments. Please, sir, give the land, sir. We'll construct apartments. 20 flats will come. 10 you take, 10 I will take. 10 you take because land is yours. 10 I will take because I'm constructing. Heard this concept, no? Joint development agreements. This transaction is also covered under RCM. Service by way of transfer of development rights or floor space index for construction of project by promoter is covered under RCM. Long-term lease of land. And long-term means you don't decide what is definition. They only told 30 years or more by any person to a promoter for construction of project is also covered under RCM. And finally, in case of import of services, recipient is liable to pay tax under RCM. Obviously. But for Netflix, Amazon and all, they'll only pay GST because that is called OIDR service, online information database access retrieval. You will learn more about that kind of concept in CA final. Next. GTA service to unregistered individual is definitely exempt. I told this to already. Next. Director to body corporate. If tax is deducted under 192, no GST. If deducted under 194J, then RCM will apply. And next point, this real estate sector, only for knowledge, it will not come in exam. But still, I will take 2 minutes to explain to you. Sir, if I am somebody who is a developer, who is constructing a residential project. What project? Residential project. What they told in the law, you know, for residential project, you cannot take input tax credit and output tax is 5%. Just collect 5% from customer and pay to the government. And whatever raw materials you buy, like cement, sand, steel, on all that, we will not give you input tax credits. Will not give you input tax credit. Now, what will happen now? Automatically, when government told input tax credit will not come, people started buying from unregistered person. That's why what concept they brought, they put one condition in the law telling that at least 80%, at least what? 80% of input services you have to buy from registered person. Let us say you purchased only 72% of total purchase from registered person. Now for this 8% shortfall, recipient, that is a promoter or developer or builder, you pay tax under RCM at 18%. And if it is cement, if it is what, sir? Cement, then you please pay tax at the rate of 28%. That's what they told. See this line? 80% of inputs and input services should be procured from registered person. And if there is any shortfall, then GST is required to be paid under RCM at 18% to the extent of shortfall. And in case of cement, it is 28%. And moreover, GST on capital goods shall be paid by promoter under RCM. So this concept, this last point is only and only for knowledge. It will not come in exam. In ICA material also they gave this. Bottom they gave a note. Only for students' knowledge, not for exam purpose. This point I already told. Supplier cannot take input tax credit of GST paid on goods and services used to make supplies on which recipient is liable to pay tax RCM. If recipient is liable to pay RCM, how can supplier take credit? Next point, recipient can avail ITC of GST paid under RCM. I told this point to you. Very important. GST paid on goods, services under reverse charge mechanism is available as ITC to registered person, provided goods, services are used or will be used for business or furtherance of business. For example, I am Shiva Teja. I am a trader in goods. I took services of GTA, Goods Transport Agency, and I am paying tax under RCM. I am a registered person. I am paying tax under RCM. Now that tax, whatever I paid under RCM, I will again take it as input tax credits. The tax, what I paid under RCM, I'll again take it as input tax credit. Obviously, I explained this concept in starting itself. What student is telling? Here we learn A, B, C, D, E, all are in final. Yes, a lot of things will come in final again. Somebody asking, is VRL a GTA, sir? Yes, VRL logistics is a GTA. Somebody asking, if cement is purchased from unregistered person, then recipient should pay under RCM at 28%. That is only for knowledge, Santosh. I already told you to not come in exam, don't worry. Good. Thank you so very much. And that is the story of end of concept of reverse charge mechanism. So friends, with this discussion, my dear friends, in this session, today's class, we are done with topic of two very important discussions we have done. One is about composition scheme. Second is about RCM. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you. Thank you. Pleasure, sir. Thank you. Glad to hear all this from you. Sir, I already told you all these points, my dear friends. And with this discussion, my dear friends, we are done with the concept of introduction to GST, supply, time of supply, value of supply, charge of GST, registration, input tax credit. And tax invoice, lot of concepts in tax invoice, I already taught you, my dear friends. Clear, friends? Next session, that is tomorrow, we'll talk about a lot of interesting points about payment of tax and some interesting points about returns and all. Some brilliant points we'll talk in next session. After that, you'll have a short breakup for a couple of days. I'll tell you the exact story tomorrow. It's not yet finalized. I'll tell the exact story tomorrow. And after that, we will come back again and talk about exemptions and complete that. Clear? Thank you so very much, my dear friends. Take care. See you all tomorrow. Tomorrow, we have the session in the morning. And tomorrow we'll talk about payment of tax, returns, small points we'll talk. All small points we'll talk. Thank you so much. Take care. Bye-bye. Shiva Teja signing off. Thank you. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you. Bye-bye. Good session. Thank you, sir. Thank you. Yes, my dear friends. Wonderful. Thank you so very much. Thank you. So friends, come on. Without any delay, let's start the discussion, my dear friends. And let's proceed. So friends, till now, we are done with discussion about a lot of interesting points in GST. Especially we are done with the concept of introduction to GST, concept of supply, time of supply, value of supply, input tax credit, registration. We have done with composition scheme. We are also done with discussion about the concept of reverse charge mechanism, what not. Majority of the content of GST has already been covered, subject to some interesting discussions. Correct, my dear friends? Do you agree to that? Everybody, are we all clear with what we are done till now, everyone? Please confirm. Yes, sir. Wonderful. Thank you so very much. Come on. So, friends, today, this particular session, what we are going to do is, we are going to talk about, just a second. Again, this connection issue, man. Yeah. Today, my dear friends, this particular session, we are going to talk about some interesting miscellaneous points in GST law. Especially, we are talking about something like payment of tax, returns, few small points here and there. We are going to talk where there is a probability that 2 to 4 marks question may come in the examination. So on that, we'll spend some good time. Are we clear, everybody? So that part we'll complete today and we'll close the session. And in next 2 sessions, we'll talk about exemptions and complete our discussion. I hope we are clear with the plan of action and we are clear with what we are doing, my dear friends. Any update regarding direct tax revision? I'll share in the group very soon. Don't worry. Once there's an update, I'll share in the group, my dear friends. Done. Let me go ahead. Come on, my dear friends. So friends, now it's time to talk about some interesting discussion, few small areas, but there's a probability that 2 to 4 marks question may come in the examination. Clear? So since it's all small miscellaneous areas, I have not prepared any presentation for this, but we'll discuss everything through Excel, this particular topics, because they are all small areas where there is not much of great discussion to be done, but some areas are very, very important. That areas we'll talk in detail. Listen. So I'm first talking about something called payment of tax. Now, what is this word called payment of tax? We all know that a registered person can claim ITC on goods or services or both if they are used in the course or furtherance of business. Correct, my dear friends? If they are used in the course of furtherance of business, we can happily claim input tax credits. Friends, reply, come on, everyone. Good. Now, that input tax credits is self-assessed, is what, my dear friends? Self-assessed by the registered person, and it is claimed in GSTR 3B, my dear friends. We never claim input tax credit in GSTR 1. GSTR 1 is just a statement of outward supplies, whereas GSTR 3B is a monthly return. Getting my point, everybody? So ITC is self-assessed by the registered person and it is claimed in GSTR 3B. So ITC is self-assessed by registered person and it is claimed in GSTR 3B. Now, that ITC can be utilized for payment of output tax. Correct, my dear friends? And already manner of utilization of ITC has been discussed. Yes or no, my dear friends? How to utilize ITC already we know. Input IGST, first we'll use it for output IGST, then for CGST or SGST in any order, any manner. Input CGST, first for output CGST, then for output IGST. Input SGST, first output SGST, then for IGST. And two interesting conditions is that we can't use CGST for SGST or SGST for CGST. Second interesting condition, CGST, SGST credit. What credit, my dear friends? CGST, SGST credit can be utilized only after IGST credit is fully exhausted. So without completely using IGST credit, we can't use CGST and SGST credits. Are we clear with this? Did we discuss that already, my dear friends? Everyone, please reply. Yes, sir. Wonderful. Thank you so much. Come on. Sir, let us say, for example, if output tax payable is 1 lakh and there is a balance of ITC in electronic credit ledger. How will the balance come in credit ledger? Once it is claimed in GSTR 3B, my dear friends, it will reflect in electronic credit ledger. Come on, friends. Reflect in what ledger? Electronic credit ledger. Now, let us say electronic credit ledger balance is 70,000. What is the net payable, my dear friends? 30,000. Now, the questions are about this net payable 30,000. How do we pay this net payable of 30,000? Credit ledger is used. 70,000 is over. But you still have to pay some balance 30,000. How will you pay this balance 30,000, my dear friends? Guys, come on, please reply. How do we pay this balance 30,000? No doubt about it. This balance 30,000 has to be paid using electronic cash ledger. Using what, my dear friends? Electronic cash ledger. Now, an interesting question. Listen very, very clearly here. Sir, Shiva Teja is a registered person. And I have taken services from GTA. And GTA has not opted for a forward charge. Clear, my dear friends? And let us say value of service is 1 lakh. Now tell me, guys, who is liable to pay GST? Who is liable to pay GST? Without any second thought, who is liable to pay GST is Shiva Teja. I already told you this point because this transaction is covered under RCM. Clear, my dear friends? Now, what is happening here is, listen very clearly the point. Shiva Teja is having balance in electronic credit ledger. Now, can I use balance of credit ledger to pay tax under RCM? Speak out, my dear friends. Answer is a big no. For a simple reason, because amount payable under RCM has to be paid using electronic cash ledger only. Correct, my dear friends? Come on, listen here. Amount payable under RCM. And also along with that, my dear friends, if there is any interest, if there is any late fee, or if there is any penalty, my dear friends, all this have to be paid using electronic cash ledger only. We cannot pay using electronic credit ledger. Electronic credit ledger is only and only for the purpose of payment of output tax. Electronic credit ledger is only and only for the purpose of payment of output tax. I strongly believe that we are getting clarity on this point. Electronic credit ledger is only and only for payment of output tax. But if it is any tax payable under RCM, and also if there is any interest, late fees or penalty that is required to be paid, that can be paid using electronic cash ledger only, but not using electronic credit ledger. Now, question is all about, listen, how will balance come in electronic? How will balance come in electronic cash ledger? Tell me, guys. How will the balance come in electronic cash ledger? How will the balance come in credit ledger? For that, I have an answer. The balance will come in credit ledger when you are claiming ITC. When you are claiming ITC, the balance will come in credit ledger. When you are claiming ITC, the balance will come in credit ledger. But the question is, how will the balance come in electronic cash ledger? That is my question. Maria is telling by paying excess. What is the paying excess? Somebody telling wonderful statement. We have to fund through electronic transfer. Wonderful, my dear friends. Wonderful, wonderful, wonderful. Brilliant, brilliant answer, guys. Brilliant, brilliant, fantastic answer actually. We have to fund into our account through bank payments. Good. So basically, how will the balance come in electronic cash ledger is we have to deposit. Sir, if I have to ask you, how will balance come in your Paytm account? We have to deposit from our bank account. Correct, my dear friends? Now, if we have to deposit, my dear friends, we have to deposit using a challan, for which there is a form known as GST PMT 06. Clear, my dear friends? Every 1 cell. And in this challan, my dear friends, there are some major heads such as IGST, CGST, SGST, next one, GST, compensation cess. Come on, friends, what are the major heads we have got? The major heads what we have got is IGST, CGST, SGST, GST compensation cess. These are all the major heads what we have got. And in every major head, my dear friends, in every major head, there are minor heads also. For every major head, one more time I repeat, for every major head, there are some minor heads. And the minor heads what we have is tax, interest, late fee, penalty, others. Others column also they get if you have to pay something else other than interest, late fee, penalty. Clear, my dear friends? All of us. So in every major head, there is a minor head. For example, suppose one person, Mr. A. One person, what, my dear friends? Mr. A. had to pay interest under IGST. But he paid interest under CGST and deposited. Now, what can be done? That's a question. Now, what can be done, my dear friends? You got the question, no? So basically what has happened is he had to deposit interest under IGST column, but he deposited interest under CGST column. Some are telling DRC03. Oh, madam, DRC03 is not for just like that. DRC03 is a liability which is there, which we are not able to rectify through return. That only we pay through DRC03. They brought one interesting form called GST PMT09. Some are telling make the correct payment and then claim refund. That, sir, that story is over, sir. Making correct payment and claiming refund is a very old concept. You have to update yourself. If you don't update yourself, you will outdate, my dear friends. If you don't update, you will outdate. As simple as that. They brought one form called GST PMT09 for transfer of balance from one head to another head. And this concept is only in case of electronic cash ledger. Please understand that balance in credit ledger, you can't shift from here to there. If you have IGST credit, you can't tell that IGST credit, I will shift it to CGST credit. CGST credit, I'll shift it to IGST credit. That's not allowed. That's not allowed. The transfer of balance shifting is not allowed in electronic credit ledger. But the transfer of balance shifting, they are giving only and only in case of electronic cash ledger. Getting my point, everybody? I hope we are clear till now. That is why we have ITC utilization provision. Yes, Jack, of course. If there is no concept of ITC utilization, people will shift from wherever they want. The shifting concept from one balance to another balance is only and only in case of electronic credit ledger, cash ledger, but not in case of electronic credit ledger. Because logic is very simple. This is our money, what we paid from our pockets. This is our money, what we paid from our own pocket. But credit ledger is not like that. Credit ledger is a facility what government has given. For that, government will put restrictions. Got it, Jack? Good. Now, how to deposit this balance in electronic cash ledger? Listen, my dear friends, what are the various modes of depositing the balance in electronic cash ledger? Come on, my dear friends, what do you think is the answer? Come on. What do you think are the various modes of deposit into cash ledger? Internet banking, RTGS, NEFT. RTGS means real-time gross settlement. NEFT means National Electronic Fund Transfer. National Electronic Fund Transfer. And one more point, in the law they told, but practically it is not happening. That is credit card or debit card. And they brought one concept called IMPS or UPI. But practically these two are not working. Practically these two, credit card, debit card, IMPS, UPI, they are planning to introduce, but still not yet done. But as per law, it is allowed. But practically, it is still not happening. Dear friends, next one is called OTC, which stands for over the counter. These are interesting points. Now, OTC, my dear friends, there is a limit of INR 10,000. That means if it is more than 10,000, you can't make payment through bank over the counter. Over the counter, you can't make payment through. Over the counter means physically going to the bank and paying through cash or check or something like that. Physically going to the bank and making payment through cash or check or a DD. And that limit is only 10,000. And if it is more than 10,000, online payment is mandatory. But there are some exceptions where limit will not apply. There are some exceptions where what, my dear friends? Limit will not apply. That means more than 10,000 also is okay. You're getting my point, my dear friends? Number one, government departments. What departments? Government departments. In case of government departments, there is no concept of limit of 10,000. Getting my point? Next, PO or any other officer to recover outstanding dues. Then also there is no concept of limit of 10,000. Everybody, all of us. Next, PO or any other officer. PO or what, my dear friends? PO or any other officer authorized to collect the amount during investigation. PO or any other officer authorized to collect what, my dear friends? Collect any amount during what, my dear friends? Investigation. During investigation. Getting my point, everybody? Or any enforcement activity. Enforcement activity is something like GST raid is being conducted. Jack is telling when it is gain to department, there is no limit. Yes, of course, Jack. That's how they will operate. No doubt in that. Good. I hope we got clarity on this point. And finally, one more point I can tell is any person notified by commissioner. So in all these cases, my dear friends, there is no limit of 10,000 for depositing, my dear friends. So these all questions may come in exam for 2 marks. Not mandatory, but they may come in exam. That's why I don't want to take any chance. Got the purpose of this discussion right? Good. Next point, listen. Sir, whenever challan is created, challan is valid for a period of 15 days. Challan is valid for a period of 15 days. And one number is generated known as CPIN. What number, my dear friends? CPIN. I repeat once again, my dear friends. One number is generated and that number is known as CPIN, my dear friends. Can somebody tell what is CPIN? Fantastic. CPIN stands for Common Portal Identification Number. This came in exam one time and students have written challan payment identification number. Nonsense answer. It is not challan payment. It is Common Portal Identification Number, which is a 14-digit code. 14-digit code. Next. Once payment is made, CIN is generated. What is generated, my dear friends? CIN is generated, which stands for Challan Identification Number, which is a 18-digit code. 18-digit code because it is 14-digit CPIN plus 4-digit, I repeat once again, 14-digit CPIN plus 4-digit bank code. In ICA book, at one place they gave 14, one place they gave 17, one place they gave 18. But practical answer, let me tell you, it is 18-digit code. Whenever we make payment every month, we get 18-digit code only, my dear friends. 14-digit CPIN plus 4-digit bank code. Next point. I know, somebody is telling, Jack is telling, sir, they gave 17, sir. I know, my dear friends. In book, at one place they gave 17, one place they gave 18. And if you look at CA final book, there they gave 18. How can one number increase for CA final? It's not like that, no? Dear friends, but practically 18-digit code comes. I hope you got my answer. Yes, Jack? Bank code is the bank, that's the code which is fixed by the bank. RBI allots them the bank code. Generally, bank code, what happens is HDFC Bank, they use HDFC. Axis Bank, they use AXIS. SBI use something called SBIN, something they use. Yeah. ICICI use ICIC. Done. Now listen. NEFT or RTGS payments are controlled by RBI, my dear friends. And what RBI told is that RBI told every bank should select one branch on pan-India basis. Every bank should select what? One branch on pan-India basis as electronic focal point branch. What branch, my dear friends? Electronic focal point branch. Basically, what the branch will do is, for example, ICICI Bank, there is ICICI Bank, let us say Delhi is a focal point branch. Delhi branch will open one separate account of CGST, separate accounts for every state SGST. Whatever money is coming, they will transfer it to respective accounts. They will transfer it to respective accounts. Jack is telling, sir, for some banks it is 3 letters, for some it is 4 letters. But practically, Jack, I have seen so many times that when GST payment is made online, we have most of the time seen 18-digit code only. And in ICAR material, it's not YBL, my dear. It's YBL. Okay, fine. Yes, Bank Limited, fine. Okay, I got it. I got your point. But the point is very clear that in ICA material, at CA Inter, they gave 17 and CFNL, they gave 18. That's why I'm telling you the practical issue. In Excel, if you want to write 17, you can write 17, but write there that practically it is also 18. Okay, that's why I explained that to you. Because if I tell 17 now, you will see somewhere 18. You will take that screenshot, send me and ask me, sir, what is this? You told 17, here it is 18. I know your feelings and emotions. Yes, Jack, clear. Done. Thank you so very much. Next. For every payment against the challan, for every payment, what, my dear friends? Against the challan, there is a transaction number given by the bank, known as bank. What is that word, my dear friends? Which is known as bank reference number. I'm sure you would have heard this concept called BRN, bank reference number. For every payment we make, they give some number called bank reference number. Clear, my dear friends? Next point. Payment is made. Payment is made, but it is not reflecting in cash ledger. We made the payment, my dear friends, but it is not reflecting in cash ledger. Then what should we do? Come on, my dear friends, tell me. So today's session, I already told you, we are going to talk a lot of miscellaneous points only. Yes, wonderful. Come on. Perfect answer. A lot of them are giving very good answer. We have to raise, my dear friends, grievance in a form GST PMT 07. Grievance means it is something like we are raising a complaint. You do not call up customer care as such. You're getting my point, everybody. All of us, my dear friends, there is no need to call any customer care. We can raise grievance online in the GST portal itself. Everyone, all of us. Good. Fair enough, my dear friends. I strongly believe that we have got a lot of clarity on all these points, what we discussed till now, my dear friends. And already, my dear friends, I told you that these all interesting points are all given by the brilliant section called payment of tax, which is given by section 49, my dear friends. With section 49, which clearly talks about this. And let me tell you one interesting point, that under GST law, as I told you, there is something called electronic cash ledger, electronic credit ledger, and finally, we have got something called electronic liability register. Electronic liability register. People also call it as electronic liability ledger. Getting my point, everybody? People also call it as electronic liability ledger. Now, what happens basically, electronic liability ledger reflects the total amount of liability. And this reflects amount what we paid from pocket, and this reflects the input tax credit. I believe that we are understanding this concept, my dear friends. And already during the discussion of input tax credit, I taught you about something called Rule 86A and Rule 86B. This concept already we have done. Rule 86A is about commissioner is having power for restriction of imposition of restriction of utilization of credit when he is of the opinion that it is fraudulently availed or some conditions are not satisfied. Credit is claimed without invoice or credit is claimed without receipt of goods. All these cases I told. And 86B is what? 99% liability. 99% liability. That means that 1% has to be paid using electronic cash ledger only. Applicable to those whose taxable supply in a month is more than 50 lakh. However, if they paid income tax of more than 1 lakh or claim refund of more than 1 lakh, income tax of more than 1 lakh in last 2 years, then this rule 86B will not, question may come in exam. Good. What is Sandeep asking? Can I deposit through DD, sir? Possible, Sandeep, but that is only for over the counter. But practically people don't pay deposit through DD, they go and pay through check or through cash. 10,000, right? Why to take DD and again pay? Why to waste money for DD charges also? First of all, people cry a lot for all this headache. Now again, if you take all this headache, they are already crying. Clear, friends? Come on. Order for discharge of dues. Come on, friends, what did I write? Order for discharge of dues. What is the order in which you have to discharge the dues, my dear friends? What they told in the law is self-assessed tax and other dues, self-assessed tax and other dues related to previous tax period. That means not current month. First, whatever is the previous period that you pay first. That means old dues you clear first. What dues you will clear first? Old dues you have to clear first. Number 2. Same line. Self-assessed tax and other dues related to current tax period. That means current month, whatever are the dues that you pay next. Current month, whatever dues are there, you pay next. Clear, my dear friends? And once about 2 are done, then if there is any demand, if there is any what, my dear friends? Demand or liability arising out of notices, then that is to be discharged. Then that is to be what, my dear friends? Discharged. First, you please clear previous tax periods, then clear current tax period, then clear any demands arising, my dear friends. Everybody said, and this sequence is to be mandatorily followed. This sequence is not optional, my dear friends. This sequence is mandatorily to be followed. And for demand, my dear friends, there are some sections called section 73 and section 74. You will talk in detail in CA final, where section 73 talks about other than fraud, misstatement, suppression. Section 74 talks about fraud, misstatement, suppression and all, which we'll talk in detail at CA final level. I strongly believe that we have got clarity on this point still now. Please reply, everybody. Now, question can come in exam something like this. Are there any manual payments under GST law? Answer is no, it's all electronic payment. However, there is a concept of what is that, my dear friends? Over the counter, which has got a limit of 10,000. Clear, everybody? I strongly believe that this concept is making sense for everybody, my dear friends. So is UPI, IMPS allowed? Yes, that is being made available, but practically it's not being implemented so far. Done. That is the story of section 49, my dear friends. Now, moving ahead in this topic of payment of tax, we have got one more interesting section called section 50, which deals with the concept of interest, my dear friends. Once upon a time, there was a concept of interest of 24% also, but what we have got now is only interest at the rate of 18% per annum. Unlike income tax, my dear friends, income tax, everywhere you will find the word 1% per month or part thereof, 1.5% per month or part thereof. There it is all language per month, per month, per month. But in GST, it is not per month, it is per annum. One way it is good. One way it is good. Why, you know? If it is 1 day delay, we will charge only 1 day interest. But in income tax, 234B, 234C interest, advance tax, if it is 1 day delay, we will charge 1 month interest. But here, if it is 1 day delay, we will charge only 1 day interest. Difference is there, no friends. So that way, it is very good. You're getting my point, everybody? Now, interest can be levied for what reasons? Number 1, late payment of tax. Late payment of tax means indirectly I'm talking about late filing of GSTR 3B. Obviously, my dear friends, late filing of what? GSTR 3B. You're getting my point. In this case, my dear friends, interest is always, in other words, interest is levied on amount payable using electronic cash ledger. Electronic what ledger, my dear friends? Cash ledger. That means if 100 rupees is output tax, 70 rupees I already have got input tax credit, 30 only I am paying using cash ledger. On 30 only interest will come into picture. Clear, my dear friends, everybody? Good. Next point. ITC wrongly availed. What is that word, my dear friends? ITC wrongly availed. ITC wrongly availed and utilized. ITC wrongly availed and utilized. Now, an interesting line I will write. If ITC is wrongly availed but not utilized, then there is no interest. If ITC is wrongly availed but it is not utilized, then there is no problem of interest, my dear friends. So when will interest come into picture? Interest will come into picture only if ITC is wrongly availed and utilized, and it is 18% per annum only. Once upon a time it was 24% per annum. Once upon a time it was 24% per annum, but retrospectively they amended the notification, my dear friends, with effect from 1st July 2017. Retrospectively they amended the notification and made it to 18% per annum. Student is asking, Sanjay is asking, sir, what does that mean, the word availed? Availed means claimed. If you have claimed and you have utilized, then only interest will come. If you have claimed but you have not utilized, then there is no interest, my dear friends. Obviously. Clear, my dear friends? So if return is furnished, if return, that is GST 3B, is furnished after the due date, but before commencement of proceedings under section 73 or 74, that is GST proceedings, then interest is payable on the amount paid using cash ledger only. Using what ledger? Cash ledger only. That means if 100 rupees is the output tax payable, 70 is the credit what you have got, you please pay interest only on 30 rupees, my dear friends. Now, will you calculate interest? Interest will be calculated from expiry of due date till the date when the tax is paid. Obviously, from expiry of due date till the date when tax is paid. Everyone, I hope you are getting clarity on this point. Some student is asking, sir, retrospective amended means excess paid over 18 will be refunded. Practically, they never collected more than 18. So, Ashwin, your question will not be working much because practically they never collected more than 18. Are we clear with this section 50, everyone? Please reply. Wonderful. So I have a question, my dear friends. If ITC is wrongly claimed, but it is not utilized, will interest apply? Definitely answer is no. Interest will come into picture only and only in case where ITC is wrongly claimed, but ITC is wrongly claimed and also it is utilized. Then only interest will come into picture. I strongly believe that we got good clarity on this point. Yes, my dear friends. Good. Guys, just 1 second, my dear friends. 1 second. Yeah, thank you. Yes, coming back. What is it? Some doubt was there. Said as interest calculation includes date of payment, date of tax payment. Yes, that day also you have to end up paying interest. Clear, my dear friends? Sure. Finally, one more interesting point. That is electronic cash ledger, my dear friends. Balance can be transferred to distinct person also. Distinct person means what? Distinct person means not our friend or relative or somebody. Same PAN, but GST number is different. Then you can transfer the balance, my dear friends. You can transfer the balance provided you do not have any liability. If you have liability, then you can't transfer. First clear your liability, then transfer it to your distinct person. Obviously, you know, friends, common sense point. Without clearing your own liability, where is the question of transferring to somebody? Clear, everyone? That's it, my dear friends. That is the end of story of this brilliant, small, sweet topic called payment of tax. And I'm pretty sure that this concept makes sense for everybody, my dear friends. A small section, but still an interesting section, which I really wanted you to understand. Clear, friends, everybody? And student is asking very clearly, sir, will the date on which you paid the amount be included for calculating interest? Definitely answer is yes. So for example, let us say January month. What is the due date to file GSTR 3B? January month. What is the due date to file GSTR 3B? I'm sure most of you know this. That is 20th of February. But instead of 20th February, we filed it on 26th February. So interest will come from 21st to 26th. On 20th, don't calculate interest. Interest will come from 21st to 26th. On 20th, interest will not come because 20th you would have paid, interest would have not come, right? Getting my point? Good. What is the other question which is coming? What is section 73 or 74, sir? So 73 is recovery by the government in case where there is no fraud, misstatement, suppression. 74 is recovery by the government in case where there is fraud, misstatement, or suppression. You will learn that discussion in CA final. So don't worry much. Next, one more student is asking, sir, ITC cannot be used for paying RCM. Of course, my dear friend, I already told you that ITC cannot be used for paying tax under RCM. Whatever tax is required to be paid under RCM, you have to pay using electronic cash ledger only. In that, there is no second thought about it. Clear, everyone? Guys, make sense, everybody? Good. Thank you so much. Can I proceed? Yes. I've got one interesting question to discuss, my dear friends. So let me discuss that and then close this topic. Just a second. Let me share the screen. Yeah, got it. Sir, is the screen visible? ICI material? Yeah, one question. Please see that. It is an interesting question. Please see that question, my dear friends. ABC Limited have filed their GSTR 3B for the month of July within the due date. That means already filed. Not that they filed late. Please understand that they did not file late. They filed within the due date. They filed within the due date. And post filing of return, after filing of return, registered person has noticed during September, the tax dues for the month of July have been short paid for 40,000. He realized that he paid short. Friends, again I'm asking, is it a case where return is filed late? Answer is no. Return is filed within the time, but they paid tax short. You're getting my question? Exactly. Now see, ABC Limited has paid the above shortfall of 40,000 through GSTR 3B of September 2021 filed on 20th October. And through cash ledger, they paid 30,000. To credit ledger, they paid 10,000. That means that 40,000, 30 is paid through cash ledger, 10 is paid through credit ledger. Examine the interest payable. Tell me, my dear friends, you tell me, interest will come at 18% per annum on what figure? Which figure interest will come? Sir, return is filed within the due date. I repeat once again, return is filed within the due date. But after filing the return, they realized that 40,000 is short paid. And that 40,000 is paid in September return. And that 40,000, 30 is paid using cash ledger, 10 is paid using credit ledger. Some students are giving horrible answer, 10,000. What is the 10,000 nonsense? At least 30 is acceptable. You have to understand that 10,000 is nonsense answer. Whatever you are paying using credit ledger, on that why will you pay interest? Correct, friends? But here you have to understand that in this particular case, sometime back, I only told you that whatever you are paying using cash ledger, on that only interest will come. When GSTR 3B is filed late. But this is not a case where 3B is filed late. But this is a case where 3B is filed in time, but we paid short. In that case, interest will come on entire 40,000. Interest will come on entire 40,000. But see next case, what would be your answer if 3B for the month of July has been belatedly filed on 20th October and the assessed tax of 40,000 is being paid, cash ledger 30,000, credit ledger 10,000. In that case, my dear friends, we will pay interest only on 30,000 because return is filed late. I hope you are getting clarity, my dear friends. That means, what is the meaning of that? So listen very clearly. What is the meaning of this concept? When the return, I repeat once again, when the return is filed late, I repeat once again, listen very, very clearly. When the return under GSTR 3B is filed late, when the return under GSTR 3B is filed late, if the return is filed late, then we will calculate interest only on amount paid using cash ledger. But if return is already filed, but we made short payment of tax, then in that case, we will calculate interest on the entire amount. In that case, we will calculate interest on what, my dear friends? Entire amount. Student asking, sir, kindly write this point in Excel. Okay, I'll come back. I'll show the answer also. Hold on. Somebody asking, sir, what is the logic, sir? If we are doing at least one in time and delaying other, that should be appreciated, right? Government logic is that money should have come before itself, but money is coming late. Money is coming late. That is the government logic. You're getting my point? If you file the return in time, we are at least happy that you filed in time. But if you don't do that, then we are not accepting that. Listen. If GSTR 3B is filed late, that means what? Government logic, government logic also I'll tell you. You file late, no problem, but don't file wrong. You might tell, sir, is the government entertaining filing late? Answer is no, because if you file late, there is something called late fees also. There is something called late fees also. So if GSTR 3B is filed late, then interest will come only on the amount paid using cash ledger. But if GSTR 3B is filed in time, if GSTR 3B is what, my dear friends? Filed in time. If GSTR 3B is filed in time, if GSTR 3B is filed in time, but filed, but let us say, but missed, I'll write like this, but short paid. But what paid? Short paid. then interest will come on entire amount short paid. I think it's clear, everybody, now. Yeah. Now let me get back to present that screen once again of the ICA material, my dear friends. See that? See here, come on. So first situation, my dear friends. Come on, what is the first situation? First situation is we filed in time. We filed in time, but 40,000 is short paid. In that case, interest will come on 40,000. Next case, you didn't file in time and you filed later. Correct? No, interest will come on more amount, no, sir. See here. First case, interest is coming on 40,000. How much amount? 40,000. But second case, if A would have filed the return beyond the stipulated time and it has been paid in October, interest will be payable on tax paid using electronic cash ledger only. That is on 30,000. So government logic is, as our friend Jack has told perfectly, perfection matters. You are filing late also, it's okay. But if you file wrong, we are not accepting it. You got the government logic? Sir, please reply, my dear friends. I'm waiting for your answer. Good. Thank you so very much. Which screen is visible for you now? I see a material, no? 1 second. I'll stop this. Good. So friends, that is the end of story of this beautiful concept called payment of tax dealt by section 49 and section 50. That's it. Small discussion, but I wanted to do because this much effort we have taken since past so many days. I cannot afford to take a chance even on a small point also. Because every point makes a huge difference in our marks. And I'm sure you all know that. Yes, my dear friends. Done. Come on, let me proceed. Somebody asking, sir, can you please explain about rule 86B? 86B is already over, no, sir? In input tax credit chapter, I taught you that when no Venkat, that 1% you have to pay using electronic cash ledger, applicable for those whose taxable supply is more than 50 lakh. What happened, Venkat? You forgot or what? Do you want me to tell once again or you forgot? Yes, sir, forgot. Oh, now you recollected after I told. So the logic is simple. Whoever taxable supply is more than 50 lakhs, they have to pay at least 1% using electronic cash ledger. That is what is the law. And what they told is that this rule will not apply to those who paid income tax of more than 1 lakh in last 2 years, or to those who claim refund of more than 1 lakh, or till date they have at least paid 1% using cash ledger. That's in the PPT also. In the Excel also I told during the discussion. Make sense? Done. Thank you so much. What is Shetty friend is asking? Sir, QRMP. I'm coming. QRMP. I'll not forget QRMP. Don't worry. Got it, sir. Thanks. Good. Chalo, friends. Let me talk some interesting provisions in the context of returns, my dear friends. Listen now. So first of all, there are two types of persons. Number one, normal registered person. Other one, composition registered person. Composition registered person, we know that he will pay tax on quarterly basis in GST CMP 08. GST CMP 08. Next. Apart from that, on annual basis, he will file GSTR 4 by 30th April. I already taught you this points, my dear friends. Everyone? Exactly. But normal registered person, generally, he has to file GSTR 1 by 11th of next month. And he has to file GSTR 3B by 20th of next month. Clear, my dear friends? Apart from that, there is one interesting scheme called QRMP, which stands for Quarterly Return Monthly Payment Scheme. What is that scheme? We'll talk in detail soon. Name only says quarterly return, monthly payment scheme. That means return is filed on quarterly basis, but tax is being paid on monthly basis. Return is filed on quarterly basis, but the tax is paid on monthly basis. What is that? We'll talk in detail. Don't worry at all. Clear? Listen first. First, let me complete discussion about GSTR1. Come on, friends. What is GSTR1? GSTR1 is a statement of outward supplies. And in GSTR1, my dear friends, we report details of B2B. We report details of B2C. We report details of advances received. And we also report details of advances adjusted. Advance adjusted means what? Before we got advance, and now we are adjusting that advance towards the invoice. Clear, friends? And we also give details of credit note and debit notes. And I already told you what is credit note, debit note. Credit note or debit note, both of them. Credit note or debit note, both of them are the documents given by supplier only. And credit note is a document given in order to reduce the value or reduce the tax. But debit note is a document given by supplier in order to increase the tax. I gave an example. Shiva Teja gave an invoice and was supposed to charge 18% GST. But by mistake, I charged 12% GST. Now for the balance 6%, I will give debit note. What note I'll give? Debit note. Good. What is student asking? Sir, what if GSTR1 is filed after 11th? Man, I told the answer already. If you file GSTR1 after 11th, what will happen? For recipient, credit will not reflect in GSTR2B. And for recipient, if credit is not reflecting in GSTR2B, he will start chasing. He will not keep quiet. Got it, Wasim? Good. Next. HSN summary. That also will give. They will also give details of documents issued. That means which invoice number to which invoice number we have given in that particular month. Clear, my dear friends? Everyone? And we also give details of zero rated supplies separately. And we also give details of exempt turnover. All these details we will give in GSTR1. Clear, everybody? Now some interesting point I'll tell you, my dear friends. In GSTR1, invoice-wise details. What details? Invoice-wise details are required to be reported. Invoice-wise details are required to be reported. What details, my dear friends? Invoice-wise details are required to be reported in the following cases. In the following cases, we have to report invoice-wise details. Every invoice details we'll give separately. Number one, of course, my dear friends, B2B. Number one, B2B. Number two, there is something called B2C large. B2C large means interstate supplies where invoice value is more than 2.5 lakhs. Come on, friends. What are the two cases where invoice-wise details are required to be reported? The two cases where invoice-wise details are required to be reported are number one, B2B. Number one is what, my dear friends? B2B. Number two is what, my dear friends? B2C large. B2C large, B2C small is also there. Now, what is B2C large? B2C large covers only interstate supplies. Come on, what supplies? Interstate supplies. That too where invoice value is more than how much, my dear friends? 2.5 lakhs. That's called B2C large. In these two cases, we have to give invoice-wise details. And you have to understand that in B2B, if we don't give, so B2B means what? Business to business, registered to registered person. If we don't give invoice-wise details, then recipient cannot claim input tax credits. Recipient cannot claim input tax credit. You're getting my point, everybody? Exactly. Now listen. I have an interesting question. Listen. So let us say in the month of July 2023, there is a mistake done in GST. What has happened is instead of reporting 1 lakh, some mistake happened, but zero went wrong, or GST number is entered wrong, some clerical mistake happened. Then how to rectify? Tell the answer, friends. What is your thoughts? How to rectify? Can we revise GSTR1? Definitely, friends, come on. Definitely answer is no, my dear friends. But there is one column called amendment column. There is one column called amendment column in GSTR1. And my dear friends, the maximum time limit to do such amendment. That means basically you cannot revise the return. You cannot revise the return, but you can use amendment column in next month and you can change. But you cannot revise the return, my dear friends. But you can use amendment column. And the maximum time limit to do such amendment is 30th November following the end of financial year. Come on, what's the time limit, my dear friends? That time limit is 30th November following the end of financial year or date of filing annual return. Date of filing annual return. Whichever is, come on, my dear friends, date of filing, what return? Annual return, whichever is. Come on, friends, what is the answer? Come on, friends, what is the answer? Whichever is earlier. Already, same point we discussed before also in the maximum time limit to claim input tax credits. Correct, no, friends? Same language here also. I strongly believe that we are getting clarity, everybody. Guys, come on, please reply. Good, fair enough, fantastic. This is an interesting latest amendment, my dear friends. Now, listen. Once upon a time, at the starting of GST, they introduced one concept called GSTR2, which is called statement of inward supplies. And this has been completely removed. There is no concept of GST2 statement of inward supply. Initially, in the starting of GST, they brought this, but they have completely removed this. Next one, GSTR2A and GSTR2B. We know this, no? It is auto-populated. It is not prepared by somebody. It is not prepared by somebody. It is auto-populated to the recipient based on GSTR1 filed by the supplier. Based on GSTR1 filed by the supplier, it is auto-populated to the recipient. Correct, friends? Getting clarity on this point, everybody? It is auto-populated to the recipient based on GSTR1, which is filed by the supplier. There is no doubt in this. Next, GSTR3B is a monthly summary return, where we don't give invoice-wise details are not reported, only summary values are considered. What are considered, my dear friends? Summary values are considered for both output as well as inputs. And as I told you already, GSTR3B cannot be filed without payment of tax. Cannot be filed, what, my dear friends? Without payment of tax. And any mistake in GSTR3B can be rectified in subsequent month GSTR3B. But we cannot revise the return. But we cannot, what, my dear friends? Revise the return. And the maximum time limit to rectify the mistake is 30th November following the end of financial year or the date of filing annual return, whichever is earlier. Friends, you have to understand that these all points sounds like slightly theoretical, procedural and all. I would say that these are all not theoretical, but they are all procedural points. But all said and done, in exam 2 mark, 4 mark question can come. So we can't take chance on this, right? See, every topic will not be like as beautiful as input tax credit. Every topic will not be as wonderful as time of supply. Every topic will not be as fantastic as value of supply, because there a lot of numbers are involved, a lot of concepts are involved. But here it is procedural part. What can be done? So I have to discuss procedure with you. Getting my point, everybody? Guys, are we clear so far, everyone? Good. Thank you so very much. Please reply, guys. Are we fully clear so far? Good. Next. Somebody is telling charge of tax is also beautiful, sir. Yes, my dear friend, every topic is beautiful. GST itself is fantastic. It is not just goods and services tax. It is good and simple tax. If you have a clarity of thought on that. If there is no clarity, GST will show stars. No doubt in that. If you have a clarity, it becomes a very good and simple tax. Nice. Good, my dear friends. I'll proceed now. So that is about GSTR1, GSTR3B. Now listen, friends. I'm going to talk about some interesting scheme called QRMP scheme. Somebody is telling, no, sir, it should be complex to others so that we can have superiority. Obviously, it is obviously complex for others. When I say simple, it is simple only for us because we are professionals. Sir, if it is simple for a client also, why will they come to us? The more complex it is, the more crazy it is. GST is crazy, but if we understand, it is simple for us. And only people like us can understand. Somebody asking, in one place we learned September as a due date. What was that, sir? So September, that story was there in case where supplier filed GSTR1, but supplier did not file 3B. He must do that by September. If not, recipient, whatever credit he has taken, he has to reverse that credit. That I told you in the session, and I told in a PPT also, it is there. You can check Maria there. Somebody is telling for Shiva Teja students only, easy, sir. Alright, man. Thank you so much, man. Glad to hear that statement. Come on. QRMP scheme. What is QRMP scheme? The name only says quarterly return monthly payment scheme. First of all, this scheme is optional. And that too, it is optional only for those whose turnover does not exceed 5 crores. So whose turnover is more than 5 crores, for them, QRMP is not at all available, my dear friends. So QRMP is only optional, and that too, this option is only for those whose turnover does not exceed 5 crores, my dear friends. Now, what is this QRMP? GSTR1 is filed on quarterly basis by 13th. By what, sir? 13th. For example, April to June is to be filed by 13th of July. And GSTR 3B is also filed on quarterly basis. Quarterly basis by 20th. For example, April to June is to be filed by 20th of July. So you have to understand that in QRMP scheme, GSTR1 and GSTR3B both are filed on quarterly basis only. Both are filed on quarterly basis only. But monthly payment of tax is to be done by 25th of next month. By 25th of next month, monthly payment of tax has to be done. How it has to be done? Simple logic. Create challan and deposit in cash ledger. Create challan and deposit in cash ledger. Clear, my dear friends? You have to create challan and deposit in cash ledger. Now, what is this concept? Let me explain to you in detail. Listen very clearly. Listen. So let us say they have a person, Mr. Ravi Teja, who is a registered person, who supplied some goods to Mr. Shiva Teja in the month of April. When it is supplied, my dear friends? April. Now, Mr. Ravi Teja, let us say, is under QRMP scheme. Which scheme, my dear friends? QRMP scheme. Now tell me, QRMP scheme means, when will Ravi Teja file GSTR 11? When will Ravi Teja file GSTR 1? When will Ravi Teja file GSTR 1? When will Ravi Teja file GSTR 1, my dear friends? Come on. April. I'm talking about GSTR 1, my dear friend Vinodini. Why did you say 25th? 25th is for payment of tax. He will file by 13th of, somebody is telling April. What's wrong with you? 13th of July. Somebody telling 13th of next month. Aditya, what next month, man? It is quarterly basis, right? It is quarterly, not monthly. Yes, Aditya, what happened to you? Got it right? Exactly. Come on. So it is to be filed on quarterly basis by 13th July. Now tell me, should Shiva Teja wait till July to claim credit or supplies received in April? Now tell me, my dear friends, should Shiva Teja wait till July to claim credit for supplies received in April? Why will I keep quiet? I will tell, what nonsense is this? I will not buy from you only. Ravi Teja, I don't want you. I'll go to somebody. Correct? No. That is how Shiva Teja will react. That's why what they told is one interesting concept, my dear friends. They introduced one concept called IFF, which stands for Invoice Furnishing Facility. Invoice Furnishing Facility. This is only for first and second month of the quarter. This is only for which month, my dear friends? Only for first and second month of the quarter, but not for third month. Because after third month is over, we anyways file GSTR 1. No. Common sense, my dear friends. After third month is over, we are anyways going to file GSTR 1. Then why do you want IFF for first and second month? Now, what is IFF? IFF is purely optional to report B2B invoices and B2B credit notes. B2B credit note or debit notes. Only B2B. But will not report B2C. Clear, my dear friends? Everyone said, somebody asking, he can file GSTR1 B2B and credit note alone on or before 13th May. He can't do that, Sanjay. He can't do that. When you are in quarterly return monthly payment QRMP scheme, you cannot file GSTR1 on monthly basis. How can you do that? Then don't come to QRMP. Got it, Sanjay? When you are in QRMP scheme, you cannot file GSTR1 on a monthly basis. You have to file GSTR1 on quarterly basis only. System will not allow. How can you do that, Sanjay? Yes, Sanjay, got it. Then how file IFF? What I'm telling you, no, IFF is a facility. Invoice Furnishing Facility is a facility given by the government to file B2B invoices, because supplier will not get credit, no. And GSTR will come after 3 months. Since GSTR1 will come after 3 months, for first 2 months, if receiver is not getting credit, he will not keep quiet. Receiver will start bombarding supplier. That's why they brought this concept called Invoice Furnishing Facility, which is an optional facility. IFF is different. GSTR1 is different. In GSTR1 will report B2B, B2C, everything. But IFF is only for reporting B2B. IFF is only for reporting B2B. Got it, my dear friend Shetty? Good. Should I asking, is there any due date to file IFF? Coming there. Due date to file IFF is 13th of next month. And after 13th, it cannot be filed. After 13th, it cannot be filed. Getting my point, everybody? All of us? It's a very, very interesting scheme. I'm talking in detail because I realize that a lot of people in this session are not having clarity on QRMP. That's why I'm talking in detail. Come on. Story is not yet over. Listen. Sir, April to June. Okay? April to June. Case 1. Case 1. We are filing on monthly basis. Okay, my dear friends. April, May, June. Amount paid using cash ledger. This is very clearly, I'll completely explain. Amount paid using what ledger, my dear friends? Cash ledger. Let us say 100, 200, 300. Total 600. Now, case 2. Case 2, we are under a QRMP scheme, my dear friends. Case 2, what scheme, my dear friends? QRMP scheme. And April to June, total paid is 600. Getting clarity, everybody? All of us? I think what I wrote here is making sense for everyone. Now listen. Now what is happening here is July to September, the person has gone for a QRMP scheme. July to September, person has gone for a QRMP scheme. July to September, person has gone for a QRMP scheme. Person has gone for a QRMP scheme. Now what they told is, for the month of July, for the month of August, for first 2 months, for first 2 months, listen here, for first 2 months, you can pay tax on 2 bases. 2 bases. That is self-assessment method. Self-assessment method means you can only calculate what is your output tax payable. You can only calculate what is your input tax credit, what is net amount you please deposit in cash ledger. That is called self-assessment method. Self-assessment method. Come on, my dear friends. What is the first method? Self-assessment method. That means you are only calculating what is your output tax payable. You are only calculating what is a possible input tax credit. You are only calculating what is a net tax payable, and the net amount only you are depositing in electronic cash ledger. That is called self-assessment method. You can pay on 2 bases. Number 1 is called self-assessment method. Number 2, any idea? Number 2 is called fixed sum method. What method, my dear friends? Fixed sum method. In self-assessment method, if there is a shortfall in payment of tax, then person must pay interest. Person must pay what, sir? Interest. But next point. In fixed sum method, how much is fixed sum? I will tell. Don't worry. How much is that fixed sum? I will tell. In fixed sum method, if there is a shortfall, there is no liability of interest. There is no liability of what, sir? Interest. Now, how to calculate fixed sum method? How to calculate fixed sum method? How to calculate fixed sum method is, listen, my dear friends. If previous quarter, what is that word, sir? If previous quarter return, if previous quarter return is filed on quarterly basis, then the tax payable for first 2 months is equal to 35% of the tax paid in previous quarter. And if previous quarter, listen very clearly, my dear friends, if previous quarter return is filed on monthly basis, then tax payable for first 2 months is 100% of tax paid. Come on, what is the line I wrote, sir? 100% of tax paid in last month of previous quarter. Tax paid in last month of previous quarter. 100% of tax paid in last month of previous quarter. Coming back to discussion, my dear friends. Now, July to September, QRMP scheme. Correct, my dear friends? Now, July, what is that you will pay in case 1? In case 1, what you have to pay is 100 monthly basis, no? 100% of 300. And if it is case 2, how much you have to pay is 35% of 600. 35% of 600 because case 2, my dear friends, return is filed on quarterly basis. Return is filed on quarterly basis. This concept is called fixed sum method. Practically, we also call it as FSM, fixed sum method. And what they told in the law very clearly is that in case of fixed sum method, if a person is following fixed sum method and paying tax as per fixed sum method, there is no requirement to pay interest even if there is a shortfall. Even if there is a shortfall, there is no requirement to pay any interest. And this concept is only for first and second month of the quarter. For third month, we are not talking because once third month is over, we are anyways going to file GSTR 1 and GSTR 3B. So all actual numbers will come into picture. All actual numbers will come into picture once third month is over. I repeat once again, once third month is over, all actual numbers will come into picture. Obviously, because we are going to file GSTR 1 and GSTR 3B once we are done with quarter, my dear friends. Student asking, sir, what about 2 months? Which 2 months? That 2 months only I'm telling. No, first 2 months only is like this. Yes, Jack. This concept is only for first 2 months only, not for third month. Because for third month, after third month is over, we are anyways going to file GSTR 1 and GSTR 3B. Are we getting clarity, everybody, sir? Fantastic, my dear friends. That is a brilliant story of excellent concept called QRMP scheme. Clear, friends? But 1-2 special points to tell. 100%, sir. Fire, sir. Fully clear, sir. Thank you so much, my dear friends. Thank you so much. Glad to hear that you got full clarity, but story is not over. 1-2 more points to tell. In IFF, maximum 50 lakhs can be reported in 1 month. Obviously, because QRMP is only for those whose turnover does not exceed 5 crores in a year. If more than 50 lakhs you are reporting means, no, you are crossing 5 crores. Then why will we allow you to report? Then why will we allow you to report? Listen. Let us say, for example, one person, Mr. X, he wants to opt for QRMP, let us say, for July to September quarter. Now, what they told in the law is, he must opt between first day of the second month of the previous quarter and last day of the first month of the current quarter. Now, what does that mean? To opt for QRMP for July to September, he can opt between, what is that? First day of second month of previous quarter. What is previous quarter for July to September? April to June. What is for second month? May. What is first day? First day is 1st May. He can opt between 1st May to last day of first month of current quarter. What is first month of current quarter? July. Last day is what? 31st July. Between this period, he can opt. This question came in exam. Students wrote whatever they want. Some students wrote QRMP. He can opt whenever he wants. Choice is his wish. If he wants to opt, he can opt. If you want to go, he can go. Whenever he wants, it is his choice. You don't get your feelings and emotions in exam. I already told you. Clearly, they told in the law. When you can opt for QRMP is only between first day of second month of the previous quarter. First day of second month of the previous quarter. And last day of the first month of the current quarter. Between that period only, you can opt. Good. Somebody is telling hashtag pro-choice, professional choice. Another student is telling control feelings and emotions. Of course, man, no doubt in that. That's it. That is the story of this beautiful concept of QRMP, which stands for quarterly return and monthly payment scheme. And I strongly believe that we got full clarity on this QRMP scheme. Please respond, my dear friends. Yes, sir. Thank you so very much. Good. Very clear. Thank you. Now listen. One person, Mr. X, crossed threshold limit for registration on 12th July. No need to ask every time. Same answer, sir. Arey, my God. But it's still my duty to ask because I should have a clarity on what you're understanding, right? Thank you, Jack. Thank you so much. He crossed the threshold limit on 12th July. Now listen. He applied for registration on 6th August. Think properly and tell the answer. Clear, my dear friends? Tell me, what is the effective date of registration? Hold on. Certificate has come on 11th August. Please tell me, what is the effective date of registration, my dear friends? Excellent, students. 12th July. I already told you this concept that if any person liable to be registered, if he applies for registration within 30 days, then the effective date will be the date on which he is liable. And if any person is liable to be registered, if he applies for registration after 30 days, effective date will be the date on which certificate is received. So in this case, effective date is 12th of July. Now, what they are told in the law is, I'm talking about something called Section 40, first return. What they told is, supplies made between 12th July to 11th August. That means supplies made between effective date of registration till the date of certificate of registration. Supplies made between effective date of registration till the date of certificate of registration. One more, last time I repeat, supplies made between effective date of registration till the date of certificate of registration are to be reported in the first return to be filed after GST registration. Logic is what? Simple answer. You applied on 12th July, but certificate has come from when? 11th August. Actually, you can't file return for July. You will file return only from August. Practical points. So what you will do, whatever supply you made in July, all that you will report in August return what you are filing. That is what is the provision actually. I'm sure you understood. Simple points. Good. Fair enough, my dear friends. Come on. Now, somebody asking 600 in our QRMP scheme example is net liability after claiming ITC. Yes. Maria, I'm very clear when I write a statement. You see here, what is the line I wrote? Amount paid using cash ledger. I will not miss out on any point, my dear friend. I'm very cautious while writing my language. That is net liability after using ITC only. Agreed, right? Okay, sir. Thank you, sir. Done. Thank you so much. Good. Fair enough. Now, my dear friends, there is something called Section 44 annual return, my dear friends, which is to be filed in GSTR 9 and the due date is 31st December. And the interesting point is, it is mandatory. Come on, what is that line? It is mandatory only for those whose aggregate turnover exceeds 2 crores. It is mandatory only for those whose aggregate turnover exceeds how much, my dear friends? 2 crores. I strongly believe that we are getting clarity, my dear friends. What is the point, everybody? GSTR 9, which talks about what return, my dear friends? Annual return. And which is to be filed on annual basis by 31st December. 31st December, obviously, following the end of financial year. And if we and the interesting point to be noted in the GSTR 9 is that it is mandatory only for those whose aggregate turnover is more than what, my dear friends, 2 crores. 31st December following the end of financial year. And if filed after due date, there is something called late fees. So annual return is GST audit? No, my dear friend. Annual return is not GST audit. There is something called GSTR 9C reconciliation statement. That is different. And that is also not done by chartered accountant, cost accountant now. That is not certified by chartered accountant. It is self-certified. It is self-certified. Don't worry. Come on. If it is filed after due date, my dear friends, what they told is, if turnover does not exceed 5 crores. If turnover does not exceed what, my dear friends? 5 crores. 50 per day. 50 per day logic is 25 plus 25. That means what? CGST and SGST. 50 per day. How much is that, my dear friends? 50 per day or 0.04% of turnover. Come on, friends. What is it? What did I write? 50 rupees per day. How did I get 50 rupees per day? 25 rupees plus 25 rupees per day or 0.04% of turnover. Whichever is lower. That is the late fee that is required to be paid. Getting clarity, everybody? All of us, my dear friends? Exactly. Next point. If turnover exceeds 5 crore, lower only, don't worry, not higher, lower only, but does not exceed 20 crores. Sir, one amendment, this is latest amendment, so please be very careful. It is 100 per day. 100 per day is 50 plus 50. 50 plus 50 or 0.04% of turnover. Whichever is lower. And how did I get 0.04% is basically 0.02% plus 0.02%. Getting clarity, everybody? All of us. And the point to be noted is here it is always 0.04% of turnover in state. Don't apply aggregate turnover. That person will die. Getting clarity, everybody? All of us. Next. If turnover exceeds 20 crores, turnover exceeds what, my dear friends? 20 crores. Then it is 200 per day. It is how much, my dear friends? 200 per day or 0.5% of turnover in state. Whichever is lower. Friends, this is the latest amendment. So kindly please make a note of this. There is a possibility that question may come in the examination. So if turnover does not exceed 5 crores, what is the answer? 50 per day or 0.04% of turnover in state, whichever is lower. More than 5 does not exceed 20. What is the answer? 100 per day or 0.0% of turnover, whichever is lower. And if it is more than 20 crores, the answer is 200 per day or 0.5% of turnover, whichever is lower. 0.5% of turnover in state only. Everybody clear with this point, all of us? Exactly. Next point. Special points. These are very clear. GSTR 3B of current month cannot be filed without filing GSTR 3B of previous month. Second point. GSTR 1 of current month cannot be filed without filing GSTR 3B of previous month. Why this concept is kept is logic is very simple. If this concept is not there, what people will start doing is everybody will file GSTR 1, but they'll not file GSTR 3B. Because GSTR 3B only, we pay the tax rate. If he just files GSTR1, he is passing on the credit, but he's not paying tax to government. Government realized that a lot of nonsense is happening. That's why they told you can't file 3B unless you can't file 3B. You can't file 3B of current month unless you file 3B of previous month. And you can't file GSTR1 of current month if you have not filed 3B of previous month. Getting clarity, everybody? Yes, understood? Exactly. Next, third point. If there is difference between GSTR1 and GSTR3B, PO may issue notice and seek clarification. And if not satisfied, PO will raise demand notice. No doubt in that. If he is not satisfied, then PO is not going to keep quiet, my dear friends. PO will definitely raise what notice, my dear friends? Demand notice. Correct? No, 1 and 3B is not matching. Why will he keep quiet? All of us, my dear friends. And that too, he will ask the person to pay along with interest. And reply to be given within 7 days, my dear friends. Good. Student is asking one question. Sir, how to calculate 0.04% of turnover? Only if turnover is less than 12,50,000, 0.04 will be less than 50. When aggregate turnover is more than 2 crores, anyway, state turnover will be mostly more than 1.25 lakhs. So logic is simple. They never told whichever is higher. No, they told whichever is lower. So feel happy for it. Yes, my dear friend BB Shetty, you got the answer right. They told whichever is lower. So why are you worrying? No issue at all. If they tell higher, there's a problem, right? If they tell lower, then there's no problem at all. Good. I think we are clear with this. I'll proceed. Can I? Thank you. Next. There is something called section 45, my dear friends, which talks about final return. This is to be filed only by those persons whose registration is cancelled. Clear, my dear friends? And this is to be filed within 3 months from the date of cancellation. Within 3 months from the date of cancellation, or within 3 months from the date of order of cancellation, whichever is later. Within 3 months from the date of cancellation, or within 3 months from the date of order of cancellation, whichever is later. Exactly. Next, section 46, notice to defaulters. If registered person has not filed a return, PO will give notice and grant 15 days time. And if person does not respond within 15 days, then PO will do best judgment assessment. You would have heard this word. Officer will calculate according to him. Getting clarity, everybody? All of us, my dear friends. Exactly. Apart from this, my dear friends, there is last one concept called GSTP, which stands for GST practitioner, who is authorized person, who will actually, even a BCom guy also can become a GST practitioner. He just need to write one exam, will be conducted by GST department, and he will become a GST practitioner, where he can file the return, represent before the officer of claim refund, all the activities on behalf of registered person, GST practitioner can do. Even a BCom guy also can apply for a GST practitioner. Clear, friends? You might ask, sir, if they are becoming a GST practitioner, are they not going to compete with chartered accountants? Sir, how can that happen, sir? They are different, we are different. Our skill set, our professional knowledge is different. The way a professional will do a job, the way the other person will write an exam and get the right, he will have a different knowledge, guys. Correct? No, friends, both are not same. MBBS doctor is different, RMP doctor is different. Correct? No, friends. We are chartered accountants. Not to worry. Clear? Excellent, my dear friends. Sir, is section 46 only for 45? No. Notice to defaulters who have not filed return, which could be GSTR 3B, or it could be GSTR 9, or it could be GSTR 10, it could be any return. Student is asking, sir, are you a GST practitioner? Yes, my dear friend, I'm a GST practitioner. Even though I'm a chartered accountant, I have still taken the GST practitioner. In fact, even before 2017, I was acting as a service tax practitioner also. So so whoever were service tax practitioners already, GST department has automatically brought all of us into GST practitioners also. And they told us they will conduct an examination to continue the license. But so far, since last 5-6 years, they never conducted examination. If they conduct exam, I need to work hard day and night with a lot of effort, and I should become a GST practitioner. I'll try my best to work hard and pass. Okay? Done. Thank you so much. Good. Thanks, my dear. That's it. So that is the story of this interesting discussion related to the concept of GST returns, my dear friends. All the best, sir. Thank you so much, my dear friend. Thank you. Thank you for this much. Sir is planning for AIR in GST practitioner. Sir, there's nothing called All India rank in GST practitioner. All that concepts are not there in GST practitioner, my dear friend. Clear? Everyone? Done. So that is the story of the concept of GST returns, my dear friends. So friends, I would like to tell some interesting points in the concept of tax invoice. Listen very clearly. Now, what is the due date to issue tax invoice, my dear friends? I repeat once again, what is the due date to issue tax invoice has already been discussed, my dear friends. We all know already what is the due date to issue tax invoice, my dear friends. I told you that in case where there is a movement of goods on or before date of removal, no movement of goods on or before a date of delivery or make available, continuous supply of goods when statement is issued, payment is received. And in case of service, within 30 days, bank NBFC within 45 days. And I told you one more interesting point there. In case of continuous supply of services, the due date for payment is ascertainable on or before due date of payment. If it is not ascertainable, on or before date of payment. And in case where it is linked to an event or milestone, on or before completion of such event or milestone, we have to issue the tax invoice. Discussed all these points? Exactly. But now special points I will talk. What is the special points? That is important. Listen. In case of exempted supply, in case of what, my dear friends? Exempted supply. Bill of supply is issued. I already told you this point in composition scheme also, my dear friends. Next. In case of taxable cum exempted supply, we are doing both at a time. Classic example, supermarket. When we go to supermarket and buy some items, we might buy some taxable items, we might buy some exempted items. Both we purchase at a time. Do you think they will tell taxable items come in this counter, exempted items come in this counter? They tell like this anytime. Is it possible practically? No. That's why they brought one concept called tax invoice cum bill of supply. That is to be given. Tax invoice cum what, my dear friends? Bill of supply. Next. For advances received, we cannot give invoices, but we'll give a document called receipt voucher. For advances, my dear friends, we cannot give a tax invoice. We will give a document called receipt voucher. Getting my point, everybody? In case of receipt of advances, we will not give a tax invoice. Instead, we give a document called receipt voucher, guys. Make sense, everyone? Next. If transaction is not a supply, then we'll issue a document called delivery challan. What challan? Delivery challan. I strongly believe that we are getting all these points. Now, one special point, my dear friends, about the concept of e-invoicing. E-invoicing is nothing but we go to one government portal of e-invoicing portal, and what we do is we enter details of invoice. One number called IRN is generated. What is that word, sir? IRN is generated. IRN stands for invoice reference number. What is the generated, my dear friends? IRN stands for invoice reference number. What is that is to be generated, my dear friends? Come on. Invoice reference number is generated along with a QR code, my dear friends. And in case of e-invoice, my dear friends, there is no requirement to carry physical invoice along with the goods. There is no requirement to carry physical invoice in case where IRN is generated, my dear friends. Are we getting clarity, everybody? If IRN is generated, there is no requirement, that is e-invoice is generated, there is no requirement to carry physical invoice in case of movement of goods. Some student is asking one doubt. In this bill of supply, they mentioned exempt supply, sir. Yeah, I already told you, no? In case of exempt supply, we'll issue a document called bill of supply. I hope this is making sense for everybody. Yeah, good. Next point. E-invoicing is applicable only to those whose aggregate turnover exceeds 10 crores in any of the financial year starting from 17-18. In any of the financial starting from 17-18, if aggregate turnover is more than 10 crores, my dear friends, e-invoicing is mandatory. In your ICA material, you would have found 20 crores, but let me tell you, in the statutory update for November exam, they clearly told answer is 10 crores. Practically, from August 2023, they made it 5 crores also. But for an exam purpose, for November 2023 exam purpose, again I'm telling, for November 2023 exam purpose, the answer is 10 crores. I hope I'm clear. Next. E-invoicing is not applicable. Yeah, student is asking, in RCM, what kind of invoice? Normal tax invoice only. Normal tax invoice only. But supplier will not charge GST. But supplier will not charge GST because recipient will directly pay to the customer. And supplier will mention there that this transaction is liable to tax under RCM. Clear, no? And invoice number cannot be more than 16 characters. And there can be a slash or a dash. But you can't use hashtags. All that you can't use in the invoice. Slash or a dash can be used. And invoice number cannot be more than 16 characters. Done. Good. E-invoicing is not applicable to government departments. Come on. E-invoicing is not applicable to what, sir? Government departments, local authority, SEZ units. SEZ units. Clear, my dear friends? They are making rules for themselves. No. Insurance, banking company, including NBFC. Banking company, including what, my dear friends? NBFC, GTA, who is engaged in transportation of goods by road, goods transport agency. Next. Supplier of passenger transport service. Example, when we book one train ticket or flight ticket, they never give e-invoicing, my dear friends, because their invoicing is not mandatory. Next one. Admission to exhibition. Admission to what, my dear friends? Admission to exhibition of cinematograph films. Cinematograph films. Movies, sir, movies. In multiplex screens. When we go to movies, PVR, Inox, all these cases, Cinemax, PVR, Inox and all, they are not required to give invoicing, my dear friends. Getting clarity, everybody? Somebody asking, is it mandatory for e-commerce operator? Yes. If turnover is more than threshold limit, then answer is obviously yes. And 10 crores is a very small limit. And our special, very, very important point I will tell now. E-invoicing is only for B2B invoice or B2B credit note or debit notes. Only for B2B, but not for B2C. For B2C, e-invoicing is not applicable, my dear friends. But for B2C, there is a concept of dynamic QR code, which is applicable. What is applicable? Dynamic QR code is applicable. What is applicable, my dear friends? Dynamic QR code is applicable if aggregate turnover exceeds 500 crores in any of the financial year starting from 17-18. Then the dynamic QR code is concept is applicable. And this dynamic QR code is mentioned on the invoice. This dynamic QR code is mentioned on what, my dear friends? Invoice. This dynamic QR code is mentioned on what, my dear friends? Invoice. And this dynamic QR code will also give payment details also. Clear, my dear friends? Where person can scan and make the payment also. Sir, we are in technology stage where we know everything about what is QR code. We know everything about all these things, right? All of us, everybody, my dear friends, getting clarity on this point, everyone? Speak out. Excellent, my dear friends. So these are some interesting points with respect to concept of e-invoicing, my dear friends. And of course, in e-invoicing, with respect to tax invoice, I'm sure you also know that there is a concept called e-waybill also, which is mandatory only in case where invoice value is exceeding 50,000. We know that, my dear friends. But if the goods are being transported to non-motorized vehicle, something like bullock cart and all, there is no requirement of e-waybill. If not, e-waybill is mandatory. Correct, no friends? But one latest point, my dear friends, let me tell you very clearly. Normally, there was a provision which says that jewelry items, for what items? Jewelry items, e-waybill was actually not required. For jewelry, goldsmith, silversmith and all, e-waybill was not required. But one latest amendment they brought, that is, e-waybill is required in case of imitation jewelry. We know this word imitation jewelry, which are actually not made of gold, but they are imitation jewelry. In case of imitation jewelry, e-waybill is required, my dear friends. Clear, my dear friends? But in two cases, e-waybill is mandatory, even though value does not exceed 50,000. Number one, principal to job worker. Number two, transportation of handicraft goods. I already told you there's no intrastate movement of handicraft goods. In those cases, my dear friends, e-waybill is definitely mandatory, my dear friends. Getting my point, everybody? So friends, these are the very, very, very interesting small points with respect to the concept of tax invoice, e-waybill, returns, payment of tax, all that small procedural related topics, which I wanted to spend time with you so that you will get clarity of thought. And even a small point also, we are very fully clear. Starting only, I told, there's a power pack revision batch. We'll try to cover the maximum extent in the minimum time. That is why we have discussed all these points. A student is asking one doubt. Sir, I have a doubt on late fees for section 9. There is 25 rupees or 0.04%, 50/50 or 0.04%, 200 or 0.05%. It is not 0.05, it is 0.5%. Did I write 0.05? 0.5 only I wrote, no? I wrote 0.5 only. Then how to calculate percentage value or convert that 0.0% annual turnover. Turnover will be there, no? Multiply that turnover into 0.04%. What is the doubt, my dear friend VV Shetty? Why are you confused? We will not take annual turnover per day. Annual turnover means what? Yearly turnover. Yearly, yes, that figure. Or 50 rupees per day. 10 days delay. 50 per day into 10 days is 500. 500 rupees or 500 rupees or 0.0% of turnover, whichever is lower. That's it. To be honest, it's as good as normal class rather than revision. Thank you so much, my dear Ashwin. Glad to hear that. Okay, sir. Thank you. Wonderful. Thank you so much, my dear friends. That's all for the discussion today. Thank you so much. Take care. Shiva Teja signing off. And as I told you already, you know our plans. Next, we will meet on Wednesday, my dear friends. Okay, packed revision session from morning till evening. That's the reason why this plan. I already told you starting itself, we'll have a couple of days issue. Okay. Thank you so much, my dear friend. Next, direct we'll meet on Wednesday, and Wednesday and Thursday, next 2 sessions, we will spend some good time on discussion about lot of interesting majority exemption, some major important exemptions we will cover. Thank you so very much. Is there any maximum limit for late fees, sir? Whichever is lower means that is only maximum limit, right? What is that doubt? Thank you so much, guys. Take care. See you all next session. Thank you so much. Bye-bye. See you all on Wednesday, guys. Thank you. With the discussion on exemptions. Wednesday, Thursday, next 2 sessions, 11th and 12th session, we will spend some good time on exemptions. Thank you so much. Take care. Bye-bye. Thank you. Wonderful. Very good morning, everyone. Very good morning. Morning, Manoj. Morning. Good morning, Makaran. Good morning. Morning, Sanjay. Morning, Radhika. Good morning. Yes, good morning, Path. Good morning. Yes, come on. Morning, Vinodini. Morning. Good morning. Morning, Ranjit. Very good morning. Yes, my dear friends, come on, get back. Yes, we are back in action now. So we are done with almost everything in GST, my dear friends. Lot of interesting discussion we have done. But the only thing which is pending for discussion is all about the interesting concept of exemptions, which will spend some very good time today and tomorrow and have some good clarity of thoughts. Clear, my dear friends, everybody? I'm sure we are clear with what we are discussing. Everyone, sir. And I'm sure you would have utilized your time very effectively in terms of revising the concepts from GST. And by any chance, if you have some doubt, you can feel free to ask me now itself, or you can ask me in the WhatsApp group, or you can personally message me. Not a problem. And in IndigoLearn, we have got forums also. On the forums also, you can ask your queries. So you have got so many options to reach out to us. The only thing required is that you should have the interest to reach out. That's the only thing which is important now. Solutions are there. But the only thing is that you have to utilize it effectively, which is most important. Clear? Shall we start, my dear friends? Are we ready? Please confirm. Yes, thank you, Manoj. Thank you. Chalo, guys, come on, get ready. So, friends, 2-3 interesting things now before we start. That is, friends, we are done with discussion about the introduction to GST, the concept of supply, time of supply, value of supply, input tax credit, registration, tax invoice, credit note, debit note, some interesting points about e-way bill. Then we also spoke about something called reverse charge mechanism and composition scheme. That is your charge of GST section 9. And we have spent a lot of time on discussion about composition scheme section 10 also. Now here, all said and done, all these topics will keep coming in the examination. And as I told you very clearly, my dear friends, my objective is very simple, that this indirect taxes for November 23 examination is for about 40 marks. And in that 40 marks, I want minimum 30 marks to come. That is the objective. Minimum 30 marks to come. So that your exemption pathway for income tax, for taxation subject will become very smooth and easy. You're getting my point? And out of 60, scoring at least 30 to 40 in income tax is not a big deal. And there you get a 40 mark score, and here you get 30 mark score. Matter is over. You will reach your 70. And worst case scenario, if something goes wrong, still 60 will come. The whole objective is exemption, right? Passing is not a big deal, my dear friends. Passing will definitely happen. Passing is not a big deal. But the whole objective is all about getting the exemption. That is what we have to achieve for and work for. Good. Some student is asking, sir, what is e-waybill? I already told you what is e-waybill, no? Movement of goods of value more than 50,000. And in your syllabus, you have got time limit of e-waybill. Just go through that 1 day, 200 kilometers, additional 200 kilometers, additional 1 day. Just go through that point. Any doubt in that, you can ask me. Not a problem. Good. Next. Good, Manoj. Good. 100% I should try, sir. Yes, Manoj, you have to try. You can do it. Not a problem. And this tax is a very scoring paper, my dear friends. But what is important is that clarity of thought on the concept. We should not search for shortcuts. We have to work only towards concepts. Because I keep telling in the class, lot of times that shortcut is only for comfort, but concept is for clarity. That's why what is important first is concept, then you look at shortcuts. Comfort is secondary, but clarity is primary. That's the reason why I keep telling always, it's all about concepts, which makes the whole difference. Done. So finally, my dear friends, now it's time to talk about a last interesting discussion with you. That is about the concept of exemptions, my dear friends. Now, two things I want to tell before I get into exemptions. Number one, this exemptions topic will generally keep coming in the exam for 4 marks. But there were a couple of occasions where exemptions came in exam for 6 marks also. And there were some occasions where exemption came in exam only for 2 marks. But the general tendency is that this keep coming in the exam for about 4 marks. Now, what is that they ask? They will never ask you 4 marks, write some 10 exemptions. They'll never tell, student is telling sir voice, what happened? Am I not audible? Yes, Sujal, am I audible? Yes. Some student is saying 10%. What is the 10%? Oh, 4 marks is 10% of 40 marks. Correct. Good. Very true. Good. So what I was saying very clear is that they'll never ask a question in the exam where they will tell, write some 10 points of exemption, we'll give you 4 marks. They'll never ask that kind of question where they will tell, write 4 points, write 10 points, we'll give 4 marks. It's never like that. So basically, they try to test on the concept, whether you know whether a particular service is exempt or not. And my dear friends, when I talk about exemption, section 11, we all know that section 10 is composition scheme. Section 12 is time of supply in case of goods. 13 is time of supply in case of services. 15 is value of supply. 9 is charge of GST. 16, 17, 18 is all about input tax credits. 22 to 30 is registration concept. 31 is all about tax invoice. Getting my point, everybody? All these sections we have discussed. But now, the point is that section 11 of CGST Act has given power to central government. What is that section? Section 11 of CGST Act has given power to central government to grant exemption. And we have got a lot of interesting notified goods which are exempt and a lot of interesting services which are exempt. But in our syllabus, we do not have list of goods that are exempt. But in our syllabus, we have list of services which are exempt. And we have got close to almost about 70-75 points. You're getting my point? In fact, initially I thought I'll prepare a small presentation and discuss only the interesting exemptions. But later on, I felt, yesterday I was just thinking that instead of discussing only few exemptions, it's better that we talk about all exemptions so that it will take little time, but we can discuss everything. We'll directly talk from our ICA material, all the interesting exemptions, and I'll explain the provisions to you on every particular exemption, what they're talking about. Because from exemption standpoint, what ICA expects from you is that they'll give you 4 points. They'll give you 4 points and ask whether that particular thing is exempt or taxable. So we should be in a position to just identify and tell whether it is exempt or taxable. So our objective is very simple. We have to identify whether it is exempt or taxable. We need not mug up any points. Generally, what I have observed is that students face a trouble where they keep on trying to recollect all the points and try to mug up all the points. And the moment you do that, what will happen is very clear that you will start saying that exemption is a very, very, very boring topic. That's how it will happen. Obviously. Come on. Let me start the discussion, guys. Yeah. I'm sure the screen is visible. Yes, my dear friends. Go on. So what I was telling is that section 11 of CGST Act, which section, my dear friends? Section 11 of CGST Act has given, this section has given power. This section has given power to central government to notify the exemptions. This section has given power to central government to notify the exemptions. But I'll tell you some interesting words here. Please listen very clearly. Sir, there is a difference between exempted and non-GST. And there is something called nil rated and something called zero rated. First of all, we know very clearly that what is covered in zero rated is only two things: exports and supply to SEZ. Come on, friends, what is covered in zero rated? Exports and supply to SEZ. Only these two are covered in zero rated. Now, what is nil rated? Nil rated is a case where rate of tax is nil. Nil rated is a case where rate of tax is nil. That means what? We are not charging tax because the rate is nil. So at any point of time in the future, if the rate gets changed, we will collect tax. You're getting the point on it? And the classic example for nil rated is fruits, vegetables, milk. On all these products, there is no GST practically because the rate of tax is nil. You're getting my point, everybody? Are we clear? Non-GST are those which are not covered under GST. Now, what is that? Those which are not covered under GST. Classic example: 5 petroleum products, or the word alcoholic liquor for human consumption. We know that, right? Exactly. Now, moving ahead. First point is what, my dear friends? Exempted. Now, what is the meaning of this word exempted? They are those which have a tax rate. They are those which have a tax rate, but presently exempt. But what is that word, sir? Presently exempt. But means at present they are exempt because of notification. Come on, my dear friends. Those which have a tax rate. I repeat once again. Those which have a tax rate. There is a tax rate for that. There is a tax rate for that. But right now they are exempt because of what? Notification. Because of what, my dear friends? Notification. So at any time in the future, I repeat once again, if at any time in the future that notification is withdrawn, if at any time in the future that notification is withdrawn, what will happen is very clearly they'll become taxable. Very clearly they'll become taxable. There's no those where rate of tax is nil. Audio glitch. 1 second. One second. I'll fix this. Yeah, get back now. I'm sure now it's audible. Yeah. So, my dear friends, what I was talking is that zero rated covers only two cases. Number one, exports. Number two, supplies to SEZ. Nil rated is those cases where rate of tax is nil. And non-GST are those which are not covered under GST. That is your 5 petroleum products and alcohol liquor for human consumption. And exempted are those, they have a tax rate. What is that word, my dear friends? They have a tax rate. Tax rate is there. But right now they are exempt. but presently they are exempt because of notification. Because of notification, they are right now exempt, but they do have a tax rate. Excellent. I think we are clear with these 4 differences, my dear friends. Good. And in our syllabus, as I told you, my dear friends, we do not have list of exempted goods, but we do have list of exempted services, what we are supposed to learn. And we have got various points like services given to the government, services by the government. So many points are there, whatnots. And all the points we have to talk in detail. And some points are pretty simple, which are straightforward. But there are so many amendments which have come up, my dear friends, in exemptions topic. So we need to understand very clearly what is the point we are talking about exemptions. Clear, everyone? So let's talk the exemptions very much in detail with understanding the concept of what are those points and clarifications which have been given by statutory update also. I think I can go ahead. Student is asking, highlight the points which are amended, sir. Yes, definitely I'll do that, my dear friends. Definitely. No doubt in that. Yes, come on. I'll share the another screen. Just a second. Good. Thank you so much. This is ICA material of exemption from GST, but in that there are so many amendments which you have to talk that we'll talk in detail. Don't worry. See this point once. Central government may exempt supply of goods and services on recommendations of what? GST Council by notifications, either absolutely or subject to such condition as specified in the notification, with effect from the date as specified in notification. So basically for granting exemption, it is done by the central government on the recommendations of GST Council. Clear, my dear friends? And sometimes, my dear friends, they don't give a clarity properly in the exemption. For that purpose, they add an explanation. See this word, but explanation inserted within 1 year. Within 1 year. Within 1 year. For the purpose of clarifying the scope or applicability of any notification or order. Sujal is telling voice is not clear. Is it for everyone or only for Sujal? For everyone, it's clear. Sujal, please check, man. Don't scare me. Thank you. Yeah. Explanation inserted within 1 year for the purpose of clarifying the scope or applicability of notification or order to have what effect, my dear friends? Retrospective effects. Whenever we say retrospective effect, that means the effect will be there from the date when notification is given. So in simple terms, if explanation is given within 1 year, if explanation is given within 1 year of issue of notification, the explanation will have effect as if it is applicable from the date when notification is given. If explanation is given within 1 year. Got this point, everybody? One time question has come this point in the exam for 2 marks. 2 years back, this point came in exam. I'm sure this 1 year point is clear for all of us. Good. Thank you so much. See one explanation. No? A notification came into force on 1st July 2017. Thereafter, a new entry 3.6 was inserted on 21/9/2017. Need not remember any dates. Only for clarity I'm giving. Subsequently, explanation was also inserted in entry number 3.6 by issuance of notification on 26 July 2018. 26 July 2018 means within 1 year. You have to see from 21st September. From there, within 1 year, we got the notification. We got the explanation. Got it right? So although effective date mentioned in the notification, which inserted explanation was 27/7/2018, the said explanation will be effective from inception of entry 36 in notification, that is 21/9/17 and not 27/7/18. So if explanation is brought within 1 year, if explanation is brought within 1 year from the date of issue of notification, then explanation is applicable from the date when entry is brought. I'm sure this guy's got some full clarity to everyone. Everyone, please reply. Yes, thank you so very much. Come on, list of goods exempt from tax. You can see here, list of goods is only for the purpose of, you can see here, students may go through the complete list of goods exempt from GST on the CBSE website for knowledge purpose. Now student is telling, sir, there is no time for studying what is there in the book only. Then where is the question of knowledge, sir? We will see that later. I know that. Okay, very good, no problem. Okay, good. Let us see what is there in our syllabus first. Okay, see now. List of services which are exempt. Come on, first point, my dear friends. Services by an entity registered under section 12AA of Income Tax Act by way of what, my dear friends? Charitable activities. There's an entity which is doing charitable activities which is registered under Income Tax Act, and that entity activities, they generally don't pay income tax, so they have charitable activities. That we'll talk. What's wrong, man? I'll repeat once again, my dear friends. Can I go ahead? Yeah. So what is the first point I was telling is that services by an entity registered under section 12AA of Income Tax Act by way of charitable activities. So basically, when there is a charitable trust, sir, could you please make a good connection? What to do, man? We are trying our best to resolve the issue, but there is too much of network congestion here. And moreover, this Ganpati festival is going on. No, because of that, there is even more trouble now. That is a problem. Got it, Jack? Yeah, thank you. Yeah, so what is the point I was telling is that services by an entity registered at 12AA of Income Tax Act by way of charitable activities. Charitable activity, basically, I was talking about that. When a charitable trust is engaged in doing charitable activities, on that, they generally don't pay income tax because they have got some income tax exemption in case of charitable activities. In the similar manner, my dear friends, they have been given GST exemption also, provided they are doing charitable activities, and it is an entity registered under Income Tax Act for providing charitable activities. Now, big question is all about voting outside. Let me discuss that. See that word, come on. Charitable activities means what? In between, if you face any trouble, you just let me know. I'll try to resolve this for sure. Thank you so very much, guys. Thanks for your cooperation. Come on. So getting back to the discussion, my dear friends, what I was talking about very clearly, the first point is that service by way of an entity which is engaged in charitable activities, which is registered under Income Tax Act. What does that mean? Very clearly, what I'm talking is that if there is an entity which is doing the charitable activities, what they told in the law very clearly is that in income tax, any which ways, we have got some exemption when entity is doing charitable activities, which is registered under Income Tax Act. In the similar way, they have also given GST exemption to an entity engaged in charitable activities. But the big question is all about what is the meaning of this word called charitable activities. That we need to understand. Come on. I hope the screen is visible now again. Yes, thank you so much. Come on, see that. Charitable activities means what? Public health. What is that word, my dear friends? Public health by way of care or counseling of terminally ill persons or persons with severe physical or mental disability, persons affected with HIV or AIDS, persons addicted to a dependence-forming substance such as narcotic drugs or alcohol, public awareness of preventive health, family planning, or prevention of HIV infection. So basically, it's all about public health, my dear friends. Next, advancement of religion, spirituality, or yoga. An important point. In last attempt, they covered this point of yoga, my dear friends. Advancement of religion, spirituality, or yoga. Then next, development of educational programs or skill development. This is an important point. Listen very clearly. Relating to abandoned, orphaned, or homeless children, physically or mentally abused, and traumatized persons. Next one is prisoners, my dear friends, who are in jail. Educational program or skill development related to prisoners. Next one, persons over the age of 65 years residing in rural area. Why I am so specifically discussing? Because I will tell the answer now. Exactly 1 year back, question came in exam where they told advancement of skill development or educational program related to persons age over 65 years residing in urban area. This is what they asked in exam. And student wrote charitable trust exempt. Charitable trust, no discussion, only feelings. Charitable trust exempt. But control, man, control feelings and emotions. Exemption is only in case of persons over 65 years age residing in rural area. Everyone, come on. What is the student is telling? Exempted from giving marks. Wonderful. What a brilliant statement, Jack. Exactly. Because they asked the word persons over 65 years residing in urban area. But what is the exemption given? Only when persons over 65 years residing in rural area. That's why I told we'll talk some points very much in detail. Because small points, but makes a difference, right? Why should we take a chance? This much effort we have taken since last 10 lectures, just 1-2 lectures to go. Why should we compromise? Let's do it perfectly. That's the whole idea. Next line. Preservation of environment, including watersheds, forest, and wildlife. Preservation of environment, including watershed, forest, and wildlife. But see one word here. Thus, only those services provided by charitable religious trust which fall within the above definition are eligible for exemption. That is what I told you, that apart from the points what I just discussed, any other charitable activity, there is no exemption, my dear friends. So with urban area, it becomes taxable. Exemption is only in case of persons over 65 years residing in rural area. That case only it is exempt, my dear friends. Next, somebody asking, sir, does CSR by companies is exempted? CSR done by companies is contribution by company. No, there is a question of GST. Out of the income what they earn, they are doing the contributions. Next point, get back. Yeah, we are done with the first point, my dear friends. Charitable activities. Get back. Next one, my dear friends. See that. Service provided by a person. Service by a person by way of conduct of any. What is that word, sir? Service provided by a person by way of conduct of any religious ceremony. Something like Pandit, or you call Maharaj, the person who comes to our home for conduct of a religious ceremony. Something like any marriage and all. They come and conduct all pujas. And for that, we make some payment to them. And they generally never tell, sir, give GST separately because it is exempt. Service by a person by way of conduct of any religious ceremony. Next point, important line, please see that. Renting of this place meant for general public, owned or managed by entity registered as a charitable or religious trust under income tax. I'll give a small example here. Sir, I'm sure we all know about something called Tirupati Balaji temple. Majority of them would have already visited sometime in their life. Okay. Tirupati Balaji temple, my dear friends, is controlled by one trust called Tirumala Tirupati Devasthanam, which is a trust registered under income tax. Correct, my dear friends? Now, practically what has happened is in Tirumala, that is on the top hill, on the hill mountain, all the rooms, shops, everything is controlled by the trust only. Clear, friends? Now, what they told in the law is that when there is a charitable trust like this, which is registered and which is meant for a religious place, my dear friends, what they told is that if they are renting of rooms, renting of what? Rooms, where the charges are 1,000 or more per day, 1,000 or more per day, then it becomes taxable. That means if the room rent is less than 1,000 rupees, it is exempt. And we are not talking about any hotel. You have to understand that we are not talking about any hotel. Once upon a time, in case of hotel, less than 1,000 rupees, it was exempt. But that exemption has been removed, my dear friends. They removed that exemption of hotel less than 1,000 is exempt. That exemption has been removed and that is now made as taxable. That's now made as taxable. So when we go to hotels and stay in a hotel room where the room rent is less than 1,000, still GST will apply. But which case not taxable? In case of a trust where they are engaged in renting of a presence of a religious place and the room rent is less than 1,000, then only it is exempt. 1,000 or more, it becomes taxable. So my question to you, exact 1,000, what is the answer? Taxable. Because they clearly told in the law, renting of rooms where charges are 1,000 or more per day. So exact 1,000 is also taxable. Exemption is only in case of less than 1,000. Student is telling, sir, like MUT. Sir, MUT also you have to understand that it should be registered under income tax. If it's not registered under income tax, there is no exemption. I hope, Makarand, your question is answered. Good. Next point. So renting of rooms where the charges are 1,000 or more per day, it is taxable. Next, renting of premises, community halls, Kalyana Mandapam or open areas and the like where charges are 10,000 or more per day. How much is that? 10,000 or more per day. Then it becomes definitely taxable. Next line. Renting of shops or other premises for business or commerce where the charges are 10,000 or more per month. In that case also it becomes taxable, my dear friends. There is no doubt in that. Are we getting clarity, everybody? So in case of rooms, 1,000 or more per day, it becomes taxable. And in case of premises, open hall, Kalana Mandapam and all, what is the story? 10,000 or more per day, it becomes taxable. In case of shops, 10,000 or more per month, it becomes taxable. Clear, everybody? So I'll ask 1-2 questions. Tell the answer now. Ready, no? Good. Come on, friends. Listen, there is one hotel known as Hotel, let us say Raj. Hotel Raj. And one person, Mr. Rahul, has checked in to the hotel. Room rent is 800 per day. How much is the room rent, sir? 800 per day. Is it taxable? 800, sir, less than 1,000. Is it taxable? Come on. 101% answer is yes, my dear friends. Because this is hotel. Once upon a time, there was an exemption in case of hotel where the room rent is less than 1,000 per day. But that exemption has been removed with effect 18th July 2022. One interesting latest amendment applicable for exam. Clear, my dear friends? But now, let us say TTD, that is Tirumala Tirupati Devasthanam, has given rooms on rent to Mr. A and Mr. B. Now, Mr. A room rent is 900 per day and Mr. B room rent is 1,000 per day and Mr. C room rent is 1,100 per day. I'm sure you got my question. Come on, guys, tell me. 900 per day, what will happen? 900 per day is definitely exempt. 1,000 per day, my dear friends, come on. Definitely the answer is taxable. 1100 per day is also taxable, because you have to understand my point very clearly. If it is 1000 or more, it becomes taxable. That means exact 1000 is taxable. Good, very good. Good clarity on thoughts. Good. Listen. So let us say one person called Mr. Shiva Teja. Now what I've done is, last day before the exam, I decided to conduct rapid fire revision. Rapid fire revision of, let us say, power packed revision. And I've taken one temple premises on rent. A temple which is registered under charitable trust. Temple which is registered under charitable trust under income tax. And I've taken under income tax, they have registered, my dear friends, and I've taken one open hall on rent from them. Now tell me, did I take the open hall on rent for conducting some puja there? Tell me, guys, am I doing some havan there? No. Listen carefully now. I've taken an open hall on rent to conduct what? Rapid fire revision in the temple premises, in a very devotional place with a lot of positive vibes. I'm conducting one power packed revision. Now tell me, guys, listen. Now what they have charged is open hall rent. Open hall rent. What they have charged is 9,000 per day. Is it taxable? This question came in exam. Some are telling yes, some are telling no. 101% answer is no, my dear friends. Maria, Aditya, Kavi, Parth, please understand the answer is no, because it is less than 10,000 per day. Listen, I understood your problem. I understood. Before you ask question only, I'll reply. See the point? Renting of a presence, visible, no? Renting of a presence. Screen share visible or not? Yes, see now. Renting of a presence of a religious place meant for general public, owned and managed by entity registered as charitable trust. Now tell me, in this point, did they anywhere tell that? Did they anywhere tell that in that renting of a presence of a religious place, you should do only religious activity? Did they anywhere tell that you should do a religious activity? Answer is no. So that could be any activity, need not be a religious activity. I'm conducting a rapid fire revision. I thought I'll make it devotional. Under the premises of God, we will learn more of GST and income tax. In exam, we'll go and rock in the exam. And I conducted. What is the rent they charge? 9,000 per day. And what is the point we learn? Renting of premises, community halls, Kalyana mandapams, open areas and live, where the charges are 10,000 or more per day. So with less than 10,000, it becomes exempt. It need not be that area or that Kalyana mandapam premises we have taken for doing a religious activity. That law never told. Purpose they never told. Getting my point, no friends? See how small points is making a whole difference, my dear friends. That is why in exam, students are losing marks in exemptions. And they tell, sir, exemption is a boring topic, sir, irritating topic, sir, so crazy topic, sir, so much dry topic, sir. All that is fine. But why the reactions are coming? Lack of clarity. Conceptual discussion, which is most important. And if that is there, you will tell that this is a brilliant topic, guys. Brilliant topic, no doubt in that. Done. No concept clarity. Because they don't take STSR classes. Thank you so much, man. Done. Clear, my dear friends. Come on. Can I proceed now? I think this point is clear for all of us now. So now your brain got the clarity that if it is less than 10,000, it is exempt. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter for what purpose that religious place is being used. But the important point is that the person who is giving that place on rent should be a registered charitable trust under income tax. Done. So rooms, what is the story? 1,000 or more per day is taxable. Premises, open area, Kalyana mandapam, 10,000 or more per day is taxable. Shops, 10,000 or more per month is taxable. Super duper clarity. Yes, very good, my dear friend. Thank you. Next point. Services by a specified organization. What is that word, sir? Services by a specified organization in respect of a religious pilgrimage, which is facilitated by Government of India under a bilateral agreement. So what is covered in this basically is the Hajj. In a lot of Muslim community, there is a principle that their life purpose is served when they go to Hajj. That is Makkah Masjid. You know that, no? In the same way, my dear friends, government has formed one committee called Hajj Committee, which is giving services for the purpose of religious pilgrimage. In the same way, for Hindus, there is something called Mansarovar, where people believe that going to that place, their life purpose is complete. I'll show that point. 1 second. No? See this point here. Religious pilgrimage facilitated by Government of India. See that word? Kuman Mandal Vikas Nigam Limited, Government of Uttarakhand. That is your Kailas Mansarovar. Here, no? Kuman Mandal Vikas Nigam Limited and Hajj Committee of India. So services provided by Hajj Committee and Kuman Vikas Nigam Mandal Limited in relation to pilgrimage to Makkah or Kailash Mansarovar are not liable to GST. Good. A lot of them already know the answer. Very good. Next, come on. Sir, yoga and meditation camp by charitable trust. What is the answer? Advancement of religion, spirituality, yoga is exempt. Remember that, no? Good. Next point. One more point in charitable trust, then we can proceed. That is your story of services by way of training or coaching. What is that word, sir? Training or coaching in recreational activity relating to arts or culture or sports by charitable entities registered under Income Tax Act. But there is a small amendment to this. I'll share that screen. Just once, hold on. 1 minute. That's ready with me. Good. I believe it is visible. Screen is loading. Loading. Visible. Wonderful. See that point? Earlier, the point was services by way of training or coaching in recreational activity relating to arts, culture, or sports by charitable entities. That point they removed. And what is the amendment they have done? See now. Services by way of training or coaching in recreational activities. See the 2 points difference. A recreational activity relating to arts or culture. By an individual. The second point, you see. Now, how do you read this point? Come on. Services by way of training or coaching in sports. So, sports academy, guys. Services by way of training or coaching in sports by charitable entities registered under 12AA or 12AB of Income Tax Act. So, in case of recreational activity relating to arts or culture, it is by an individual, then it is exempt. But in case of sports, if it is by a charitable entity registered under Income Tax Act, then it is exempt. You got the point, no? This 80th point amendment, I hope we are fully clear. This amendment is done with effect from 18th July 2022. Are we clear, friends? Wonderful. That's why I told exemptions will require 2 days time. So many points are there. Come on. Done. So with this discussion is over. That's all about a lot of interesting points in charitable activities. So what is that word recreational activity I told? In case of arts and culture, if it is by individual, it is exempt. Arts and culture, if it is by individual, it is exempt. In case of sports, if it is by charitable trust registered under income tax, then also it is exempt. Somebody asking, service given to charitable or religious trust is not exempt, right? No. This point is all about services by charitable trust. Don't interpret too, my dear friend. Whole meaning will change there. Please. Got it right? Good. Can I go ahead, my dear friends? Please reply. Excellent. Thank you so very much. Come on. Next, moving ahead to the next discussion, that is all about agriculture related services. Important point. High probability that question will come in the examination. Very, very high probability. Clear everyone? Good. Thank you so much. Come on. See the points. Point number 24. Services by way of loading, unloading, packing, storage, or warehousing of rice. This point is separately covered because rice is technically not a agricultural product. What is agricultural product is basically paddy. On paddy, some processing is being done in a rice mill where they remove the husk and do some kind of a coating activity. Then that paddy will actually convert into rice. I'm sure we know that. That's a fundamental reason why whenever we cook rice at home, we do multiple activities of cleaning and then we cook the rice. The reason because there is a kind of coating which is or polishing which is done on that particular rice. Got it, my dear friends? That's why for rice there is a separate point of exemption where they told services by way of loading, unloading, packing, storage, or warehousing of rice. That is specifically exempt. Service by way of loading, unloading, packing, storage, or warehousing of rice is exempt. Next one. Services by way of warehousing of minor forest produce. What is that word, my dear friends? Minor forest produce. I'll show you that. 1 second. Hold on. It's not written here. So minor forest produce is like your forest, small articles, my dear friends, like your honeys, all these small kind of products will come under minor forest produce. Come on, friends. What is the point I just told? So first point is very clearly by way of loading, unloading, warehousing, or packing of what, my dear friends? Come on. Services by way of loading, unloading, packing, storage, or warehousing of rice. Warehousing of rice. Second point is what? Come on, friends. Second point is what? Services by way of warehousing of minor forest produce. Only warehousing is covered. Warehousing of minor forest produce. Something like your timber products. Somebody is telling tendu leaves. Yes, tendu leaves, honey, wax, cocoons, all medicinal plants, herbs, roots. All this will come under a small minor forest produce. Getting my point, everybody? Good. Thank you so much. I'll go ahead. Come on, friends. So what is the point? First point, services by way of loading, unloading, packing, storage, or warehousing of rice. Next point, services by way of warehousing of minor forest produce. Next point, you see, interesting, 24B, but there's a latest amendment to this. I'll tell you that point. Services by way of storage or warehousing of cereals, pulses, fruits, nuts, vegetables, spices, copra, sugarcane, jaggery, vegetable fibers such as cotton, flax, jute, indigo, unmanufactured tobacco, betel leaves, tendu leaves, coffee, tea, whatnot. So many points are there. But let me tell you, all those points they have removed, except 3 points. Cereals, pulses, fruits. That's it. Apart from these 3 points, rest all points they have removed, my dear friends. I'll show you that interesting amendment, my dear friends. Services by way of storage or warehousing. Just a second. So is the amendment visible for you? See this point number 24B once. Visible, everyone? Yes. What is the point they removed, sir? You can see that they have striked off everything. Everything is striked off except what? Cereals, pulses, and fruits. So the point is very clear now. That now what is covered is only services by way of storage or warehousing of cereals, pulses, and fruits. That's If it is nuts, vegetables, spices, copra, sugarcane, jaggery and all, it is definitely becomes taxable. Exemption is now applicable only to services by way of storage or warehousing of cereals, pulses and fruits. Are we getting clarity, everybody, sir? Excellent. Glad to hear this. Next point you see. So first point, what did we discuss, friends? Come on, get back once again. Let me start with agriculture activity once again. Come on. What is that we had? Services by way of loading, unloading, packing, storage or warehousing of rice. Then we had a concept of warehousing of minor forest produce. Next we have services by way of storage or warehousing of what is covered is only 3 points now. Cereals, pulses and fruits. Correct now, friends? What is covered now is only cereals, pulses and fruits. Rest all things will definitely become taxable. So on this small points, my dear friends, in exam, question will keep coming where they'll try to test your knowledge. Correct? No, you do not mug up everything. But in exam, they'll just ask whether it's exempt or taxable. For example, they might ask one question. Determine whether following are exempt or taxable. In that, they'll give 1 point. Services by way of warehousing of jaggery. Services by way of warehousing of jaggery. What will be the answer? The answer is definitely taxable. Because now jaggery and all is not covered. What is covered is only cereals, pulses and fruits. That much is only covered. Any other product will definitely become taxable. Now exemption is only for cereals, pulses and fruits. Good. What is the student asking? Sir, what comes in minor forest produce? I told that already, you know. Tendu leaves, honey. All this will come under minor forest produce. Got it? No, tendu leaves, honey, medicinal plants, herbs, roots, they'll all come under minor forest produce, my dear friends. Good. What is the student asking? Sir, do we have all the amendments saved at one place in ICA website? Yes, they gave him one document called statutory update. And I'm also preparing a PowerPoint presentation with all the amendments at one place for November 23 examination. That also I'll share in the group once it is done. In a week's time, that will get ready. I'll share the presentation in our group, where we will get a complete access to that PowerPoint presentation, where you'll have a list of all the amendments separately applicable for November 23 examination, so that you will not have any doubt further. Done. Sounds great, sir. Thank you. PDF will be useful. Yes, thank you so much, man. I'll do it. In a week's time, I'll send that to you. Don't worry. It's taking a little time because so many points are there, but in a week's time, I'll complete everything. Now, what will happen is that it will have all the amendments at one place. Done. So what is it we have discussed about? Services by way of storage or warehousing of cereals, pulses, fruits. That much is only exempt now. Rest all things will definitely become taxable. Exemption is now only for cereals, fruits and pulses. Good. Next point. What is that student is telling? We have taken printouts of PDF and Excel. They are very useful. Thank you so much, man. Glad. Next point. Services by way of fumigation. What is that word, my dear friends? Fumigation in warehouse of agricultural produce. When I say fumigation, basically what we are trying to say is that, my dear friends, fumigation is something like they put some smoke in that warehouse in order to protect them from germs. Services by way of what? Fumigation in a warehouse of agricultural produce. Again, I am telling fumigation in a warehouse of agricultural produce. But now, I will tell you one latest amendment, that is with effect from 18th July 2022, this exemption has been removed. This exemption has been removed. When I say this exemption has been removed, what does that mean now? Answer is taxable. So service by way of fumigation in a warehouse of agricultural produce will now become taxable. So in an exam, question will come. I mean, it may come, I mean to say, in exam, if the question comes, you cannot afford to say the answer is exempt. The answer should definitely very clearly be, it is taxable. Service by way of fumigation in warehouse of agricultural produce. See, small points, but how much important they are. Question paper leaked. Oh my God. If it actually comes, what you will say, man? Done. Next point. So what is the story, my dear friends? Fumigation in a warehouse of agricultural produce. What is the answer? Taxable or exempt? 101%. The answer is what, my dear friends? Taxable. The exemption has been withdrawn. So that's why I'm talking with you so much in detail, no? And that's why I told you that I'm preparing my PowerPoint presentation with all the points where what are all the amendments for November 23 examination that I'll share as a document to you, which you can go through once for revision. You'll automatically become perfect. My job done, your job done. And we want exemption, not just passing. Done. Agricultural points very important. Of course, my dear friend. That's why I'm spending so much of time. If not, I would have just gone through, no? Good. Next point. Service relating to cultivation of plants. Cultivation of what? Plants. And rearing of all life forms of animals. And rearing of all animals. That means rearing of any cows, buffaloes, for milk and all. We do that, no? Exactly. And rearing of all forms of animal except rearing of horses. If it is horses, there is no exemption given in the law. The reason being very clear that horse is actually a very costly animal. If a person is maintaining horse, that's not a joke. So for example, my dear friends, I'll discuss 1-2 points here. If Shiva Teja, let us say I've got 20 buffaloes with me, and daily morning activity is extraction of milk and selling that milk. Do you think GST will apply? 101% answer is no, because that is covered in exemption list. Clear with that? Next point. Agriculture operation directly related to production of any produce like cultivation, harvesting, threshing, plant protection, or testing. Any kind of testing of soil also, it becomes what, my dear friends? Exempt. It becomes exempt. In exam 110 question has come soil testing. The answer is exempt because that is clearly related to agriculture operations only. Soil testing is clearly related to agriculture activity only. So that's why it definitely becomes exempt. You're getting my point, everybody? Exactly. Good. Next point. Supply of what labor, my dear friends? Farm labor. That means what? I have got some laborers with me. I'm giving that laborers to a farmer. Next point. Process carried out. What does that word say? Process carried out at agricultural farm, including tending, pruning, cutting, harvesting, drying, cleaning, trimming, sun drying, fumigating, curing, sorting, grading, all agricultural activities, my dear friends. But important is that which do not alter the essential characteristics of agricultural produce, but make it only marketable to primary market. For example, sir, if we have to carry tomatoes to the market to sell, we will pack in a bag. So packing of tomatoes in a bag is nothing but an agricultural activity only, because we have to take it to the market to sell. Correct, no, my dear friends? If we convert tomatoes to tomato ketchup, it cannot be regarded as agricultural activity. It becomes taxable. Next point. Renting or leasing of agro machinery. What machinery? Agro machinery is something like agriculture equipments. I give agriculture equipments on rent, something like a tractor, or a vacant land with or without structure incidental to its use. Next point. Loading, unloading, packing or storage. Loading, unloading, packing, storage, or warehousing of agricultural produce. Next point. Agriculture extension services. Agricultural extension service is something like training of farmers. I repeat once again, agriculture extension service is something like training of farmers on new technologies, on new adaptation that will come under agriculture extension service. Next point. Services by any agricultural produce marketing committee or board, or services by commission agent for sale or purchase of agricultural produce. And next point, already we know, my dear friends, services by way of fumigation in warehouse. And I told you that fumigation in warehouse, my dear friends, exemption has been withdrawn. Exemption has been what, my dear friends? Withdrawn. And once I say that exemption has been withdrawn, what will happen, my dear friends? It becomes taxable. Are you getting my point, everybody? All of us? Wonderful. Next point. Carrying out intermediate production process as what? Job work. Intermediate production process as job work in relation to cultivation of plants and rearing of all animals except horses for food, fiber, fuel, raw material, or other similar products or agricultural produce. Next one. Services by way of artificial insemination of livestock other than horses. Artificial insemination is something like artificial production of babies. Artificial production of babies. Correct, my dear friends? Today's date, they have got so many technologies where artificially babies are being produced. When I say artificial, that means babies are produced in the lab. That's it. I'm sure you know more, you have more clarity on this point. I cannot explain you more. Yeah, kind of test tube babies, exactly. But we're talking only about livestock here, not human beings. Okay? Don't think too much. Done. Get back. Artificial insemination of livestock other than horses. Come on, friends. It's time to ask some questions. Excel visible, right? Yeah. Mr. Shiva Teja. Mr. Shiva Teja is acting as a commission agent for sale of agricultural produce. For sale of what, my dear friends? Agricultural produce. And the commission, what I got is 60 lakh rupees. Now tell me, guys, is it taxable? 60 lakhs is the commission what I got for sale of agricultural produce. Speak out, my dear friends. Come on, guys, tell me the answer. Somebody is telling yes. What, Jack? What's wrong with you, man? 101% no, because it is exempt. The reason being very clear that services by a person acting as a commission agent for sale or purchase of agricultural produce. That point I clearly told you, my dear friends. See, small points, but so very costly point. See the G point. Services by any agricultural produce marketing committee or board, or services provided by, see that word, come on, services provided by, see that word, my dear friend, services provided by commission agent, services provided by commission agent, services provided by commission agent for sale or purchase of agricultural produce. Services provided by commission agent for sale or purchase of agricultural produce. That is definitely exempt. That is reason why it is exempt, my dear friend Jack. I hope you are clear, my dear friend Jack. Good. One student is telling voice is not clear. Is it so? Is the problem for everyone? Please confirm. Am I audible properly? No, sir. All clear. Now better. Audible, sir. Wonderful. Thank you so much. Yes, very good. Wonderful. Lovely people. Come on. Next question let me ask. Let me ask next question. So you have to understand that voice break is happening because I'm multiple times changing the screens. One time with update, one time with ICA material, one time with Excel. That's where a little bit of crack is coming in between. You have to understand that the disturbance is because of that reason. Yeah. Multitasking is happening. Yes, correct. What to do? Because see, you have to understand that from material, I'm discussing the concept. Amendment, I'm talking from statutory update. And to become perfect, I have to discuss example in Excel. What can I do? I cannot leave it, no. If I have to, if I want to just leave it and finish it off, I can tell this, exempt. You will tell, wow, class is over. Brilliant, sir. Wonderful, sir. Topic is done, sir. Topic is done. But where are you perfect? You are to be perfect. I should discuss example. No, that is most important. That's why I'm discussing examples. Do you agree to me? Do you agree that what examples I'm discussing is making sense for all of you? Good. Yes, sir. Fire, sir. Fire. Thank you. Listen next. One person, your speed is light speed, computer is not matching. Yeah. Good point. Next, come on. Mr. Ravi Teja, my dear friends, listen. Mr. Ravi Teja, he has open land with him. And he gave land on rent. He gave land on rent to one person, Mr. Shiva Teja, for the purpose of stable. For the purpose of stable, and stable is basically the place where horses are kept. Now tell me, my dear friends, is the rent taxable? 101% answer is yes. Very good. Another question. Give land on rent for the purpose of maintaining cows. Is the rent taxable? 101%. The answer is exempt, my dear friends. The reason being very clear that it covers rearing of all forms of animals except rearing of horses. Good. Next question. 1%, Mr. Jack, he has got 1 acre of land. In that 1 acre of land, he is producing flowers. He's producing what, my dear friends? Flowers. Not fruits, not vegetables, flowers. And then selling that flowers. Is it exempt? Is it exempt, guys? 100% answer is yes, it is exempt. Maria is telling the answer is taxable. Why, my dear friend? Why is it taxable? Definitely it is exempt because in the law they have clearly told service relating to cultivation of plants and rearing of all animals except horses. When I say cultivation of plant, the plant could be any plant, no? Fruits, vegetables, flowers, everything. That is also agricultural produce only. What is the problem? Got my point, right? Okay, sir. Yes, sir. Okay, my dear friend. Very good. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you so much. Next point. Service of artificial insemination of hen. What do you think? 100% answer is exempt because we have discussed about artificial insemination of livestock except what, my dear friends? Horses. I clearly told you that point, my dear friends. Everyone, sir. I strongly believe that we have got some very good clarity on this point, my dear friends, related to agricultural produce. I'm discussing so many examples because that is when you get complete clarity on this. If not, gone. Completely gone. Then if I don't discuss these examples and directly tell you the points, it's like a formality what I'm doing with you then. I don't want to do a formality. It should make sense. Every time, every minute we are spending should make sense. Because very close to the exam now. Yeah, next. Analysis. Already we discussed everything in this thing. See this word? Process. See this line here? This part I'm talking about. Process which make agricultural produce marketable in retail market. That will definitely become taxable. I already told what is covered is only primary market. Retail market becomes taxable. Retail market is something like sterilizing, adding some preservative, packing in small packets, packing in retail pouches. And agriculture extension services, already I told. That is about your training of farmers through all research, knowledge and all. Guys, is jaggery an agriculture produce? Definitely. I'm sure you know that sugar cane is agriculture produce, but sugar is never an agricultural produce. That's why I told you that warehousing of jaggery is definitely taxable. Once upon a time, there was a separate exemption for that, but they removed that and made it only warehousing of cereals, pulses, and fruits. I told you that. Next, milling of paddy is not an intermediate process in relation to cultivation of plant. It is a process carried out after cultivation. That's the reason why milling of paddy into rice changes its characters. It cannot be considered as intermediate production process in relation to cultivation of plants for food, fiber, or other materials or agricultural produce. Straight answer, rice mill. Next. See this point, come on, tell the answer. Somebody asking. Fumigation of agricultural produce which do not change character is exempt, but fumigation in warehouse is taxable. Obviously, warehousing is only about fumigation in warehouse only we are talking about taxability. No, my dear friend. What has been withdrawn is this particular point. That is fumigation in a warehouse of agricultural produce. But if you're doing a fumigation activity, on the plants, that's a part of agricultural activity only, no? It's a process carried out at the farm. So as to protect from worms and germs. Yes, Wasim, I'm sure your question is answered. Good. Next is the question. Packing of onions. Packing of what, my dear friends? Onions purchased from village farmers into small packets of 1 kg each in Sukiya Das warehouse so that the same can be sold in a nearby city mall. What do you think is the answer, my dear friends? Definitely answer is taxable. The reason because they are making them marketable for retail market, but not for primary market. You can see here. They are making it marketable primary market only except. Even though character is not changing, it makes them marketable for retail market and not for primary market. That's why it becomes taxable. Next, warehousing of jaggery and tea. Definitely the answer is what? Come on, my dear friends. Jaggery is not agricultural produce. So it becomes what, my dear friends? Taxable. And tea, if it is tea leaves, we will say agricultural produce only. See here, 24B exempts warehousing of certain items which are not agricultural produce. Although jaggery and tea do not qualify as produce, warehouse specifically exempted at 24B, but the answer is now taxable. I already told those are removed now. What is covered is only cereals, pulses, and fruits. Remember that, no? Good, very good. Everybody is telling taxable. Good clarity. Next. Renting of warehousing for storage of agricultural produce. The answer is 100% taxable. Sorry, agricultural produce. No, sorry. Warehousing for storage of agricultural produce. Then it's definitely exempt, my dear friends. Warehousing for storage of agricultural produce, it's definitely exempt. But the problem here is what you see. Services of what? Services of what? Loading, unloading, packing, storage, or warehousing of produce is exempt. In the given case, services being given are not warehousing service, but it is renting of property service. That services are not exempt. The reason because renting of warehouse for storage of produce. I'll tell a small difference here. So let us say there is one of our friend Jack. Okay, he is doing the activity. Jack is doing the activity of warehousing of agricultural produce. Whatever activity Jack is doing is exempt. But what is happening is, Shiva Teja, I have got one open area, or let us say I've got some godown or warehouse. That warehouse, I gave it on rent to Jack. Now what I'm doing is not warehousing activity. The activity what I'm doing is renting activity. It is not warehousing activity. It is not a warehousing activity. Instead, it is a renting activity. That's why law told that case definitely becomes taxable. Because exemption is only for a warehousing activity, but not for a renting activity. Because exemption clearly says loading, unloading, packing, storage, or warehousing of agricultural produce. Loading, packing, see a word. Loading, unloading, packing, storage, or warehousing of produce. Clear, my dear friends? Everyone, sir. Somebody asking one word. Sir, what is the point of renting or leasing of agricultural or vacant land? If I'm giving a land on rent for doing agriculture activity, then it is exempt, my dear friend Makarant. If I'm giving agro machinery on rent, it is exempt. But I'm giving a warehouse on rent. For storing the produce, then it becomes taxable. You're getting my point? I'll open the point once again, Makarant. Don't worry. See here, Makarant. See here. Come on. Renting or leasing of agro machinery or vacant land with or without structure. If I give a vacant land on rent for doing agricultural activity, for doing what? Agricultural activity, then it becomes exempt. But if I give a warehouse on rent for storing the agricultural produce, then it becomes taxable. If I give a warehouse on rent for storing the agricultural produce, then it becomes taxable, because for me, it is not warehousing income, but for me, it is rental income. What a powerful point. Renting or warehousing for storage of agricultural produce. Warehousing activity is exempt, but renting of warehouse is not exempt, because that is clearly a rental income. But imagine I give a vacant land on rent for agriculture activity. If I give one vacant land on rent, if I give one vacant land on rent for agricultural activity, again the answer is exempt. Good. I strongly believe that everybody got clarity on this point. Please confirm. Such a brilliant point related to agricultural activity. These points, what will happen is, directly when you read, it becomes slightly difficult to understand. That's why I'm discussing in detail, my dear friends. You have to understand my perspective. Good. Next point. Education service. Very, 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 very interesting points. Clear, my dear friends? Come on, get back. Now listen. What is visible for you? Can you please confirm what is visible? Good. Thank you so much. Yeah, listen. So I'm talking some exemption related to educational services. Is very, 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 very important point. High probability that question will come in the examination. I'm clearly telling that high probability is there that question will come in the examination. Number one. Is it a new amendment, sir? No, my dear friend. It's not a new amendment. It's already there right from before. It's not a new amendment, but it's an important point. Clear? Can I proceed, everyone? Please confirm, my dear friends. Please, sir. Yes, sir. Proceed. Thank you so much. Thank you. Come on, listen. First point, what they told is, my dear friends, listen carefully, my dear friends, what is that I'm talking? First point, what they told in the law is very clearly, we are talking about an education service. Now, services by educational institution, students, faculty, and staff is exempt. Number two, service by educational institution by way of conduct of entrance exam. Nowadays, entrance exam is there. In a lot of places, entrance exam. My son is actually in first class. For that also, they conducted entrance examination. You're getting my point, my dear friends? Gone are the days where things have drastically changed now. I actually completed my entire CA course long ago in 1 to 1.5 lakhs. I completed my entire CA course journey. But for my son, for first class only, I'm paying a fees of 1.5 lakhs. Not a 1.5, almost 2 lakhs I'm spending for him. No option. Just a second. It got stuck once again. It's getting heated, man. Yeah. So what is the first point? Come on. Services by education institution to students, faculty, and staff is exempt. Second one, services by education institution by way of conduct of what, my dear friends? Entrance examination. Entrance examination. These two are exempt. Now, first of all, what is the meaning of this word educational institution, my dear friends? 3 points are covered in this. What are 3 points? Number 1, service by way of, what is that word, sir? Service by way of preschool education or education up to higher secondary school. Higher secondary school or equivalent. What is that word, my dear friends? Preschool is something like nursery, LKG, or preschool or play school also is covered in that. And education up to higher secondary school or equivalent. Higher secondary school is something like, very clearly, my dear friends, up to 12th standard. Up to 12th standard. Next one. Services. Come on, what is that word, my dear friends? Services. I repeat once again, my dear friends, please listen to my point very, very clearly what I'm talking, my dear friends. But the first point I wrote, preschool and education up to higher secondary school or equivalent. Next point, services by way of providing education. Services by way of providing education as a part of services by way of providing education as a part of curriculum. As a part of curriculum for obtaining qualification recognized by law. For obtaining qualification recognized by the law. Recognized by the law for the time being in force. Clear, my dear friends? I'll explain every point. Don't worry. Clear, everyone? Third point. Education as a part of approved vocational course. Education as a part of approved vocational course, my dear friends. Services as a part of approved vocational course. Sir, basically, my dear friends, we have got one department in India known as National Skill Development Corporation. There are some courses run by them like Industrial Training Institute, Industrial Training Center. They conduct small courses like tailoring activity, cell phone repairing activity. Basically, the whole activity of them is to ensure that unemployed youth should get employment. With that intention, they conduct approved vocational courses. Clear, everyone? Yeah, skill development. Somebody is saying hot news. I know. Come on, get back, guys. So what the first point I was talking about? Services by education institution to its students, faculty, and staff. Now, what is education institution here? 3 points are covered. Listen, number 1, preschool education. That means what? Prior to school, like a preschool. And education up to higher secondary school or equivalent. That is nothing but your up to 12th standard is covered in higher secondary school or equivalent. Second point, services by way of providing education as a part of curriculum for obtaining qualification recognized by the law for time being in force. Simple example, my dear friends, BCom college or MBA college, MCom college, we all pay the college fees for obtaining qualification recognized by the law. As a education is given as a part of a curriculum which is fixed by that particular university. That is the reason why whenever you paid your BCom fees or MCom fees, they never charge you GST. Does CA course also come under this? The point is that ICA, whatever they are charging, that is different. But the point is very clear that all the private coaching centers, including we, IndigoLearn, we always pay GST. because we are not providing service as a part of any curriculum for obtaining qualification recognized by the law. It's a private coaching center. Then definitely GST will apply. You're getting my difference? That's why when you pay college fees, there is no question of GST. Next point. Education as a part of approved vocational course. I already told you, my dear friends, there is a skill development logic involved in that, where government will fix some designated trades and all. They will tell in this, if activity is being done, it is exempt. Are we getting clarity, everybody? Excellent. So what is the point covered here? Services by education institution to students, faculty and staff is exempt. Second point, what did I say? Services by education institution by way of conduct of entrance exam, that is also exempt. But now you see one interesting line. Listen. Services to educational institution. You get the difference. First 2 points, what I wrote is services by education institution. But now I'm talking about services to education institution. First 2 points, what I told is services by the education institution. But now I'm telling services to the education institution. You're getting my difference now, my dear friends, everybody? All of us. See now. Number 1. By way of transportation of students, faculty and staff. What is that word, sir? Student, faculty and staff. Number 2. Catering, including midday meals. Midday meals, I'm sure you heard about this concept, which is sponsored by the government. Midday meals, my dear friends. Afternoon lunch they provide. Catering. Next one. Third one. Security, cleaning or housekeeping services. Security, cleaning or housekeeping services performed, this line is important, my dear friends, came in exam, performed in such educational institution. I repeat this point once again, listen very clearly. Security, cleaning or housekeeping service which is done in education institution, the college premises only. I mean in the school premises only. Clear, my dear friends, everybody? Next. Fourth point. Service relating to conduct of examination. Service relating to conduct of what, my dear friends? Examination. Service relating to admission or anything related to service related to admission or conduct of examination. That service is also exempt. Service related to what, my dear friends? Admission or conduct of examination is exempt. Finally, last point. Listen very clearly, my dear friends. Supply of online educational journals. Supply of online educational journals. I repeat once again, my dear friends. Supply of online educational journals or periodicals is exempt. Supply of online educational journals or periodicals is exempt. Services by way of supply of online educational journals or periodicals is exempt. Now listen to my point very clearly. Some interesting point I will tell. Listen, my dear friends. In case of first 3 points, exemption is only when it is given to type 1 and type 1. Come on, my dear friends. Exemption. I repeat once again, my dear friends. Come on. What did I say? Come on, friends. Exempt in first 3 points. What are first 3 points? Transportation of students, faculty and staff. Second one, catering including midday meal program. Third one, security or cleaning or housekeeping service performed in that institution. Exemption for this first 3 points. Exemption for this first 3 points will apply only when it is given to type 1 of educational institution. What is that type 1? Come on, friends. What is that type 1? Preschool education or education up to higher secondary school or equivalent. Clear, my dear friends? So, for example, simple line I will tell. I am engaged in catering activity. I'm engaged in what activity? Catering activity. I'm giving service of supply of food to a school. Supply of food to a school. The answer is exempt. But I'm giving that catering service to a college. The answer becomes taxable. College means I'm talking about above 12th standard college, engineering college, BCom college. Then definitely it becomes taxable. Clear, friends, everybody? Next point to see. In case of fifth point, what is fifth point, my dear friends? Come on, friends, what is fifth point? Fifth point is what? Come on, friends, fifth point is what? Fifth point is only, my dear friends, fifth point is supply of online educational journals, supply of online educational journals or periodicals. In case of fifth point, my dear friends, exemption is only to type 2 of educational institution. Come on, what is type 2, my dear friends? What is type 2? Education as a part of curriculum for obtaining qualification recognized by the law. That case is only exempt, my dear friends. Student is asking, sir, canteens in university. I will talk, my dear friends, please. I will not give examples so far. I'll talk. Ravi Teja, wait for 5 minutes, please. Come on, friends. I hope we got this point, everybody. All of us. Now listen. Let me ask some questions. Listen very clearly. Please kindly concentrate. First point, listen. Mr. Shiva Teja is having a school. Okay? He is providing food to the students. He is providing food to the students. And it is cooked by the school itself. Correct, my dear friends? So, service of what? Food. Come on, guys. Is it taxable? Is it taxable? 100% answer is no. Now, same situation. Listen very clearly here. I'm having an engineering college cooked by the college itself. And they are giving service of food. Tell me, guys, is it taxable? Come on, friends. Students are happily telling yes, 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 yes. But the answer is no, my dear friends. Please understand that this point is not about services to the institution. This point is all about services by the institution. So please understand this first point, my dear friends. Services by the institution to the students, faculty, and staff is exempt. This is about services to the institution. Services to college is different. Services by the college is different. Here, what did I write here very clearly is that, college is providing food to the students. Why is it taxable? 100% the answer is exempt. Because this is a point of what? Services by the institution to students, faculty, and staff. The institution to students, faculty, and staff is definitely exempt, my dear friends. There is no doubt about it. Students are giving reactions now. But did you get the clarity what I'm talking? Reply, everybody. Services by institution is different. Services to institution is different. You have to clearly get the concept what I'm talking about. Sir, if not, why will I spend so much time, sir? Please, I would have completed this point long ago. I'm spending so much time because there's a lot of concept involved here. Next point, listen. Listen. Mr. Shiva Teja is providing service of supply of catering to an engineering college. Is it taxable? 101% answer is yes, no. Because we are talking institution. We are talking about services to institution. You're getting the difference from everybody? You understand the difference or not? Got it. Very good. Everyone, services by institution is different, services to institution is different. Supply of catering to a school. Is it taxable? 100% answer is no. It is exempt because this is service to the institution and that too it is to a school, my dear friends. That's why it is exempt. Clear, friends? Next question. Next question, you see. Little school has conducted annual day event at a open hall, and school contacted ABC security agency to provide security guards at open hall to control the public. Come on, my dear friends. So service is given by security agency to school. Tell me, friends, is it taxable? Think properly and tell me the answer. What are my reactions? Can't tell the answer. Is it taxable? Guys, respond, guys. 101% answer is yes. Because while telling only, I highlighted the point very clearly, that is security, cleaning, housekeeping services performed in such educational institution. If it is performed outside, it definitely becomes taxable. Clear, friends? Come on, please reply. Next point. Mr. Raj is supplying online journals. Somebody asking, security agency is forward charge, otherwise reverse charge. Wonderful, smart, very good. Come on. Mr. Raj is supplying online journals to Little Flower School. Is it taxable? Come on, friends, is it taxable? 101% answer is yes. Manoj is telling answer is no, but wrong, my dear friends. It is yes, because you have to understand that in case of online journals, exemption is only to type 2 of the institution. And the type 2 is only, what is the type 2, my dear friends? Education as a part of curriculum for obtaining qualification recognized by the law. You're getting my point, everybody? Speak out, my dear friends. Good. Now, student is asking one question. What is that question is asking? What is that question of Karan? Sir, what if catering service provided to university which have got school and college? You have to bifurcate. How much is related to school, how much is related to college? If you can't bifurcate, then it's become difficult. We'll start telling it as mixed supply. Got it, no? Good. Next point. Next question. Not over. I'll ask one more question. Can I go ahead? Sir, are you getting full clarity with this? Sir, examples you got. Why I'm asking so many examples, no? Good. So let us say there is one school called Hyderabad Public School. Crystal clear. Very good, sir. Very good. Thank you so much. Hyderabad Public School is providing service of transportation of students and collecting 10,000 per student. Is it taxable? %100% answer is exempt, because we are talking about services by the institution to the students, faculty, and staff. Service by school it is. Now, 1%, Mr. Shiva Teja, I've got 30 buses with me. Clear, my dear friends? I am giving service of transportation of students to Mahavir Engineering College. Is it taxable? Tell me, guys, is it taxable? Definitely answer is yes. Because services to the education institution, this is not service by institution. This is a clear case of services to the institution. And in that, my dear friends, very clearly, in case of transportation of students, faculty, and staff, in case of first 3 points, services of transportation of students, faculty, and staff, catering, security, cleaning, housekeeping, these 3 points, exemption is only when it is given to type 1 of institution. Type 1 is what? Preschool, education up to higher secondary school, and equivalent. See what level we are discussing. And if we don't get clarity like this, we will end up screwing up in the examination. That's why so much detail I'm talking. Fire. Power pack revision we have to do. Good. Excellent. Nice one. Good. I'm sure all the examples are clear for you. Sir, be like, you better get an exemption. Of course, no doubt in that. Sir, this much revision we have done. So much explanation I gave. Out of 40, I want minimum 30 to 35 to come in GST. And in income tax, it's not so difficult to get 30, 35. And automatically, what I want? Definitely I want exemption. No doubt in that. If it is just passing, what is the objective of all this? I want exemption. No doubt in that. Good. Get back. Brilliant, man. Brilliant. Let me share the screen again. Is the screen visible for you? What happened, sir? You're smiling. I'm smiling because students keep thinking always that exemption is a dry topic. There is not much of concept. There is not much of clarity in exemption. But I keep smiling because I mean, I don't know how to laugh also for that. Because exemption is so brilliant topic where students should have a great level of clarity on every point, what they're talking about exemption, which case exempt, which case not exempt. And that clarity is missing, and students comfortably tell exemption is dry topic, I'll leave it in choice, I'm writing correctly, but still I say not giving marks. All that is an excuse, boss. No excuses, please. It's a brilliant topic, man. Yeah. Technical, sir. Yes. Good. Next. Somebody is saying something? Entertain with subject. Yes, yes, yes. Of course, man. Of course, no doubt. Come on. So this was a point of what I was talking about education institution. By institution is different. This is by. This is also by. Conduct of entrance exam. This is two. I'm sure now we all got full clarity, the difference between by and two. By two. Clear? Yes. Come on. Two institution. Transportation of students, faculty, and staff, and catering, housekeeping, and security and cleaning. These 3 points is exempt only when it is given to whom, my dear friends? Type 1 category. What is type 1 category? What is type 1 category, my dear friends? Preschool, education up to higher secondary school or equivalent. And last point, online journals, only when it is given educational institution, is what, my dear friends? Educational institution, which is what, my dear friends? Is education as a part of curriculum for obtaining qualification recognized by the law. Clear, everyone? Good. Thank you so much. Done. By institution is different, two different institutions is different. And private coaching will definitely become taxable. And this is what is about the approved vocational course I was talking about. A course is run a course is run by National Council for Vocational Training or State Council for Vocational Training. They offer courses in designated trades. Basically, that is the fundamental purpose of this vocational course is to ensure that unemployed youth will get jobs. That's the whole idea, where they provide small skill trainings, all that activities they provide. And in fact, I'm sure most of you know that there is something called Ministry of Skill Development also who run these courses. And you can see this question once. Kaladrishti ITI Gorakhpur is engaged in providing skill development course in other than designated trade. If it is other than notified courses, then definitely becomes taxable. Designated trades is only exempt. Designated trade is something like you can see here, electrician, carpenter, plumber, all small courses. So as to ensure that they get the employment. Undergraduate institution, see this example now, come on. Superminds. A coaching institute in Raipur provides coaching for Institute of Bank Personal Examination. They are coaching center which trains candidates job. That is not education institution. In the same way, private CA coaching centers are definitely liable to pay GST. There is no exemption for them. Next point, sir, boarding schools. Boarding schools means along with education, they also provide the activity of hostel stay also. But in that predominant activity, principal activity is very clear. Staying is only a secondary activity or ancillary activity. That's why that service will become exempt. Principal supply is very clearly education. Next point. And here, education institution providing qualification recognized by the law, that should be Indian law. If it is foreign university, it becomes taxable. And IIMs sometimes conduct some private courses like private part-time MBA courses and all. They are not proper courses. See here, long duration programs of IIMs that will become exempt. But short durations are not exempt. Something like less than 1 year, they conduct small training programs for which they give participation certificates and all. They are not qualification recognized by the law and they become taxable. Come on, supply of food in mess or canteen. If it is given by the school, primary activity is what, my dear friends? Education. That food is only ancillary activity. That's why we say it is exempt. And if catering service, if it is catering service is given to a preschool or education up to higher secondary school, it is exempt. But if it is given to someone else, it becomes taxable. Then maritime course approved by DG Shipping. If it is very clearly recognized by Director General of Shipping, then it becomes exempt. See this one. Little Millennium, a preschool in outskirts of Mumbai, has subscribed online journals on child development. The answer is taxable because online journals, periodicals exemption is only when it is given to an institute which is providing education for obtaining qualification recognized by the law. Good. Excellent point, man. Excellent point. This all table is all about similar table what I prepared in Excel, which is very simple and easy to understand. Good, my dear friends. I think we have got full clarity to this point, everybody. All of us. Today's last point for discussion. Please see that. Healthcare service. Services by veterinary clinic in relation to healthcare of animals and birds. Exempt. Next, services by way of healthcare service by establishment and authorized medical practitioner of paramedics is exempt. Simple answer, my dear friends. Health service is exempt. Recognized system of medicine is exempt. Recognized is something like allopathy, naturopathy, homeopathy, Sinani. They are only exempt. If it is not a system of medicine, then it becomes taxable, my dear friends. So something like when we go to hospital for treatment, service given by doctor is exempt. And they also told service given by doctor to hospital is also exempt. But here, one point I'll tell you. One latest amendment where they told if the room rent of the hospital room is more than 5,000 per day, it becomes taxable. However, if it is emergency, something like Next one. Services by way of transportation of patient in ambulance. That is also exempt, obviously, man. But last point, very, very, very important point. Services provided by cord blood banks. Services provided by cord blood banks by preservation of stem cell. Stem cell is something like umbilical cord which is attached to the baby. That services by cord blood banks by preservation of stem cell, where the umbilical cord, where baby is attached to the mother, they'll cut that cord and they preserve that cord. This service was actually exempt. But with effect from 18 July 2022, this service has now become taxable. So services by way of cord blood banks by way of preservation of stem cell is now taxable, my dear friends. The exemption has been withdrawn. The exemption has been what? Withdrawn. So now it is becoming taxable. So services provided by cord blood banks for preservation of stem cell will definitely become taxable. But hospital service given by doctor to the patient, private clinic giving service to a patient, it is exempt. But in a hospital like big hospital chain of groups like Apollo Group, where the room rent for the hospital room is more than 5,000 per day, it becomes taxable. But even though it is more than 5,000 per day, it is still exempt in case of intensive care unit, intensive critical care unit and all, it becomes exempt. I'll show you that point once again. See here. Services provided by way of healthcare service, visible, no? Yeah. However, nothing in this entry shall apply to service provided by establishment by way of providing rooms. Providing rooms, having room charges exceeding 5,000 per day. If the room charge is more than 5,000 per day, it becomes taxable. But this 5,000 limit will not apply in case of intensive care unit, critical care unit, intensive critical care unit, intensive cardiac care unit, neonatal intensive care unit, NICU. NICU is something like a place where newborn babies are kept, NICUs. This point came in last attempt. In May 23 exam, question has come in the examination. Yes, correct point student is telling. Next, some doubt by the student. Transportation of deceased. Transportation of deceased already covered in schedule 3, no friends. 7 to 8. Remember that? Funeral, burial, crematorium, mortuary, transportation of deceased. Here what is covered is basically ambulance service. Good. Going back to the point. As I told you, my dear friends, recognized system of medicine is only exempt. Like allopathy, yoga, naturopathy, Ayurveda, homeopathy, Siddha, Unani. Yoga is also like a medicine only. Yoga is also like a medicine. Only this much is covered. If it is other than recognized system of medicine, it definitely becomes taxable. But here, one point I will tell, that healthcare service will not transplant, cosmetic or plastic surgery. Hair transplant, cosmetic, plastic surgery is not covered. But if it is a part of treatment, then it is exempt. Example, a person is walking on the road, he met with an accident, because of which the face got damaged. Then the doctor had to do a plastic surgery as a part of treatment. As a part of treatment, then it is exempt. If it is not a part of treatment, then definitely it becomes taxable. Clear, everybody? Good, fair enough. Excellent point. I'm sure we are fully clear with the concept of what is this point, my dear friend? Healthcare services. Food supplied to the patient. To the patient. If it is food supplied to the patient, my dear friends, which is recommended by the doctor, what happens is that food is a part of ancillary activity, treatment is a primary activity. So the food supply also will become exempt. But what is exempt is only food given to the inpatient. Inpatient means the patient who are admitted. Patient who are admitted. But if the food is given to the attendant or food is given to the visitor, food is given to a patient who is not admitted, visitor, then it becomes taxable. Then it definitely becomes taxable. Come on, see this point. Reiki healing treatment, taxable. Is it recognized system of medicine? No. Plastic surgery. One surgery was conducted to repair cleft lip of a newborn baby. Newborn baby got some cleft, so they are doing that. Then it is exempt. Air ambulance service, exempt. Next line. Palliative care for terminally ill patients. On request, such care is also provided to patient at their home. Doesn't matter. Even though it is given at home, still it is exempt. Alternative medical treatment by way of yoga, it is exempt. Good medical health center also operates a cord blood bank. Preservation of stem cell. In material, you might find exempt, but the answer is taxable. You can see here, preservation of stem cell, they wrote the word answer is exempt. But I already told, exemption is withdrawn. It is definitely taxable. That's it, my dear friends. That's the end of story for today's discussion. The balance points of exemption, we'll spend some good time tomorrow and complete that. Clear, everybody? Excellent. Thank you so very much for your kind cooperation, my dear friends. Balance points we'll talk tomorrow. And I'm pretty sure that today's exemption point, whatever we have discussed, we got some great level of clarity of thought. Kindly please confirm. Good. Thank you so very much. 101%. Good. Students sending tomorrow's plans. Exemptions. Nothing else. Yeah. Thank you so much, guys. Take care. Bye-bye. Thank you. Thank you, sir. Thank you so much. Thank you. Yes. Very good morning, my dear friends.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning. Good morning. Come on. So, friends, it's time that we talk about and discuss about some interesting points now and the balance points which are left out in our discussion with respect to the concept of exemptions. In fact, that is what we have been talking yesterday also. In the previous session, we discussed some very interesting exemption, especially related to healthcare service, agriculture related service. We spoke about service related to charitable activity. A lot of interesting points we discussed, but we still do have some more points to talk in exemption, which we'll spend some good time today and we'll complete them. Are we ready, everyone? Yes, wonderful. Yeah. And yesterday we discussed about education service also, my dear friends. Education point also, we spoke in detail about two interesting cases: service by the educational institution, service to the educational institution. I'm sure we are clear with both the points, my dear friends. Service by institution is different. Service to the institution is different. And service to the institution, we clearly discussed that. We had some 3 points in the starting. Let's get back. So friends, education point is clear for all of you guys. Everyone, please confirm. And education point, we clearly discussed about that interesting concept where we spoke about education related service. Service by the institution is different. Service to the institution is different. And in both the cases, exemption related concept is totally different, my dear friends. Yeah, let me go ahead now. Come on. I'll share the screen and I'll start the discussion. Yes. I strongly believe that the screen is visible for everyone. Yes, thank you so very much. Come on, see the point first. Services provided by the government. So we are not talking about service provided to the government. We are clearly talking about services provided by the government. To government is totally different. We are talking clearly about services by the government. See the point. Services by governmental authority by way of any activity in relation to a function entrusted to a municipality are exempt. So whatever activities are performed by municipality are exempt. In the same line, next point you'll find about something called panchayat. In villages, you'll find this no gram panchayat and all. Municipalities or municipal corporation. So services given by them is basically exempt. That's why they never ever charge GST. Getting my point, everybody? Now, next point, very important point. High probability that question will come in the examination. See that point very clearly. Services by, what is that line, sir? Services by central government, state government, union territory or local authority. Services by central government, state government, union territory, local authority. Except the following services. That means the following services are what? Taxable. You can see very clearly here. Services by central government, state government, union territory, local authority, excluding the following services. That clearly means what? Any service given by central government, state government, union territory, local authority is exempt, excluding the following. That means following are what? Following are taxable. Come on, what are there in the following? First one, services by the Department of Post. But you have to see here, there is a language given here by way of speed post, express parcel post, all these time pass points are there. But this language has been completely deleted with effect from 18th July 2022. And they made it as just the word services by Department of Post. And related to post, they brought one separate point of exception. Now, what does that mean? I'll share the screen of the amendments. Hold on one second. See here. Sir, is the screen visible? Yes, visible? Please confirm that the screen is visible. See the line now, Koba. See the line. Services by central government, state government, regulatory, local authority, excluding the following service. First one, services by Department of Post. Before there was a language called speed post, express parcel post, life insurance, agency service. All the points are removed. Now, services by Department of Post is taxable. Services by Department of Post is taxable. But related to Department of Post, they brought one separate exemption point. Now, what is that separate exemption point? That I'll talk with you first. Then I'll go there. Hold on. See here. Where is that point related to post? One new point they inserted. Just a second. Yeah, see this point. Services by what, sir? Services by Department of Post by way of postcard. Postcard means what? The normal postcard, what we write letters and send it. Earlier days, that was a technology. But nowadays, what not? Facebook, Instagram, WhatsApp, so much technology has got developed. Come on. Services by Department of Post by way of postcard, inland letter, book post, and ordinary post. And envelope is weighing less than 10 grams. That means if the envelope is weighing more than 10 grams, it becomes taxable. If envelope is weighing less than 10 grams, then only it is exempt. Let me read out the point once again. An interesting language. Come on, friends. What is that like? Services by Department of Post. Services by whom, my dear friends? Services by Department of Post by way of postcard, inland letter, book post, and ordinary post. Postcard, inland letter, book post, and ordinary post. What are the 4 points? Postcard, inland letter, book post, and ordinary post. And that too envelope is weighing less than 10 grams. If it is more than 10 grams, then it becomes taxable. It becomes what, my dear friends? Taxable. I strongly believe that we got full clarity on this amendment, my dear friends. Yes, my dear friends, the screen is visible for everyone. Please confirm whether the screen is visible or not. Yes, consider one. Services by central government, state government, union territory, local authority, excluding the following. In that following, what was the first point? Services by Department of Post. And earlier there was a point called speed post, express parcel post, and all. All the points they removed now, and they just made it as service by Department of Post. And for post, they brought one separate exemption point. I'm sure we are clear with that. Next slide. Second point. Service in relation to aircraft or vessel inside or outside the presence of a port or an airport. Presence means area. Inside the area of airport, outside the area of airport. That's what we are talking about. Second one. Transportation of goods or passengers. Transport of goods or passengers. What service they are giving, my dear friends? Transport of goods or passengers technically is what? Taxable. But we have got one separate exemption point related to transportation of goods and passengers. That's why practically when we go in metro, when we go in auto, we never pay GST because there is a separate point for exemption. Next, any service other than covered under entry A to C above provided to business entity. Any service provided to a business entity. So for example, let us say there is one central government building. There is a central government building. That building Shiva Teja has taken on rent. There is one central government building which Shiva Teja has taken on rent. And that will definitely become taxable. You're getting my point, everybody? That will definitely become taxable because Shiva Teja is a business entity And moreover, my dear friends, it will be taxable under reverse charge mechanism. But one special point to be noted here. Next point you see. Services by central government, state government, unit territory, local authority to a business entity with aggregate turnover up to such amount in the preceding financial year as makes it eligible for exemption from registration. That means turnover is up to 20 lakhs or 40 lakhs or 10 lakhs in the preceding financial year. But that 20 lakhs, 10 lakhs story will not apply to these cases of what? Department of Post, aircraft or vessel, transport of goods or passenger, and service by way of renting of immovable property. If it's renting of immovable property, then definitely it will become taxable, and moreover, it is taxable under reverse charge mechanism. We know this point already, my dear friends. Yes or no, guys? Renting of property already we covered in RCM, where I spoke about charge of GST. Good. Very good. Next point. Services, ninth point is very simple point. See that no? Eighth point I'm talking about. Service provided by central government, state government, unit territory, local authority to another central government, state government, unit territory, local authority. It's a simple logic. Government is given to government. Why would that become taxable? But that will not apply to Department of Post, aircraft or vessel, transport of goods or passenger. That means these three will definitely become taxable. These three will definitely become taxable even if it is given by government to government. But of course, for post, we had separate exemption point. And for transport of goods or passenger, we have got separate exemption point. Small example, my dear friends, when we go in a train, if we are going in an AC coach, it is taxable. But if we go in a non-AC coach, it is not taxable. I'm sure most of you know this point already, my dear friends. Next slide. Services provided by central government, state government, unit territory, local authority, where the consideration for service does not exceed 5,000 rupees. So if the consideration does not exceed 5,000, then also the answer is what, my dear friends? Not taxable. But this 5,000 limit will not apply in three cases, that is Department of Post, aircraft or vessel, transportation of goods or passenger. In these cases, that limit of 5,000 will not apply. And in case of continuous supply of service, my dear friends, in case of continuous supply of service, we will see 5,000 in a financial year. And the point already we know, my dear friends, that about renting of a residential dwelling for use as residence. I taught this point to you. If a residential property is given on rent for residential purpose, it is exempt in GST. Except in one special case called if a residential dwelling is rented to a registered person, then definitely becomes taxable. And for the purpose of exemption, this entry shall cover services by way of renting of a residential dwelling to a registered person, where the registered person is a proprietor of a proprietorship concern and rented the residential dwelling in his personal capacity for use as his own residence. And the renting is on his own account and not that of the proprietary concern. That means he did not take it on rent for business purpose. He has taken it only on rent for clearly personal purpose. Then it will not be taxable. Let me highlight some interesting points here. Listen. Sir, service by CG, SG, or UT, or LA. Understood what I'm writing? No? Central government, state government, unit territory, local authority is exempt, except the following. What is that? Number one, service by Department of Post. Number two, service in relation to aircraft or vessel. Number three, transport of goods and passengers. Fourth point, any other service to business entity. That means any other service to business entity will definitely become taxable. Yes or no, my dear friends? But some special point to be noted is that in case of any other service to business entity, it is still exempt. In which case, number one, value of service does not exceed 5,000. Value of service does not exceed what, my dear friends? 5,000. Friends, I repeat once again, value of service does not exceed 5,000. Does not exceed 5,000. And you have to hear very clearly, in case of continuous supply. In case of continuous supply, 5,000 in a financial year. In case of continuous supply, 5,000 in a financial year. Number 2, if business entity turnover is less than threshold limit. Threshold limit for what, my dear friends? Registration. Then also it is exempt. But this point will not apply in case of renting of immovable property. That means in case of renting of immovable property, even if turnover is less than threshold limit, it will still become what, my dear friends? Taxable. It will still become what, my dear friends? Taxable. Friends, come on, please reply, everyone. All of us getting clarity. Everybody. Voice stuck, not able to hear. I didn't talk anything. How will you hear? Anyways. So are we clear with this point, everybody? So this exemption point, I hope you understood in a simple terms, my dear friends. Yeah. So in case of service to business entity, it is still exempt in 2 cases. Number 1, if the value of service does not exceed 5,000 and continuous supply does not exceed 5,000 in a financial year, and if business entity turnover is less than threshold limit for registration. But this point will not apply in case of renting of immobile property. That means in case of renting of immobile property, it will definitely become taxable even if turnover is less than threshold limit for registration. Clear, everyone? I hope we strongly got full clarity on this point, everybody. Good. Next point. Service by CG or SG or UT or LA to CG or SG or UT or LA is exempt. So it is asking, sir, kindly mention the 10 grams exemption here, Department of Future for Department of Post for future reference. Okay. In case of Department of Post, my dear friends, there is one separate exemption point. What is the exemption point, my dear friends? Exemption point is in case of postcard. Come on, friends. What is that word? Postcard. Inland letter. Come on, my dear friends. What is covered? Postcard, inland letter. Then what? Postcard, inland letter, book post. Postcard, inland letter, book post, or ordinary post. I repeat once again. Postcard, inland letter, book post, or ordinary post. Postcard, inland letter, book post, ordinary post. And very clearly, my dear friends, bracket, envelopes, weighing less than 10 grams. That point is also important in case of separate exemption point given for Department of Post, my dear friends. Everybody, are we clear with that point, everyone? Please confirm. Wonderful. Thank you so very much. Good. Next point. Moving ahead, my dear friends. Student asking, supply of service by CG, SG, LA to general recipient is exempt. Yes, my dear friends, it is exempt. It is definitely exempt. No doubt in that. But if it is given to business entity, it will become taxable. Yes, Manoj, understood this point? If it is given to business entity, then it will become taxable. Got it, Manoj? Yes, good. Wonderful. Let me get back, my dear friends. Come on. So that is the end of story of services by government, my dear friends. And the story is all about services by the government. It is not service to the government. So don't get yourself confused. Good. Next point. So we are done with the story of services by the government. Come on, see the 90 points. See point number 9D, my dear friends. Services by an old age home. First of all, it's so painful to read that statement called old age home, which I don't like at all. Why should somebody join their parents in old age home? Anyways, horrible people are there involved. Services by an old age home, which is run by central government, state government, or an entity registered under Section 12W of Income Tax Act 1961 to its residents. To its what, sir? Residents who are aged 60 years or more. In exam, this point has come on time. Below 60 years, no exemption. Exemption is only for residents aged 60 years or more. Against consideration up to 25,000 per month per member. Keep this point in mind, 25,000 per month per member. Provided that consideration charge inclusive of charges. Consideration charge is what, sir? Inclusive of charges for boarding, lodging, and maintenance. For stay, food, maintenance, everything together, they are collecting up to 25,000 per month per member. And service is given by whom? Service is given by an old age home. Service is given by an old age home, which is run by central government, state government, or an entity registered at 12W of Income Tax Act. That is your charitable trust. Getting my point, everybody? Very, very interesting point. Came in exam couple of times. Somebody is telling what? Then to discourage more GST should be charged now, sir. Sir, you have to understand the emotion here sometimes. That is, Jack, the logic is very simple. If the people are trying to put their parents in old age home, that is wrong. But imagine a case where children are not there only. Children are not there at all. Then what is the option left to the parents or age-old people? They have to end up going to old age home if they don't have any other proper source of incomes. Got it, Jack? That's why they are giving exemption. Out of affection towards people. Feelings and emotions sometimes. Yeah, good. Next point. Services supplied by central government, state government, unit territory, local authority. Sorry, services supplied by central government, state government, unit territory to their undertakings. To their undertakings. For example, my dear friends, in state government, there is one state government undertaking which is known as Road Transport Corporation, which is engaged in running of buses. RTC, service supplied by central government, state government, unit territory to their undertakings or PSU. But what service they are giving? By way of what? Guaranteeing the loans. For the loans, what they are giving, they are giving guaranteeing the loans taken by such undertakings. Guaranteeing the loans taken by such undertakings or PSUs from the banking company and financial institution. So basically, they are giving guarantee for the loans what they have taken. Getting my point, everybody? This exemption is only in relation to guaranteeing of loans. Yes, makes sense, all of us? Can I proceed? Good, fair enough. Thank you so very much. Come on, let me proceed. Next. Services provided by central government, state government, unitary local authority by way of what? Registration required under any law for time being in force. They are giving service by way of registration. For example, when we go to the government department for some approval or for some registration, they collect some registration fees. On that registration fees, GST will not apply. And next point, important point, my dear friends, testing, calibration, safety check or certification relating to production or safety of workers or consumers at large, including fire license. Sometimes we go to government department to take fire license, and on that they collect some license fees, and on that license fee they will not charge GST. Required under any law for time being in force. 61st point, very important, came in exam multiple times. Services by central government, state government. What is that word, my dear friends? Come on. Services by central government, state government. Then what? Central government, state government, unit territory, local authority by way of issuance of passport, visa, driving license, birth certificate, death certificates. So they're giving service of issuing passport, visa, driving license, birth certificate, death certificate. This service is exempt. Clear, friends? Good. Next point. Service provided by CGSG UTLA by way of tolerating non-performance of contracts for which consideration is paid in the form of fine or liquidated damages. For example, my dear friends, we are going on a bike. The speed limit is 80. The speed limit is what? 80. But we went on 180. Will the traffic police keep quiet? No. He stopped and levied penalty, technically called traffic challan. And on the traffic challan charges, there is no question of GST because it's a kind of service given by them by tolerating the non-performance of contracts. Something like penalties. Next. Services by central government, state government, unitary local authority by way of assignment of right. This is a very practical point. Assignment of right to use natural resources to an individual farmer. They are giving right to use natural resources to a farmer for cultivation of plants and rearing of all animals except what? Horses. Of course, we had this point before also. Next point. Services provided by central government, state government, unitary territory by way of deputing officers after office hours or on holidays for inspection or container stuffing. So basically, my dear friends, simple logic. Let us say Shiva Teja is in India. I'm importing the goods, or let us say I'm exporting the goods. When I import the goods, I will go to the customs port to take delivery of the goods. Now there is some specific time during which I can go to the customs port and take the goods. But let us say the goods what I imported are very valuable items and the ship has arrived night at 10 p.m. and I don't want to wait till morning because the goods are very precious goods. So I decided I will want the goods now itself. So I approached the officer and told him, boss, I will pay extra additional charges, but I want to unload the goods now itself. Officer told, okay. Now the extra charges what they collected on that GST will not apply. Now read the line. Services provided by central government, state government, unit territory by way of deputing officers after office hours or on holidays for inspection or container stuffing or such other duties in relation to import-export cargo on payment of merchant overtime charges. What charges, my dear friends? Merchant overtime charges. I'm pretty sure that you got this point, everybody. Good. Everyone, please confirm. Thank you so very much. And the example also clear, right? So that for clarity will come, I give that example. Next point. Service supplied by state government. Service is given by whom, sir? Service is given by state government to whom? Excess royalty collection contractor. So basically, there is one person called royalty collection contractor. It is his duty to ensure that he will collect royalty on behalf of state government. For example, let us say government is giving service to me, telling that, boss, Mr. Shiva Teja, you please collect royalty on behalf of state government. Services supplied by state government, I repeat once again, service supplied by state government to excess royalty collection contractor by way of assigning the right. By way of assigning the right to collect royalty on behalf of state government on the minerals dispatched by mining leaseholders. So, for example, if government has given the right to collect royalty to Shiva Teja, Shiva Teja will collect royalty on behalf of government from the persons who have got mining lease. From those persons, I'll collect the royalty and I'll hand over to the state governments. Clear, my dear friends? And you can see here at the end of the contract period, ERCC, that is excess royalty collection contractor, I will, Shiva Teja, will submit the account statement to the government and certify that amount of GST deposited by mining leaseholders on royalty is more than the GST exempted on the service provided by state government to excess royalty collection contractor of assignment of right to collect royalty. And where such amount of GST paid by leaseholders is less than the amount of GST exempted, then the exemption shall be restricted to such amount as equal to amount of GST paid by mining leaseholders, and ERCC shall pay the difference difference between GST exempted on the service provided by state government to ERCC of assignment of right to collect royalty and the GST paid by mining leaseholders on royalty. Now, what does that mean? I'll give a small example. Listen here. Listen here. Come on, friends. So let us say something like this. Listen. Sir, there is state government. State government has given mining lease to one person called Mr. A. Mr. A. And next, what has happened is state government has given right to Shiva Teja to collect royalty on behalf of state government from Mr. A. Clear, my dear friends? Now, what they told in the law? Services by state government to Mr. Shiva Teja is exempt. Services given by state government to Mr. Shiva Teja is exempt. What service state government has given? State government is giving service to the royalty collection contractor by way of assigning the right to collect the royalty on behalf of state government on the minerals which is dispatched by mining leaseholders. Clear, my dear friends? And what happens very clearly is that at the end of the contract, Shiva Teja will submit one account statement to the state government. I'll submit one account statement to the state government where I will certify that what is the amount of GST which is deposited by mining leaseholders. Clear, my dear friends? Every one step. Now, what happens very clearly is that, listen very clearly here, Shiva Teja will collect royalty from mining leaseholders along with GST and hand over the same to the state government. And hand over the same to whom, my dear friends? State government. You're getting my point, everybody? All of us. And who will give a certificate? Shiva Teja will give a certificate. Shiva Teja will give a certificate to whom? To the state government, certifying what is the amount of GST that is deposited by mining leaseholders on the royalty. Everyone, come on. Should I asking, sir, is this new amendment, sir? No, my dear friend Makaran, it is there since a very, very long time. But the whole problem is that this never came in examination. That's where we just leave it off. But this is there since a very long time. Yes. Screen. Come on. Good. Fair enough. See the next point. Come on. Services provided by rehabilitation professionals. So rehabilitation centers are those kind of centers where they basically give that rehabilitation activity. For example, somebody has got some paralysis one side, or let us say some body physically some impairment is there. So in that case, my dear friends, there are some rehabilitation professionals who provide rehabilitation activity or therapies. Clear, friends? Services provided by rehabilitation professionals recognized under Rehabilitation Council of India Act by way of rehabilitation, therapy or counseling, and such other activity as covered by the Act at medical establishments, educational institution, rehabilitation centers. What is that word, my dear friends? Rehabilitation centers which are established by central government, state government, union territory, or an entity registered under section 12AA of Income Tax Act. But whom are we talking about? Service is given by rehabilitation professionals. What service they'll give? Rehabilitation, therapy, kind of massage treatment or counseling. And where are they giving that service? It's a medical establishments or education institution or a rehabilitation centers which is set up by central government, state government, or entity registered under section 12AA of Income Tax Act. Good. So that is the story of these exemptions related to services by the government, my dear friends. Very, very, very interesting point. Next point, come on. Construction services. See this point, come on. Services provided by, so this point has not come much in the examination, but still, let's see that. Services supplied by way of pure labor contract, only labor contract, not material, only labor is involved, no material is involved. Clear, friends? Pure labor contract. Pure labor contract of what? Of construction, erection, commissioning, installation, completion, fitting out, repair, maintenance, renovation, alteration of a civil structure or any other original works pertaining to what, my dear friends? Pertaining to the beneficiary-led individual house construction or enhancement under a housing for all mission. Also, it is also known as Pradhana Mantri Awas Yojana. Under that scheme, my dear friends, they constructed houses and gave it to poor people. I'm sure most of you would have heard about this scheme called Pradhana Mantri Awas Yojana, PMAY scheme. Very, very popular. Next. Service supplied by electricity distribution utilities by way of construction, erection, commissioning, installation of infrastructure for extending electricity distribution network up to tube well of the farmer or agriculturist for agricultural use. Electricity department, whatever service they are giving, there is no GST. And practically, my dear friends, on electricity charges also, there is no question of GST. Next point. 11th point, important, came in exam multiple times. Very, 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 very important point. See very clearly, friends. Services by way of pure labor contracts. Again, pure labor contracts of what? Construction, erection, commissioning or installation. I repeat again, pure labor contracts of construction, erection, commissioning, installation of original works pertaining to a single residential unit. Otherwise, there is a part of residential complex. Residential complex means an apartment or a society. Single unit is something like an independent house, like a villa, individual house. Exemption is only related to individual house, but not for an apartment. And that to what kind of contract? Pure labor contract of construction, erection, commissioning, installation. Next part. Supply of TDR. So this part already we heard in RCM concept. TDR means transferable development rights. It is something like landowner is giving the right to the developer for construction of apartments. Then they both will share. I told you this, no? Joint development agreement. This point I discussed in RCM, friends. Yeah. Supply of TDR or FSI, floor space index, or long-term lease of land by a landowner to a developer are exempted subject to the condition that constructed flats are sold before issuance of completion certificate and taxes paid on them. This point I taught you in supply chapter itself, where I told you that if the flats are sold, even if 1 rupee also is coming before completion certificate, then GST will apply. If entire amount is coming after completion certificate, then GST will not apply. But let us say single rupee also is coming before occupancy certificate or completion certificate, GST will apply. Remember that, friends, I taught you that. Friends, yes or no? We discussed or not? Please reply. Good. Thank you. And this exemption is withdrawn point is not relevant for you because that you will learn more at CA final level. For knowledge purpose, I told you that already in discussion of RCM. That 1% tax for affordable house, 5% tax for other houses. CA final, you have got that in detail. Good. And in Pradhan Mantri Awas, they are talking about slum redevelopment, rehabilitation, all that is there in Pradhan Mantri Awas. Affordable housing scheme. That's the whole logic in Pradhan Mantri Awas Yojana. Clear, friends? And everywhere the word used is pure labor contract. It is pure labor contract, but not a material contract as such. That point should be very, very clear for all of you. Good. Next point. Transportation service. Very, very important point. High probability that question will come in examination. See that cover. Transportation of passenger with or without belongings. Air. Embarking from or terminating in. Embarking means starting. Terminating means ending. in an airport located in the state of Arunachal Pradesh, Assam, Manipur, Mizoram, Nagaland, Sikkim, Tripura, Meghalaya, or at Bagdogra located in West Bengal. And here, latest amendment. Here, when they use the word, for example, if Shiva Teja is going from Hyderabad to Assam in flight, GST will not apply. Assam to Hyderabad, again GST will not apply. But here, after the word air, they added. What is it I was talking about? Once again, for everyone's benefit. So what I'm telling is that transportation of passengers with or without belongings by air embarking from or terminating in airport located in the state of Arunachal Pradesh, Assam, Manipur, Meghalaya, Mizoram, Nagaland, Sikkim, Tripura, or Bagdogra located in West Bengal. So if Shiva Teja is going from Hyderabad to Assam, Shiva Teja is going from where? Hyderabad to what, my dear friends? Assam. Then I'm going by flight. On the train, on the flight ticket, GST will not apply. Assam to Hyderabad, again GST will not apply. Getting my point, everybody? But here, the amendment, what they have done is, after the word air, they added one word called air in economy class. So the ticket what I booked is first class ticket or business class ticket. First class ticket or business class ticket, then definitely GST will apply. So after the word air, they added the word called economy class. Getting my point, everybody? If it is business class, then definitely GST will apply. I hope we are clear with that point. Can we go ahead? Good. Next point. Thank you. Second point, my dear friends. Non-air condition contract carriage. That means basically non-AC bus contract carriage. Contract carriage, my dear friends, other than radio taxi for transportation of passengers, excluding tourism, conducted tour, charter or hire. But here one interesting point is that in this non-AC contract carriage, next line, stage carriage. Stage carriage is point-to-point travel like buses from this place to this place. Other than air-conditioned contract stage carriage. If it is AC, then taxable. Non-AC, it is exempt. But one point to be noted here, even though it is non-AC, I repeat once again, my dear friends, even though it is non-AC, if the service is supplied through e-commerce operator, then definitely GST will apply. GST will apply. And moreover, you clearly know the point what we discussed in section 9, subsection 5. Services by way of radio taxi, motor cab, maxi cab, motorcycle, omnibus, or any other vehicle supplied through e-commerce operator, then e-commerce operator is liable to pay GST. Remember that point, my dear friends? All of us? Excellent. Thank you. Good. Next point. Services provided to the government here. So it is not by the government, it is to the government. What service is being given? So simple line answer I will tell you, my dear friends. So let us say government started a new airport. Let us say in a small location, in a small new town or new city, they started a new airport. But what happens will hesitate to run the flights. Obviously, because number of passengers are less, they'll not make much money in that. That's why what government told is that don't worry, we will pay you some amount for operating the flights. And whatever amount we'll pay you, that is exempt from GST for a period of 3 years. See that line, come on? Services provided to the central government by way of transport of passengers with or without accompanied belongings by air embarking from or terminating at regional connectivity scheme airport, a newly connected airports, against consideration in the form of viability gap funding. And the funding is done by central governments. However, nothing contained in this entry shall apply on or after expiry of period of 3 years from the date of commencement of operations of RCS airport as notified by Ministry of Civil Aviation. So this exemption is only and only for a period of 3 years, my dear friends. Getting my point, everybody? All of us, please reply. Done? Good. Come on. Next point. 17th point. Service of transportation of passenger with or without belongings by railways in a class other than first class or AC coach. I already told this point. If you go in a first class or AC coach, then definitely it is taxable. That's why practically we don't pay tax when we book non-AC ticket in the railways. Next, metro, monorail, tramway. Metro, monorail, tramway also is exempt in GST. Monorail is something like single track. Tramway is the case where track is there on the road itself. Like Kolkata, you will find the track on the road itself. That's called tramway. Next, inland waterways. Public transport, your public bus, other than predominantly for tourism purpose, in a vessel between places located in India. And metered cabs or auto rickshaws, including e-rickshaws. E-rickshaws is something like, what is e-rickshaw? E-rickshaw is something like your what? Electric vehicle. Clear, friends? I strongly believe that we got clarity on this point. Good. Wonderful. So metered cab, this is metered cab is a place where a cab which is run on a meter. Meter is put for the purpose of cab. Done. You can see here, e-rickshaw is a battery powered vehicle. Yes. Services by way of what, my difference? Next point. Transportation of goods by road, except service of GTA or courier agency. That means service given by GTA will definitely become taxable. And in GTA, already we spoke a lot about the concept of reverse charge mechanism when service is given by GTA. Remember that point already, friends? Exactly. Next point. Services by way of transportation of goods by inland waterways, that is also exempt. See next point. Services by way of transportation by rail or vessel, not road, my dear friends, not a vehicle. We are talking about rail or vessel from one place in India to another of following goods. Relief materials meant for victims of natural or man-made disaster, defense or military equipment, defense or military equipments, defense or what, my dear friends? Military equipments. Next, newspapers or magazines registered with registered newspaper. D point, railway equipments or materials. Sir, this point has been deleted now. This point has been deleted now means what? This point is now taxable. So in case of transportation by rail or vessel, and what is being transported? Railway equipment or material, then it will definitely become taxable, my dear friends. That point has been removed now. Clear, everybody? All of us? Wonderful. Next point. Agricultural produce, milk, salt, and food grains, including flours, pulses, rice, and organic manure. Next point. Services provided by GTA, that is also exempt. In which case it is exempt. Agriculture produce is exempt. But B point, C point, this has been removed now. Once upon a time, there was an exemption known as 750 per person or 1500 per vehicle. It was exempt. But this B point, C point has been removed now. When I say that they are removed now, that means it is what? Taxable. Now, henceforth, there is no concept of exemption of 1,500 per vehicle or 750 per person. That will definitely become taxable. You're getting my point, everybody? And other points are same like railways only. Milk, salt, food grain, including flours, pulses, rice, organic manure, newspaper, relief materials, defense, military equipment. Same points you can find in rail or vessel also. And same points are there in case of GTA also. But this B point, C point has been removed now. This exemption has been removed means it is what, my dear friends? Taxable. So henceforth, there is no concept of exemption of this 1,500 or 750. Good. What is the student is asking? Sir, in case of railway equipment, both are related to government only, then why, sir? So the logic is very simple. Even though it is run by the government, it is a complete separate department. And we are talking about transportation by rail of railway equipments or any materials. That's why they didn't want to give any specific exemption. Because even though they belong to the railway, it's a complete separate department of the government. Clear, friends? And in long term, government has got a plan of privatization also. Don't worry. Yes, Jack, got it. Good. Thank you so much. Next point. Service provided by GTA to unregistered person, including unregistered casual taxable person, other than the following. Already I told that, my dear friends. When I taught you the concept of reverse charge mechanism, that time only I told you that services given by GTA to an unregistered individual is clearly exempt. If it is not individual, if it's a partnership firm or company, it will definitely become taxable, and that too it is taxable under a reverse charge mechanism. Remember that, my dear friends. During RCM discussion, I told you this point related to GTA. Good. Students are quickly telling yes, yes, yes. Thank you so much, sir. Next, service provided by GTA by way of transportation of goods in a goods carriage to a department or establishment of central government, state government, or local authority or governmental agencies who have taken registration only for the purpose of deducting tax at source. Sir, as I told you already, that even in GST also, there is something called TDS and TCS given by section 51 and 52. 51 is TDS, 52 is TCS. And if a service is given by a goods transport agency to a department of central government or state government who have taken registration only for the purpose of TDS, they have not taken registration for providing some taxable supply. They have taken registration only and only for the purpose of TDS. In that case, my dear friends, service given by GTA will not be taxable. See this question, come on. Transportation of milk. What is the answer, my dear friends? Exempt. Next point. Transportation of books on a consignment transported in a single goods carriage, 3,000 rupees. So what? Still it is taxable. Transportation of chairs for a single consignment in the goods carriage, 600 rupees. But you can see the old answer where they will write it is exempt because it does not exceed 750. But I already told you that this exemption is gone now. Even though it is less than 750 rupees, it will still become taxable. I hope we got clarity on the exemption. Clear, friends? Yeah. GTA service. So first of all, basically, what is GTA? GTA is nothing but a goods transport agency who provides service of transport of goods by road and issues consignment note. What do they issue, my dear friends? They issue a consignment note. Now listen very clearly here. GTA to unregistered individual is straight away exempt. GTA service where value does not exceed 750 or 1500 is also, it is taxable now. After amendment, very clearly it is taxable. But GTA service to a department of government who have taken registration only for the purpose of TDS, then straight away answer is exempt. Straight away answer is what, my dear friends? Exempt. My friends, everybody, next point. Services by way of transport of goods by rail or vessel. Straight away, what is the point, my dear friends? Railway equipments or materials is now, what, my dear friends? Taxable. That's it. That is an interesting amendment which has come up, which you should have very much clarity on. Make sense, everybody? Excellent. Can I go ahead? Thank you. Yes, next point. friends, come on. Services by RBI, gone. Once upon a time, my dear friends, let me honestly tell you, this services by RBI is now taxable. Once upon a time, there was one concept known as services by RBI, services by SEBI, services by IRDA. IRDA means what? Insurance Regulatory Development Authority. Services by RBI, services by SEBI, services by IRDA, all these were actually exempt. But now all those have become taxable because exemption has been withdrawn, my dear friends. Getting my point, everybody? All of us, please reply. That's the reason I told you that I'm preparing my presentation with all the amendments at one place. I'll share that very soon. Next point. Very, very important point, 27th point. High probability question will come in the examination. Services by way of extending deposits, loans or advances, where the consideration is interest or discount, other than interest involved in credit card services. For example, my dear friends, we have taken loan from bank. When we take loan from bank, on the loan, bank will charge interest. But on the interest, bank will never ever charge GST because it is exempt. In the same way, when we put FD in a bank, on that FD we are getting interest. But we never charge GST because on the interest there is no question of GST. However, my dear friends, if it is interest involved in credit card service, then that is definitely taxable. Next slide. Inter-se sale or purchase of foreign currency amongst banks or authorized dealer of foreign exchange or amongst banks and such dealers. Or purchase of foreign currency by one bank to another bank. Straight away answer is exempt. Next point. By one authorized dealer to another authorized dealer. Then again the answer is exempt. By bank to authorized dealer. Again the answer is exempt. Authorized dealer to bank. Again the answer is exempt. Clear, my dear friends? But people like us, ordinary people like us, if we go to the bank or if we go to authorized dealer for exchange of currency, my dear friends, they will charge some additional extra amount for exchange of currency. In that case, it is definitely taxable. Exemption is only in case of bank to bank, dealer to dealer, or bank to dealer, or dealer to bank. Next point. Student is telling Western Union money transfer. Yes, so many are there like that. Next. Service provided by a banking company to a basic savings bank deposit account holders. Normal savings bank deposit account holder under Pradhan Mantri Jan Dhan Yojana. You would have heard this scheme, my dear friends, very popular scheme of Pradhan Mantri Jan Dhan Yojana. Under this scheme, government has opened bank account for all the people in rural areas. And that service given by banking company to basic deposit holders under Pradhan Mantri Jan Dhan Yojana, that service is exempt. Next point. Services by, Jack is telling, I have account under that. Wow, wonderful, good. Services by an acquiring bank, simple logic, sir. Simply I'll tell. So when we go to a shop, let us say we purchase some products and we are swiping the card. We are swiping the debit card or credit card. Once we swipe, what will happen? Our bank will make payment to that bank account of that particular person. Now on that settlement activity, what bank will do? They will collect some charges, and on that charges, GST will not apply if the transaction value is not more than 2,000 rupees. That line now. Services by an acquiring bank to any person in relation to settlement of an amount up to 2,000 rupees in a single transaction transacted through credit card, debit card, charge card, or any other payment card. Clear, my dear friends? Wonderful. Next point. Services by intermediary of financial services located in a multi-services SEZ with International Financial Services Center status to a customer located outside India. We feel proud that we are giving service to a person outside India. For international financial services, that too in currency other than INR, obviously we are more than happy to give that exemption. And this IFSC is actually located in Gujarat. There is one place called Gift City. Government has set up International Financial Services Center where all the activities undertake there in foreign currency, but not in Indian rupees. And who is giving service here? Service is given by intermediary of financial services, which is located in SEZ with IFSC status. And they are that too giving services to a customer located outside India for international financial services in currency other than Indian rupees. What more we want? That's a proud feeling than anything else. Clear, everybody? Good. Next point. See this question, come on. Apna Bank Limited, a scheduled commercial bank, has furnished following details. They have given housing loan to customer. Will GST apply on this? No. Processing fees, yes. Processing fees, definitely answer is yes. On interest, answer is no. But on processing fee, bank will definitely collect GST, my dear friends. Next line. Commission collected from customers on bank guarantee, my dear friends. On that also GST will apply. Next. Interest income on credit card issued by the bank, GST will apply. I told you that on interest, GST will not apply, but interest on credit card, definitely GST will come. Next. Interest on housing loan given by the bank, no GST. Minimum balance charges, GST will apply. And sometimes bank also collect some charges towards SMS alerts. On that also GST will definitely apply, my dear friends. Clear, everyone? Exactly. Next point. Life insurance business. So all this life insurance is related to national pension scheme or life insurance to any army, navy or air force or naval group insurance funds. Naval is your army is your persons fighting on the land. Navy is your underwater submarines. Air force. So service is given of insurance to those kind of army persons. Do you really think GST will apply? 101% answer is no. Next point. Service of life insurance business provided under the following scheme. Janashri Bima Yojana, Aam Aadmi Bima Yojana, life micro insurance product as approved by IRDA having an amount of cover of 2 lakh rupees. What is the cover, my dear friends? 2 lakh rupees. Next. Varishta Pension Bima Yojana, Pradhan Mantri Jeevan Jyoti Yojana. The moment you find the word Pradhan Mantri, it will become exempt. Pradhan Mantri Jan Dhan Yojana, Pradhan Mantri Vai Bandhan Yojana. So all these cases, my dear friends, it is definitely exempt. Service of what business? Life insurance business. Getting my point, everybody? All of us? And this Pradhan Mantri Vai Bandhan Yojana is basically for senior citizens, my dear friends. Good. Services by specified body, Employee State Insurance Corporation, ESI, Employee Provident Fund Organization, Coal Mines Provident Fund Organization, National Pension System Trust, NPS. Next, service by IRDA, or that the exemption is gone. Next point, services by SEBI, that is also taxable. Before I proceed, one second, I'll open my document. Please look at that. See here, my dear friends. Withdrawal of some exemptions. Able to see that? Services by a hotel where the room rent is less than 1,000 per day. It becomes taxable. I already told you less than 1,000. Exemption is only in case of that religious trust, Tirumala Tirupati Devasthanam. If not, it is definitely taxable. Next. Access to road or bridge on payment of annuity. That case also it is taxable. Access to road or bridge on payment of what, my dear friends? Annuity, that is definitely taxable, my dear friends. Once upon a time, it was exempt, but now it is definitely taxable. Clear, everyone? Guys, come on, please reply. Next point you see. Services by RBI, that is taxable. Services by IRDA, that is also taxable. Services by SEBI, that is also taxable. And once upon a time, there was an exemption called leasing of assets by Indian Railway Finance Corporation to Indian Railways. Indian Railway Finance Corporation is leasing assets to Indian Railways. It was exempt, but exemption is withdrawn long back in 2021 only, not now. Next point, crazy point, important point, I'm expecting in the exam. Please see that. Services by way of licensing, registration, analysis or testing of food samples. License, registration, analysis, testing of food samples supplied by Food Safety Standard Authority of India. That's called FSSAI. FSSAI gives license to food operators, and that service was once upon a time exempt, but the exemption is withdrawn. So the license fee, what now we are paying to FSSAI on that GST will apply. Next one, service provided by GST network to central government, state or union territory for implementation of GST. Next point, already we know fumigation in warehouse. Next, services by way of slaughtering animals. Slaughtering animals is killing animals for food. It was exempt once upon a time, but that is now taxable. Next, cord blood banks for preservation of stem cells. This point already I told you, my dear friends. Next line, service provided by operators of common biomedical waste treatment. So basically what happens here is that in hospitals, when they give injections to a person, for example, they give injection to a person, do you really think that after giving injection, they'll open window and throw the injection outside? Answer is no. It's a biomedical waste, which is very dangerous, very harmful. So basically that biomedical waste treatment is done properly. Now see here, services provided by operators of common biomedical waste treatment facility to a clinical establishment. Not to everybody, to a clinical establishment by way of treatment or disposal of biomedical waste. Once upon a time, this service was exempt, but the exemption is striked off now and removed. That means it became taxable. So in exam, if they ask about biomedical waste, your answer should very clearly be what, my dear friends? Taxable. Are we getting that point, everybody? Come on, see this 1-2 points also. New exemption introduced. Department of Post less than 10 grams. Already we have seen. Next, tour operator service, which is partly performed in India and partly outside India. Supply tour operator to whom? To whom? Foreign tourist, not Indian tourist. To a foreign tourist, to the extent value of operator service is performed outside India. Clear, friends? However, value of operator service performed outside India shall be such proportion of consideration which is equal to proportion, which is the number of days for which tour is outside India has to total number of days, or 50%, whichever is less. And in making calculation, if it is equal to or exceeding 12 hours, we'll take it as 1 full day, and less than 2 hours, we'll take it as half day. And foreign tourist means a person who is not only resident in India, but who has come to India for a stay of not more than 6 months for legitimate non-immigrant purpose. That means he is not shifting to India. He has come to India only for a temporary period. See one example here. A tour operator provides tour operator service to foreign tourists. 3 days in India, 2 days in Nepal. Total amount charged 1 lakh. What is the exemption? 1 lakh into 2 by 5 or 50,000, whichever is lower. 50,000 because 50% of 1 lakh. Second case, 2 days in India, 3 days in Nepal. So 1 lakh into 3 by 5, which is 60,000. 60,000 or 50% of 1 lakh, whichever is lower. Next one, 2.5 days in India, 3 days in Nepal. What is the exemption then? 1 lakh into 3 divided by 5.5, which is coming to 54,545 or 50,000, whichever is lower. So exemption is 50,000 and taxable becomes 50,000. So whole point is that if a tour operator is giving service to a foreign tourist, to the extent it is related to outside India, it is exempt. In that ratio, it is exempt, but maximum is only 50% of total amount. Clear, friends? I hope the examples have made a lot of sense. Everyone, please reply. Services by SEBI, exempt or taxable? 100% taxable. Services by IRDA, it is now taxable. Correct, no, friends? Services by RBI. Services by RBI. Tell me, friends, that is also taxable now. Next, my dear friends, we are going to a hotel and staying in a hotel. Room rent is 900 per day. How much is the room rent? 900 per day. Tell me, friends, is it taxable or exempt? Without second thought, the answer is taxable. Next, we paid some license fee to FSSAI to get the food license. exempt or taxable, friends? Definitely answer is taxable. Next point. There is service given by cord blood banks for preservation of stem cells. What is the answer? Answer is definitely taxable. Very good. Next point. Cosmetic or plastic surgery which is not a part of treatment. 100% taxable. Cosmetic or plastic surgery which is a part of treatment. Then answer is exempt. 101% answer is exempt. Next point. Services by way of slaughtering animals, killing animals for food. It is now taxable. Once upon a time it was exempt, but now it is definitely taxable. Next. Services by Department of Post. Let us say ordinary post, and envelope weight is 14 grams. 14 grams. The answer is taxable because exemption is only when it is less than 10 grams. Correct, no friends? I strongly believe that we are getting clarity on these points, whatever I'm talking, my dear friends. Yeah? Next point. Let us say one person, for some medical treatment, he got admitted in a hospital and he is given food along with the treatment. Is that food exempt or taxable? Answer is exempt. Let us say the food is given to the attendant who is there along with the patient. Then the answer is taxable. Good. Next point. One patient got admitted in a hospital and that patient, because of serious condition, he is put in a intensive care unit. Intensive care unit. And the room charges are 6,000 per day. It is 101% answer is exempt, my dear friends. And what if it is not ICU, but if it is normal room? It is not intensive care, but it is normal room. And the room charges are 6,000 per day. It is taxable. What if it is 4,000 per day? If it is 4,000 per day, then it is exempt because the limit is 5,000 per day. Friends, correct? No, friends? Clear, my dear friends? Exactly. Next question. Think properly and tell. Services of warehousing of warehousing. I repeat once again. Services of warehousing of jaggery. Warehousing of jaggery. The answer is taxable. Warehousing of rice. Warehousing of rice is exempt. Next point. Services of warehousing of tomatoes. Good. Next question. Shiva Teja, I've got one warehouse. That warehouse, I gave it on rent to Jack for the purpose of storage of tomatoes. Shiva Teja has given one warehouse on rent to Jack for storage of tomatoes. What is your answer? Taxable. Because warehousing activity is exempt, but renting activity is not exempt. Next point. Next question. Shiva Teja is going in a flight. Is going in a flight. Let us say from Chennai to Sikkim. To Chennai to Sikkim. In business class ticket. What is the answer? Taxable. What will be your answer if it is economy class ticket? Then definitely answer is exempt. No doubt in that, my dear friends. I strongly believe that we are getting full clarity on the questions what I asked. I asked so many questions only because I want you guys to get complete clarity on this stuff, what we discussed so far. Make sense, no? When I ask questions like this, only clarity will come. That's why I ask questions like this. Good. Thank you, sir. Thank you so much. Next point. General insurance business under following scheme: hut insurance, cattle insurance under Swarna Jayanti Gram Swarozgar Yojana, scheme for insurance of tribals, Janata accident policy, group accident policy, agriculture pump set and failed well insurance, premium collected on export credit insurance, restructured weather crop insurance or related to farmers, Jan Arogya Bima policy, Pradhan Mantri Fasal Bima Yojana, pilot scheme on seed crop insurance, cattle insurance, universal health insurance, Rashtriya Swasth Bima Yojana, coconut palm insurance, Pradhan Mantri Suraksha Bima Yojana, Nirmaya health insurance scheme for persons with autism, cerebral palsy, and mental retardation. Then services by way of Bangladesh Bima Yojana, that is in West Bengal. Services by way of reinsurance of the schemes given above. These services are exempt. Next point, very popular point. Services by way of collection of contribution under Atal Pension Yojana, which is named after Atal Bihari Vajpayee. That is exempt. Services by way of collection of contribution under any pension scheme of central or state government. That is also exempt. Next point, important point. This point came in exam in last attempt. See that very clearly. Services by following persons in respective capacity. Business facilitator or a business correspondent. You know this point, no? Who will do banking activities on behalf of bank. To a banking company with respect to accounts in its rural area branch. If it is accounts in urban area branch, it will definitely become taxable. Exemption is only when if with respect to accounts in rural area branch. Next point. Any person who is acting as an intermediary. Any person who is acting as what, my dear friends? Intermediary to a business facilitator or correspondent with respect to service mentioned in entry A. Last one, business facilitator or correspondent to an insurance company, not bank, insurance company in a rural area. If it is urban area, then definitely answer is taxable. This point clearly kept in mind. Next point. Next one. Service provided to government. It's not by. By government, already we spoke a lot, my dear friends. Service provided by to government. Pure service, excluding works contract or composite supply, provided to CG, SG, UT, LA or government authority by way of activity in relation to function entrusted to a panchayat or function entrusted to a municipality. So service given by panchayat or municipality is exempt. Let us say a situation where Shiva Teja is giving some service to the government in relation to activity related to panchayat or municipality, then that service is exempt. In the same way, not just to pure service, one more point is that composite supply, where value of goods is not more than 25%. Same like previous point, but previous point is pure service. Second point is composite supply, where the value of goods is not more than 25%. And who is giving service? Example, Shiva Teja is giving service to the government in relation to function entrusted to a panchayat or municipality. That service is exempt. Clear, friends? For example, let us say municipality is fixing lights, street lights, and let us say they gave that contract to me. I am giving service to government in relation function entrusted to a municipality, and I'm fixing lights also, giving service also. If let us say the value of lights, if the total contract value is let us say 10 lakhs and the value of lights is only 2 lakh, then the value of goods is not more than 25% of value of composite supply. In that case, that service will be exempt. Are you all getting clarity on this point, everybody? Please reply, all of us. Good. Thank you so much. Next point. What is the doubt? So what about this topic? Transportation of minerals from mining pit to railway siding. Where is that point? Where is that point you're talking about? Where is that point, my dear friend? Yes, Vinodini. Good. I'll proceed. I have written as exemption. Where is that point? Sir, transportation of minerals from mining pit to railway siding, it's basically, you have to understand that when I talk about transportation of minerals, there is no, what is that you wrote? I didn't get your point. From mining pit to railway siding. I have written as exemption during the class. Can you send me a screenshot of that exemption, what you're talking about, my dear friend? Yeah, good. Let me proceed. Can I go ahead, my dear friend? Please confirm, everyone. Can I go ahead? Yeah, thank you so very much. Come on. Next point. Yes. Wonderful. Let me share the screen. Is the screen visible for everyone? Please confirm. Yes, thank you so very much. Come on, come on, come on, come on. Few more points to go. Business correspondent facilitator point is clear, no? Exemption is only in case of accounts in rural branch. If it's related to urban branch, it will definitely become what, my dear friends? Taxable. Everybody? Good. Thank you so much. Next point. Pure service point we discussed. Yes, next point you see. Services provided by fair price shop. Fair price shop is something like ration shops, my dear friends. Near our houses, we find this ration shop, no? So basically, one person giving service to the government and they supply sugar under public distribution system against condition in the form of coming or margin. Clear, friends? That's called fair price shop. Next. Service provided to central government, state government, union territory under any insurance scheme for which total premium is paid by central government, state government, union territory. What is the point, my dear friends? Service is provided to CG or SG or UT under any insurance scheme for which entire premium is paid by central government, state, and dear friend. Can I go ahead, everyone? Please confirm. Good. Next point. Service provided to central government, state government, union territory under program for which total expenditure is borne by CGSGUT. Sir, this point has been amended now. Let me explain to you very clearly. Sir, what is happening here is, let us say Shiva Teja is conducting some training program and I'm giving service to central government, state government or union territory administration. And earlier the point was that if entire amount is borne by them, it was exempt. But that point is amended now where they told that exemption is available even if 75% or more of the total expenditure is borne by central government, state government, union territory administration. So if 75% or more expenditure is borne by them, then it is exempt. I hope very clear. Service provided by CG, SG, union territory under a training program where 75% or more expenditure is borne by them. Earlier, what was the point? Earlier, the point was total expenditure is borne by them. But now the point is 75% or more. Services provided by GST network to central government, state government. I already told you that that exemption is now gone and that is definitely taxable now. There's no doubt in that. Amount in respect of survey of granting of long-term lease, 30 years or more, of industrial plots or plots for development of financial business provided by state government industrial development corporation. A lot of states have got industrial development corporation. They have governments to them and they give it on lease for the purpose of setting up of more factories and units for the development of the state. Clear, friends? And that service will become exempt. And what service is exempt here? Leasing service is exempt in case of leasing of industrial plots for development of infra. Good, makes sense. Thank you so much. Next point. This point is of leasing of assets by Indian Corporation to Indian Railways. It was exempt once upon a time, but now it became taxable because exemption is now withdrawn. I told you this point. Remember? Everybody, please confirm. Good. Thank you so very much. Next point. Legal service is a simple in legal service. If lawyer is giving service to any person other than entity, person other than business entity, straight away answer is exempt. Next situation, to a business entity, conference, to a person other than business entity is exempt. To a business entity whose turnover is threshold limit for registration. Again, the answer is exempt. To a business entity whose turnover is more than threshold limit for registration. The answer is what, my dear friends? Taxable reverse charge mechanism. It is taxable, and moreover, it is taxable under a reverse charge mechanism. I strongly believe that this legal service point is making sense for everyone, my dear friends. I wrote that in simple language. If it is given to a person other than business entity, it is exempt. To business entity turnover to threshold limit, again the answer is exempt. If it is given to business entity turnover more than threshold limit, it is taxable, that too under RCM. And if legal service is given to central government, state government, unitary local authority, again the answer is exempt, my dear friends. Good. Next point, sponsorship of sporting events, but that too not all sporting events. Sports Federation, Indian University Board, School Games Federation, Paralympic Committee, Special Olympics Bharat, Central Services Board, Association, or Panchayat Yuva Krida Abhiyan scheme. This case also sponsorship of sporting event is exempt. Next point, skill development service. I already told you this point, National Skill Development Corporation, whatever service they are giving, that will definitely become exempt. Next point, services of assessing bodies empaneled centrally by Director General of Training, Ministry of Skill Development, by way of assessments under skill development, that is also exempt. 71st point did not come in exam, but a very popular point. Basically, under the scheme, what they have done is they started training the tutors. They made one scheme called Train the Tutors, and they brought this. See that? Services provided by training providers under Deen Dayal Upadhyaya Gramin Kaushal Yojana. Upadhyaya means teachers, Gramin Kaushal Yojana, implemented by Ministry of Rural Development, Government of India, by way of offering skill or vocational training certified by National Council for Vocational Training. Next point, 20th point, very, very important, entry number 78, which I'm sure everybody knows this point. Services provided by an artist. Services by what? Artist, by way of performance in folk, not Western dance. It is only folk or classical art forms of music, dance, or theatre, where the consideration charge is not more than 1,50,000. If it is more than 1,50,000, it is taxable. Less than 1.5 lakh, it is exempt. But 1.5 lakh will not, 1.5 lakh limit will not apply if service is given as a brand ambassador. If it is given as a brand ambassador, it is definitely taxable even if it is less than 1.5 lakhs. See the question here? Bollywood dance performance by film actor in a film and consideration is 1.45 lakh. Taxable. Exemption is only for folk or classical art forms of music, dance, theatre. Carnatic music by classical singer to promote a brand and 1,30,000. Again, the answer is taxable even if it is less than 1,50,000 because service is given as brand ambassador. Next, Carnatic music performance by classical singer in a music concert, consideration 1.55. It is taxable because it is more than 1.5 lakh. Last point, Kathak dance performance by classical dancer in a cultural program and consideration is 1,45,000. This can be exempt. Last case only is exempt. Clear, friends? Next one. Right to admission to events, service by admission to museum, national museum, national park, wildlife sanctuary, tiger reserve or zoo. This all is exempt. Clear, friends? Museum, national park, wildlife sanctuary, tiger reserve and zoo. Next point. Service by admission to protected monuments. So declared under Asian monuments are archaeological sites and remains act. 81st point, very, very important. Service by way of right to admission to circus, dance or theatrical performance including drama or ballet. Ballet is like a dance form. Award function, concert, musical concert, pageant, musical performance or any other sporting event other than recognized sporting event. And separately they wrote again recognized sporting event or planetarium, Birla Planetarium, where they show all the sky, galaxy, everything, where the consideration is not more than 500 rupees. So for example, if we go to a stadium to watch cricket match and the ticket price is more than 500, it becomes taxable. Ticket price less than 500, it is exempt. But in case of tiger reserve or zoo, here we discuss no national park, wildlife sanctuary. Here in exam, one time question has come. A person has gone to tiger reserve, entry ticket is 600 rupees. Student wrote, since entry ticket is 600, it becomes taxable. No man. Here there's nothing called 600 rupees. 500 rupees concept is only in case of circus, dance, theatre performance or sporting event or concert, pageant, beauty contest and all. But for tiger reserve, national park, Jim Corbett National Park, in that case, there is no 500 concept. It is fully exempt. Are we getting clarity on this point, everybody? Excellent. Next point. Services by unincorporated body or non-profit entity registered under any law for time being in force to its own members. Simple logic, a kind of an unincorporated body to its own members as a trade union or for carrying out any activity which is exempt from levy of GST. This point is very important. So in apartments, we find one apartment society. Apartment society is formed for the benefit of members, and from every flat owner, they'll collect some charges. If the amount collected is less than 7,500 per month, it is exempt. But if it is more than 7,500 rupees, it is taxable. It is taxable. But it is not 7,500, it is 1,000 in case where if they are engaged in activities relating to welfare of industrial, agricultural labor or farmers, or for promotion of trade, commerce, industry, agriculture, art, science, literature, culture, sports, education, charitable activities, environment to its own members, where the consideration for membership is up to 1,000 per member per year. Yearly amount is up to 1,000. Very, very small figure. Clear, friends? Sir, this 7,500 point is important. Apartments Association giving service to the members. Very important point. High probability question can come in the examination. Good. Other services. Services by way of transfer of going concern. One business, Shiva Teja has got some business. I transfer it to Ravi Teja as a whole or an independent part. Example, you see, Royal Hotel Group is in business of running a chain of restaurants. It intends to send the business as a going concern. We all know what is going concern. There is no requirement to pay GST. Next point is over now. There was one FIFA World Cup which was planned to be hosted in India, and see that point. Service provided by and to FIFA and subsidies directly related to them or related to any events under FIFA Under-17 Women's World Cup 2020 to be hosted in India. It's a proud feeling. That's why they gave exemption. Next, service associated to transit cargo to Nepal or Bhutan, landlocked countries. Obviously, landlocked countries, there is no sea route and all. Service associated with transit cargo. Supply of service associated with transit cargo to Nepal and Bhutan. Next point. Renting of residential dwelling for use as residence. Already we know this. 14th point is gone now. Hotel room rent less than 1,000. It is still taxable. Satellite launch service. Satellite, man. NASA. NASA is foreign, but we have got India ISRO also. Service, satellite launch service applied by ISRO, Antrix Corporation or New Space India Limited. That service is exempt. 22nd point came in exam on time. Listen. Shiva Teja has got one bus. That bus, I gave it on rent to Road Transport Corporation. That service is exempt. What is that line? Service by way of giving on hire, giving on rent to a state transport undertaking, a motor vehicle which is meant to carry more than 12 passengers. And it is given on rent only to a state transport undertaking. Example, RTC. One more point here in the same line. I'm giving on rent to a local authority an electrically operated vehicle which is meant to carry more than 12 passengers. Next line. I'm giving the vehicle on rent to a GTA. I've got one lorry. That lorry I gave it on rent to GTA. That service is also exempt. Next point is interesting, sir. Sir, if you remember, we know the point that if a school is giving transportation of students service, that is exempt. Let us say Shiva Teja has got one vehicle. That vehicle, I gave it on rent to the person who is providing service for transportation of students. See here? See the point here, come on. What is that we are talking about? Service by way of giving on hire a motor vehicle to a person. I'm giving to a person providing service of transportation of students, faculty and staff to an education institution by way of preschool education up to higher secondary school and equivalent. So for example, there is one person A. This person A is giving service to a school of transportation of students, faculty and staff. Now Shiva Teja has got one motor vehicle with me. Shiva Teja has got one motor vehicle with me. That motor vehicle, I gave it on rent to the person A who is giving service to the school. And this service of renting of motor vehicle by Shiva Teja to A, that is also exempt. Clear, friends? Next line. Service by way of access to road or bridge on payment of toll charges. Toll charge we pay on highways. That toll charge is exempt. Next, road or bridge on payment of annuity. I told you that this exemption is gone now. It is definitely taxable. Next point. Electricity charges. On electricity charge, there is no GST. But application fee, rental charges, testing fee, labor charges for shifting, duplicate bill, all these are liable to GST. Clear, friends? Next slide. Service provided by Incubator. Incubator is something like you, which is a technology business incubator. You would have heard about something called T-Ups, Telangana Hub in Telangana. In Maharashtra, they have Maharashtra hubs. In every state, they are setting up hubs, technology hubs. If turnover is up to 50 lakh, it is exempt. If total turnover is not cross 50 lakh during preceding financial year and 3 years have not lapsed from the date of entering into agreement as an incubator. Incubator is like a newly born entity which has got some approval of Technology Entrepreneurship Board. Next line. Food Safety Authority of India, this was exempt earlier, but now that has become taxable. Next point. Collection of providing news by independent journalists. This is important point. This is now exempt. Now also exempt only. Important. Public libraries, that is also exempt. Service by organizer to any person in respect of exhibition held outside India. Exhibition held where? Outside India. That is also exempt. Slaughtering of animals, killing animals for food, that is exempt. Preconditioning, pre-cooling, ripening, waxing, retail packing, labeling of fruits and vegetables, which do not change the characteristic of fruits and vegetables, that is also exempt. Example, in case of apples, they do a kind of waxing on the apple. That service is exempt. Service provided by National Center for Cold Chain Development under Ministry of Agriculture, Cooperation and Farmers Welfare by way of cold chain knowledge dissemination. They are giving training on how to operate cold chain. That is exempt. Next, services provided by Foreign Diplomatic Mission. Foreign what, my dear friends? Diplomatic mission located in India. That service is exempt. Services by way of providing information and Right to Information Act, that is also exempt. Next point, very, very important point, came in exams so many times. Example, Kohli is giving service to BCCI. That service is exempt. Service given by an individual as a player, umpire, referee, coach, team manager. Only 5 points are covered. Player, umpire, referee, coach, team manager to a recognized sports body is exempt. If it is service of commentator or service of selector, it is definitely taxable. Exemption is only and only in case of player, umpire, referee, coach, and team manager. Getting my point, everybody? Excellent point. And biomedical waste, it is now taxable. I told you already, it's gone. Public convenience such as provision of facilities of bathroom, washrooms, lavatories, urinals, toilets, that service is exempt. Obviously, man. Right to admission to events organized under FIFA World Cup. That service is also exempt. Should be asking, service to IPL is exempt or taxable? IPL will technically not fit under recognized sports body as such. If you see here, recognized sports body is only Indian Olympic Association, Sports Authority of India, National Sports Federation, and International Olympic Association. Done. So these are the various points what we have got in exemptions list, my dear friends, which I really wanted to spend time with you guys so that you get complete clarity of thought on all these exemptions. And one of our friend Vinodini was asking about transportation of minerals from mining pit to railway siding. The point is very clear that GTA service or service of transportation of goods by road, service of transportation is exempt. But if something like a dumper, tipper, lorry is given on rent, we are not giving service of transportation, but we gave it on rent. For example, I've got one dumper, tipper with me. I gave it on rent to you, and you are using in whichever manner you want. In that case, I'm not giving a service of transportation of goods, giving service of renting of vehicle. If I'm giving service of renting of vehicle, then it will definitely become taxable. You're getting my point, everybody? Because exemption is only in case of service of transportation, but not in case of renting of vehicle. Yes, my dear friend Vinodini, I think your question is answered completely. Good. Next point, my dear friends. Sir, in healthcare service, one interesting point to be noted is that healthcare service, they clarified that healthcare service also covers some kind of special treatment with respect to something like IVF, that is called in vitro fertilization, like test tube baby. Hospital gives services like this of IUI, IVF and all for production of babies. That service is also exempt because it is also like a healthcare service, my dear friends. Clear, friends? And one more interesting point is that we know that sale of land and building, there is no question of GST. But if the land, on that land, leveling activity is done, drainage lines are laid, then that service will definitely become taxable. That is service of development of land, like leveling, laying of drainage lines, all that will become taxable. Yeah. Got it, sir. Thank you. Composite supply provided to governmental authority or governmental entity. You are talking about that composite supply of 25%, my dear friends. Yes, in that 25% composite supply, they are talking only about service provided to central government, state government, union territory, local authority, or a governmental authority or government entity. Everybody is covering that, my dear friend. Yes, Manoj. Good. Slaughtering of animals is taxable, right? Yes, my dear friend. Once upon a time it was exempt, but now that slaughtering of animals has now become taxable. They have striked it off and removed that now. Next. Registration regarding wholly exempt supply. So if a person is engaged in exclusive supply, registration is not required. To exempt and taxable, registration is definitely required. And the exempt supply is also considered for calculating aggregate turnover. Wonderful. Good. Looks like all the queries are answered. Brilliant, my dear friends. First of all, before I close the session, thank you so much. Any doubts, feel free to connect with us. Take care. Shiva Teja signing off. Bye-bye. Thank you so much, guys. Bye-bye.